before we get going today, those of you that are interested in being part of the tourist attractions and the tours that are available here, you can go see the registration table both for today or tomorrow, so do take advantage of that. The Prime Minister was supposed to address us now at 9. He will be arriving shortly after lunch, is the plan. So we're just going to play by ear exactly when we might see him here. Now, good morning, everyone. Thank you for returning for yet another day of great learning. I think yesterday was a tremendous day. A lot of different messages came out. Today is going to be, we're trying a little bit different with more of a chat as opposed to presentation style. We'll see how that goes. Eco-Canada, which is the organization I represent, we hosted our flagship annual event in Calgary earlier last week, so 3-4 days ago. And we had a few people from Jamaica join us for that event. And one of them is still stuck in Canada. He didn't make it back here. But we had minus 29 degrees in Calgary. And then now I think we have plus 29. So those of us who are traveling from that event, we've now experienced almost a 60 degree centigrade change in just a few days. So if I melt away, you'll know why. At Eco-Canada's inaugural Blue Economy session in Halifax in Eastern Canada a year and a half ago, we invited an excellent speaker from Jamaica to join us, and that was Minister of Tourism Edmund Bartlett, who you all met yesterday. And we decided after the event to kind of discuss how can we collaborate more in the blue economy space. And he invited us to come down to Kingston in May, where we had another great cup of Blue Mountain coffee, by the way, which I'm very thrilled by. But we did discuss how could we merge the Blue Economy Summit that we were doing in Canada with the Global Tourism Resiliency event that was taking place here. So that's what you're seeing here today, a merge of those two events coming together, and we were quite excited about that. At Eco-Canada, we first had our eyes open to the blue economy shortly before the pandemic hit. We had a contract to go down to 6 Caribbean nations and do a green skills competency audit to kind of see what the skills gaps were, what the opportunities were for a workforce development angle, which is our expertise. But we really had our eyes open to the blue economy and the focus of that. And there are many differences between Canada and the Caribbean, but there are also many similarities, one of them being the oceans. We're also surrounded by tremendous ocean, and no nation on earth have more access to ocean than Canada. So we had our eyes open to something we didn't expect. That is a tremendous potential associated with the blue economy. So we took that back with us to Canada. Department of Fisheries and Oceans have launched a strategy around that. We were able to get funding from a variety of different sources, including the Future Skills Center, to develop competency standards. What are the competencies individuals need to have in order to succeed and thrive in the blue economy? It is a diverse sector. You can't talk about the blue economy as one little thing. It's quite diverse. And the first step for us in everything we do is to develop competency standards. And from there, you can develop educational programs and you can develop career paths, which are important. Today, we gather here in Jamaica, which is a nation that epitomizes the beauty and potential of the blue economy. And to explore some of the innovative solutions that will shape the future of sustainable coastal tourism. Eco-Canada has been a pioneer in advancing the blue economy, particularly in Canada, where we have championed sustainable practices, workforce development, and digital innovation in the environmental sector. We've been around since 1992, and we worked alongside governments, businesses, and academia to build a resilient environmental workforce. And today we're proud to work alongside local partners in this region, bringing that expertise to the Caribbean. This region, with its rich marine ecosystem and vibrant coastal communities, holds immense potential for sustainable growth. And we're excited to collaborate with our Caribbean counterparts to unlock some of that potential. Some Caribbean nations, like my colleague who just arrived from Guyana, are also, like Canada, blessed with tremendous natural resources. And it is our responsibility to make sure that we can manage that in a sustainable way. The event today is a testament to the power of collaboration, and I think that's very important to kind of linger on a little bit, as at least in Canada, we're facing a potential trade war with the US, which is not pleasant. I'm not going to make any jokes about how, personally, I believe that maybe the United States should be that southern territory of Canada, since we already have our northern territory, but we'll leave that alone and maybe talk about it in the break here. But today, we're joined by leaders from Canada, from the Caribbean, and global institutions, all united by a shared vision, and that is to foster sustainable practices drive digital innovation, and build resilient coastal communities. And today's agenda is quite exciting and reflects that vision, with panel discussions on leveraging ocean technology for resilient tourism infrastructure, workforce development in the blue economy, and innovative financing solutions for sustainable ocean projects. These themes are critical to ensuring that the blue economy not only thrives, but does so in a way that's truly sustainable, both environmentally, socially, and economically. And I'm particularly excited to see the participation of Canadian academics, businesses, and environmental professionals alongside their Caribbean counterparts. Thank you very much for joining us coming down here. This cross-border collaboration is essential for sharing knowledge, building capacity, and driving innovation. Eco-Canada's expansion into the Caribbean is a natural extension of our mission to promote environmental workforce development and sustainable practices. And by working together, we can ensure that the skills, technologies, and policies needed to support the blue economy are accessible to all. We have had a slight shift in the agenda since one of the panels from yesterday didn't make it through the evening. It went too long. So today we're going to start with a panel that was supposed to end yesterday, which is AI in tourism resiliency. Before I introduce the moderator there, the next panel after that is also a very exciting panel where we have Guyana's Minister of Tourism, Honorable Onage Walrun, join us. We have His Excellency Mark Berman, the Canadian High Commissioner to Jamaica, and Honorable Farley Augustine, the Chief Secretary of Tobago, the House of Assembly. Also, my great colleague, Yogendra Chowdhury, who just made it here after, 48 hours of flying. So thank you very much for being with us. Later today, you'll also be introduced to my other Canadian colleagues that have traveled with us, and I'm very grateful to have a great group of corporate executives and academic leaders from Canada joining us here. Your insights and expertise will undoubtedly inspire us to think bigger, act bolder, and collaborate more effectively. As we embark on this journey here together, let us remember that the choices we make today will shape the future of our oceans and our communities. Let us commit to building a blue economy that is not only prosperous, and it's very important to make sure it is prosperous, but it also needs to be truly sustainable. Thank you all for being here today, and I look forward to an inspiring discussion and collaboration that lie ahead. Now it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Shakira Maxwell, who's a Senior Research Fellow with Global Tourism Center. Why don't you come up and take it away?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I trust everyone had a wonderful evening. And to our Canadian visitors, I trust you're enjoying our wonderful sunshine this morning. It is my extreme pleasure to be moderating this panel. And for those of you who were here yesterday, we had a lovely first day of the conference. And this should have been our culmination, but as we know, we are resilient, we are agile, so we pivot, and we are here this morning ready to go again. So this panel looks at harnessing generative artificial intelligence for tourism resilience, and we actually have a very interdisciplinary panel with persons from business, academia, and government who will be taking us through the key elements in their experiences. Now, as we know, generative artificial intelligence is not new by any means, but it enables tourism entities to monitor the environment, its impacts, and it fosters responsible practices. It enables our stakeholders to forecast future demands, to optimize resource allocation, and mitigate disruptions. It looks at the socio-economic impact of using AI in the industry and its capacity to look at employment patterns, visitor characterizations, and methods to develop destinations. But you don't want to hear from me because my panelists are far more able than I am to speak on this topic. So let me introduce them and ask them to please come up and join me here. We first have Ms. Miriam Nusrat, founder and CEO of Brechna. Mr. Chris Record, chairman of the National Artificial Intelligence Task Force. Mr. Donovan White, Director of Tourism for Jamaica. Dr. Donovan Johnson, Assistant Professor of Public Policy and Administration at the Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy. And last, but of course no means least, Mr. Kirk Hamilton, co-founder of Tech Beach Retreat. They will each have 10 minutes to make their presentations. They will get the usual warning signals as they were yesterday. And because they're so wonderful, they will be abiding by time because we do have a very, very tight schedule today. And then I will open the floor for a few questions. So with no further introductions, I'll invite Miriam.
Yes. Very awesome. Whenever we're ready with my slides. But good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We got moved from the 6 p.m. slot to the 9 p.m. slot, and I'm hoping with breakfast and coffee inside you, we're going to kick it off at a very high energy. My presentation is about video games. So I am the founder and CEO of Breshna.io, which is a game-making platform that allows people to make their own video games at lightning speed. So let's get started with it. Now, did you know that every single one of you in this room can make your own video games without writing a single line of code in 15 minutes? Now, games are powerful communication tools. The impact that they're leaving on our brains kind of far transcends the virtual boundaries in which we play them. And yet, we're not seeing video games being mainstream for purposes beyond entertainment. So think about education, tourism, climate, social impact. Why are we not unleashing the power of video games there? The reason for that is time, money, and skills. Money is always involved. It's very expensive, very time-consuming, and you often need a large gaming studio to make even a single video game. Until now. By unleashing the power of no-code and AI, our platform, Breshna.io, creates games at lightning speed to the point that we put it in the name. The word Breshna means lightning in the Pashto language, which is my mother tongue. And so the big idea is almost think of it like the Canva or the TikTok for video games. So anyone can make their own video games with their own content at lightning speed with no code and at low cost. So basically what's happening is Breshna is changing how video games are created, but also how they're used. Now on the creation side, this gets inspired by my background. I spent 15 years working at the World Bank as an education economist, working across 22 different countries. And one of the things that always bothered me was that last mile problem. When we talk about social change and social impact, whether it's tourism, climate action, financial literacy, reproductive health, we say, hey, how do we inspire behavior change? And anyone who's here tried to lose weight or quit smoking or have a healthy diet, we're in February, all of our 2025 resolutions, at least some of mine are already out the window. No behavior change is really hard to do unless it's gamified. Think about what Fitbit did for the health industry. I grew up playing games like SimCity, where I was learning about urban planning without even knowing I was learning about urban planning. So to me, it is unacceptable that the immense power of video games remains constrained within the entertainment world. And that's why we're unleashing that power for social impact, which includes education, training. We've heard so much about skills training over the course of yesterday and today. And we can unleash the power of bite-sized video games to do all of that. So not only are we unleashing no code, which is a no code, which basically means no coding required, but also AI. So we have a game-powered engine. So think about it. You can literally say, hey, make me a run-and-catch Jamaica-themed game where I have an avatar that's running and catching all the plastic bottles and dodging everything else. Boom. You get a video game that's created. If you get a score of 100 at the end, you can actually put a discount code which links to a sunset cruise. So the big idea is that Jamaican youth can create their own video games that can then foster resilience, but also inspire the local businesses and economy. So basically, what we're talking about is games built by the Jamaican youth for visitors coming to Jamaica. So once again, these are bite-sized games. They inspire nostalgia. They're very 1990s. Super Mario, tile matching, Wordle. I don't know how many of you here are playing Wordle still every single day. New York Times is making $250 million from Wordle. Just one game, that subscription. So that's that routine that you get into. So these are video games that become a part of someone's routine. They land at the airport, they're at Montego Bay, they scan a QR code, they play a quick game. Hey, what can you do in one day in Jamaica? These are all the different things you can do. And the strategic relevance, this is really important, especially to the economist, to the policy developer in me, is there's a few different things that start to happen. First, you foster climate resilience. So these aren't just games for fun. We always said we're going to have games for social impact. So these are games that double down on resiliency, on ecotourism, on all the messages that we want people to have that they might not read in a brochure or a 250-page policy document. I think we have a lot of good policy academics here that produce so much knowledge. What if we could disseminate that knowledge with the use of video games? We also strengthen youth engagement. At the end of the day, the demographic dividend is one of the biggest benefits that small islands in developing countries have, and we can unleash the power of that demographic dividend and involve them in the process of content creation. Games do not have to be created in US and Canada so that the locals play them. These are games created by the local youth so that they can inspire that change. And then there's digital storytelling and the local economy. Local businesses are able to put their own discount codes, put their own business, put their own brand IPs within these video games. And I wouldn't be a gaming founder if I didn't show you a few games. So here's a couple of games that have been created on Brashna. And the big idea behind these, so all of these were created in 15 minutes without any coding. So you see these mobile templates, everything, there's a bounce game, you can have like a snake game where you're running around and you're dodging your own snake tail without banging into it. There's a run and catch Super Mario kind of game. Again, fully branded to the Jamaican context. There's actually a game that we made in Qatar where I won the Web Summit competition last year. This is one for Barbados. So again, the big idea is no matter where you are, we talked about niche destinations yesterday. You can truly customize these games to the destinations and to the areas where we're trying to inspire behavior change. So that over there was games. But I showed you a bunch of games, but why Jamaica? Well, the reason we're all here means Jamaica realizes the power of resilient climate, of resilient tourism, and that's why we think that these games can be very relevant to the dialogue. It's also, the gaming market is growing by 14% annually within Jamaica. Jamaican kids, they love games, and that is the universal language that they want to speak, so let's speak to them in the language that resonates with them. And then youth unemployment is something that is big. So if we can give youth an opportunity to unleash the power of those monetary options through content creation, that would be pretty cool. Why now? No code is big, AI is big. The demand for snackable content, this is the generation of TikTokers. Again, let's speak to them in their language. The Brashna advantage, these are no code, they're lightning fast, they're simple to make. These games can be created by the youth or can be created by gaming studios. We have a track record. We've had 180,000 registered game makers. They've created over 160,000 video games with more than 2 million gameplays. We've also raised investment from investors like Paris Hilton, Randy Zuckerberg, Bill Ackman's family office, and we're on a journey where backed by a team of 25 developers and designers, we're on a journey to empowering the next 100 million people so they can tell their stories through video games. The question is, are you game? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miriam. I don't know about anybody else in the room, but I'm certainly game. I really enjoyed that presentation on unleashing the power of video games. Who else in this room is a gamer? You have converts. All right, let me welcome my next presenter. Chris, I don't believe needs any introduction, but he is the chairman, as I said, of the National Artificial Intelligence Task Force, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Prof. Waller. Thanks for inviting me. I am happy to be back in the parish of my birth. It's been decades. I'm from Lucy, Hanover, just around the corner. Eh? So, when I saw the invitation on the topic, in the mornings when I drop my daughter to school, I hang out at one of the cafes in Kingston, and me and technology friends have discussions about these things. And a friend of mine said, Chris, we have a problem in tourism that nobody's talking about. And I said, okay, let's discuss. So after 2-3 weeks of discussion, I pulled that information together and created this whole idea and concept of this talk on the issue of discoverability. When tourists come to Jamaica, yes, if you're staying in an all-inclusive, then as the word says, it's all-inclusive. But for the others who want to discover something else, sometimes there's a challenge. Again, an introduction was done. My name is Chris Record. So I'm going to give you a high-level idea of what 2 or 3 situations that I've been in and what the visitor remembered. So a friend of mine is an investor. He brings investors in Jamaica looking at different projects. And when you have a discussion with these folks 4 or 5 years later, one of the things that you always kind of, talk, say, hey guys, when were you last here? How was it? And they said, dude, I remember that place that you took me to. The chicken was amazing. The pan chicken man on the roadside. Not the fancy restaurant. Fancy restaurants are good. I'm a brand new restaurant owner myself. But the fact of the matter is that they remember this stuff. They remember going on the road. They remember the little river. They remember the little experiences that is just different. They remember standing there on the roadside, the smell of the chicken, the traffic passing, the discussions, the regular Jamaicans walking up, buying chicken, walking off. That's what these multimillionaires who travel globally 5 years, 10 years later, this is what they remember, right? And so we have a problem with discoverability. What's discoverability? The ability to find these little outings, whether it's a little, riverboat, whether it's a little side beach, where's a little, as a chicken man, fish, shrimp, a little, where's the best oxtail around, all the little Jamaican-ness stuff. And so I thought to myself, well, hold on. Within the last year, the National AI Task Force did a lot of work around a lot of recommendations as to technologies and things we can do for economic development. So I said, well, hold on. We could do something with these opportunities, with all of these little places that are there. So, what's really and truly the issue? I mean, the issue really is, oops, I jumped ahead. The issue is a lot of these chicken men, small esoteric places, they have no online presence. They don't understand. They don't know how to do it. They don't know how to, come up with a brand. They have their own little brands. It's usually the nickname that they grew up with, that they call them, Ashley, Chicken Man, Wani, all kind of different things as to, they have no online brand like that. And so one of the situations is that if they're in the tourism area, they usually rely on third-party platforms. There's inconsistent business information. We don't know the opening times for these folks. We don't know where to find information on them. And of course, the visitor engagement is only usually if you're in the bus with the driver, taking you somewhere that you're able to have an experience with some of these folks. So there's an opportunity. The discoverability challenge is the inability to find, to just search in general where I am right now, press the button, what are the top or 20 off the beaten path experiences that I should have while I'm in this place, wherever you're, Negril, Green Island, Lucy, Ocherius, Montego Bay, Clarendon, where Commissioner was yesterday. So these are some of the things that we think that leveraging the AI tools and technology will give the power to that small man to leverage his access, right? So there are three main areas that I kind of put together around these AI-driven solutions. It's someone helping them because these guys cannot do it on their own. So, in a discussion with Prof. Waller, he explained that there is a program, I didn't realize that one existed, but someone has to help with the data aggregation. Someone has to, whether travel the entire island, whether it's do some sort of a contest per parish. And I know some of these things exist, Yes, I see my Jamvac head saying some of this, but it's where to find it. Because we sat down in a week in putting together some of this, and we just generally looked around. It's all over the place. It's a little website there. It's, my friend Nolly Moses in Kingston has a site called Prips Jamaica, which talks about some of these areas. There's another site. I mean, there's like 100 sites, but there's no one central area where a lot of this information sits. And so, we find it's a challenge. Real-time updates. People move. The chicken man that was right there moved down the road. 2 weeks later, as a tourist, somebody told you that you have to go to this guy's right outside of Ocherius, right beside this bank. This guy's amazing. You go there, he's gone into the next plaza next week. So things like this, right? Integration with tourism platforms. So yes, the tourism platform may have some information, but the general small man, again, has no idea access to that, right? So one, smart tourist assistant. I heard this one yesterday. I don't remember which panelist. I wrote it down in my notebook, but I can't remember it right now. So this is something that the technology and tools can actually deliver. Personalized recommendations, convenience for tourists. The beauty with these AI technologies, look, AI is super powerful. AI has been around for, 4 decades, technically, right? If you count when those guys at Dartmouth had their aha moment and call it AI. So the technology's been around, and one of the reasons why it has so much power now is just the internet, one, cloud computing, access to data. Your data, by the way, the data that we all throw up there in the cloud, and then the system scrapes it. So given the fact that the systems understand you better than you understand yourself, right? Anybody has a Facebook account? You ever go to the section that says, tell me everything you know about me, and you get those 20 pages that it tells you everything? Insane, right? These systems know you better than you, so they can recommend to you the experiences that you want if we leverage them properly. And of course, the AI-powered mapping and personalization. I also saw this in a presentation yesterday, and I took some notes. So, ladies and gentlemen, my discussion and proposal here is let's create this platform. Let's connect to the pieces that already exist with JAMVAC and Ministry of Tourism and Tourism Enhancement Fund and Dr. Waller's projects, and try to figure out how to create a proper discoverability platform, right? And the personalization experiences, which will directly create some positive economic impact for Jamaica, and with the use of AI, and of course unlocking the tourism potential. So this is it, folks. I think that we have a massive opportunity with the power of artificial intelligence in helping the small experiences that people really remember when they come to Jamaica land we love. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chris spoke about the discoverability problem, but I think he already has a solution. And I think you have several players in the game here who will be in with you with that solution. As we know, the small, informal man and woman are the backbone of the tourism industry. So we will not be leaving them out at all. Let me now introduce Mr. Donovan White, our Director of Tourism, and he will be making his presentation. The floor is yours.
Good morning, all. Welcome to Jamaica. For those who are visiting, special welcome. Good morning, all. I'm sure we served you coffee this morning. Did we, Mr. Waller? We did? Okay. All right. I decided no death by power slides this morning, so I'll just talk with you, and I will try to give my good friend Chris the solution that the Jamaica Tourist Board has already thought about for the problem that he has so clearly enunciated. But it's a great privilege to be here today to speak about the exciting role of AI and the role it plays in the travel industry, even as technology is emerging. I have looked forward to this panel this morning, and a couple of areas I'll try and touch on and make the parallel as to how Jamaica and how the Tourist Board is A, viewing, and B, acting. So AI and travel, AI and Jamaica's tourism, predictive analytics, crisis management, and sustainability are a few areas that I'll touch on this morning to keep your thoughts going and to probably stimulate some conversation. So AI and travel, since its emergence, the tourism industry has utilized AI to improve features like customer experience, reduce costs, streamline operations, and it has been transforming our industry. From the initial spark of deciding where to travel and the pre-planning that visit to then visiting the destination all the way to departure, AI has given us useful tools to make the travel process seamless. Tools like the chatbot to streamline air and hotel bookings, automation at the airports to optimize baggage handling, reduce delays, and so much more. Perhaps one of the most interesting tools AI has given us is the AI travel agent. Of course, we're on the demand and trade side predominantly of the tourism value chain. So we are very interested in the areas that drive demand, the commercialization of the tourism product. So these digital agents can assist with complex travel requests, search online platforms for best deals, make hotel recommendations, and develop itineraries. What we have found, however, is that while some travelers are finding this a very useful tool, they're still doing their due diligence of researching on their own through the online travel forums, working with trusted travel advisors, and visiting the destination's website for recommendations. So the human element of travel is irreplaceable. I want to make that very clear. The human element of travel is irreplaceable. Only humans can provide insights into particularities like the best time to visit a location for an excursion, who at the hotel mixes the best drinks, or offer the best rates through personal contacts. AI, unfortunately, won't pick up those complexities and won't give you those deliberate responses. So authenticity is still an important aspect in travel planning, in the travel planning process, and we don't see that disappearing anytime soon. So what about AI and the Jamaica tourism industry? In Jamaica, we are known well for our warm hospitality and long outstanding expertise in the field of Caribbean tourism. However, many of our tourism partners have begun to utilize AI to improve guest experiences with features like the online chatbot, which I spoke about, things like personalized temperature control in the rooms, lighting controls as well. Some hotels have, in fact, make some of those transitions or start some of those transitions. Some use it to assist with their marketing and promotional campaigns, or simply logistical process for the hotels. At our own Montego Bay and Kingston International airports, we now use automated kiosks equipped with biometric face scanning technology to provide a streamlined arrival experience and a free border agent, and that allows us to free up border agents to do more interesting, more serious and security-related tasks. In fact, by the end of 2024, we successfully installed over 100 passport control kiosks and 15 e-gates across our 2 international airports. Our AI-powered chatbot, which is our virtual travel specialist on visitjamaica.com, delivers a 24-hour customer assistance to potential visitors. Through the chatbot, users around the world are able to connect with a live agent, which sits in our office, who can assist them and even provide quotations and bookings. Starting this week, our chatbot will converse in up to 10 languages. It's okay, you can applaud. Still, there is enormous potential for AI that is yet to be realized, like audio AI, which is something that we are currently building. And I'll pause for a minute just to give you a taste of what I'm talking about. And I'll give you the caveat before I do, that it's still in development, and we're hoping to bring it to market this year.
Hello, this is Cynthia from the Jamaican Tourist Board. How can I assist you today?
Hi, Cynthia. I'm thinking of a 5-day vacation to Montego Bay, Jamaica. Can you give me any recommendations of where to stay for accommodation?
Oh, that sounds lovely. For a 5-day vacation, I recommend checking out the all-inclusive resorts in Montego Bay, like Sandals or Secrets, which offer beautiful beaches and plenty of amenities. How exciting.
That's great, Cynthia. So while I'm in Jamaica, would you make any recommendations for an itinerary of things I can do while I'm there?
Absolutely. You could start with a day at Doctor's Cave Beach in Montego Bay, explore the Blue Hole in Ocho Rios the next day, and then maybe visit the famous Dunn's River Falls. Doesn't that sound fun?
It absolutely sounds fun. So Cynthia, can you give me some understanding of what my vacation may cost?
That's a good question. Costs can vary, but on average, you might expect to spend around $150 to $300 per night for accommodations, plus activities and meals. Are you looking for something specific to budget for, like excursions or dining?
All right, Cynthia, I'm in a conference at the moment, so I'll call you back and we can talk some more. So the process doesn't stop. It's ever evolving. There's always new things coming, and audio AI is the newest, one of the newest frontiers of the AI platform development mechanisms, and we are certainly looking to be at the absolute forefront of this evolution in 2025. In terms of analytics, AI can help us forecast future trends, demand, customer preferences, enable proactive decision-making, research optimizations. This enhances our ability to cater to evolving traveler need and stay competitive. So I hear the bell, and so I'll wrap up. The careful and widespread adoption of AI in Jamaica and throughout all global tourism markets is important to maintain the growing and competitive edge of our tourism products, not just here in Jamaica, but destinations around the world. AI is not going anywhere, so we must adapt and use it to our advantage, and that's where the creativity comes in. Some wise person said recently that AI is not here to take anybody's job, but it's here to take the job of the person who does not understand AI.
Thank you very much. I think we have definitely learned something today in terms of what the Jamaica tourism sector is doing. How many of you knew that that was available, that recording? You have some converts again. At this time, let me welcome to the platform Dr. Donovan Johnson, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maxwell. Good morning, everyone. I promise I don't have fancy technologies to debut, like my good friend, Mr. White. Chris came and he appropriately called our attention to what he calls the identity problem, the problem of being able to identify, search and identify opportunities in the tourism sector and in the tourism space. As the academic on the panel, I have the privilege of telling you the boring stuff, which is the policy problem, the management problem, and the implementation problem as it relates to artificial intelligence. And Donovan spoke earlier and presented us with a very, very, very exciting piece of technology. And I see our PS in the front, and I'm sure the PS is asking, how are we going to ensure that our management of such a very powerful technology is at the place where it can provide value, but at the same time does not contravene on public policy and what it means to have good public policy. Now, I am the Associate Director of the Artificial Intelligence Center at Florida International University, and one of the things that we do at that center and one of the things that we talk about is how to regulate artificial intelligence. One of the points that we start at foremostly is that overregulation of AI would be essentially the death of the technology. So let's start there. I'm not here to promote overregulation of AI. The key challenge is understanding how to balance regulation while at the same time extracting the benefit from the technology. And that will and continues to be one of the greatest challenges of public servants, of those tasked with ensuring that these beautiful technologies bring the kind of value to the lives of people, but at the same time does not lead to a public policy issue. Now, Donovan spoke earlier and said AI won't take your job, someone who knows how to use AI will. And that is true. The fact of the matter is that there are only 22,000 AI specialists across the world. IBM projects that in the next year, we'll have a 50% shortage of AI skills and talents globally. It therefore means that there is a lacuna in the workforce where AI skills and development is concerned. And it therefore means that persons who see themselves or think that their jobs will be threatened by the existence of AI perhaps need to rethink how and the ways in which we are promoting and approaching AI exploration and proliferation in the tourism, in not just the tourism sector, but overall. And so one of the things that has worked, and I'm glad many of the stakeholders in the tourism sector are here, is that what can government do? Government needs to incentivize research and policy framework development around how we manage artificial intelligence in the tourism sector. The tourism sector is a very bespoke sector. It's a very unique sector. And so AI regulation needs to be targeted to the sector. I know we speak about the GDRP, and I know we speak about the Data Protection Act, and I know we spoke about the Cybercrimes Act, but the fact of the matter is that they fall very, very short of really managing the exploration and the proliferation of artificial intelligence. And so more needs to be done from a sector-specific position as to how is it that we harness the benefits of artificial intelligence while at the same time ensuring that there's fit and proper regulation of the technology. And there are many ways to do this. Government has many instruments, many incentives, grants, tax incentives, and so forth to incentivize the proliferation of artificial intelligence in the tourism space, while at the same time, as I said before, ensuring that there is fit and proper management of the technology. One of the things that I have found worked in my work in other countries is that governments have created what we call regulatory sandboxes. It's a space in which you can apply AI, watch it work in a very isolated way, so that if there are mal effects or if there are ill effects that arise as a result of the technology, we can spot it in the sandbox, make corrective measures before we bring this thing to market where lives stand to be affected and impacted. Most importantly as well, public-private partnerships are very important in the proliferation of AI in the tourism sector. First of all, the tourism sector is largely more non-governmental than it is governmental, and that's the truth. But government has a very large role when it comes to regulation, of course, and setting the broad parameters within which everything operates. And so public-private partnerships are important as we pursue some of these very, very grand technologies and very, very, very useful technologies as well, which position themselves to revolutionize the experience of the tourist. But I will say this, in our work we have found that upskilling and reskilling has become one of the most important elements of AI proliferation in any sector, and in the tourism sector no less. If we implement artificial intelligence in the sector, but those who build the sector are at variance with that technology, then we will have no benefit from it. It will simply be like another piece of technology that is just there. And when we talk about upskilling and reskilling, we're talking about everyone, from the bartender to the waiter or the waitress, all the way up to the CEO and the management staff. Persons need to become upskilled and reskilled for us to be able to imagine and reimagine the benefit that this technology has to offer and can bring. Because if we try the other approach, it will simply not work. And finally, there is a very tight seam between AI proliferation and cybersecurity. And if we are going to harness the benefit of artificial intelligence and at the same time protect our brand and protect our visitors, then we must be more serious and more intentional about cybersecurity. Suffice it to say, it is not something that we have been very great at in the region. It's a tough truth. It's a serious truth. It's the truest truth. There are over 4 million jobs to be filled in cybersecurity globally. 1.3 million of those are from the Caribbean. We account for, almost 40% of the shortage of jobs, which means that the cybersecurity skills gap in the region is so wide that it is something that we need to think about, especially as we think about digital transformation more seriously. And so in the sector, the tourism sector is a very, very ripe target. Why? Because at every second of the day, it is a sector that collects, warehouses, personal information by the second, every day of the week. Every time someone swipes a credit card to make a purchase, all of that data is warehoused somewhere. And so protecting the brand and protecting our visitors and protecting all of us will require that we take cybersecurity more seriously as we begin to proliferate artificial intelligence, not just in back office operations, but in the real hands-on, touchy-feel aspect of the sector where our guests meet our brand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think one of the things that we have to remember always is that policy allows for accountability. And I think that's one of the things that I picked up very strongly in Donovan's presentation. And so it's not here to prevent us, it's here to enhance. Let me welcome at this time our final presenter, Mr. Kirk Hamilton. The floor is yours.
Morning, everyone. Morning. Thank you all for accommodating me, and Doc, thank you for the invitation. So I'm actually an architectural designer turned entrepreneur and investor who really does not like PowerPoint or Excel. And so, like any good presenter asked to speak about AI, I asked AI to create a presentation to talk about the future of tourism and the impact of AI, right? And then I sat through all these sessions, and it granted me some inspiration for what do I want to add to make my conversation a bit more, dynamic and additive, because at the end of the day, I firmly believe that we are in what would be the beginnings of an AI hype cycle, and we need to get to the place where we start to see the true function and value of what this thing will create. I'm trying to figure out how to use this thing. The green play button, okay. All right, so I feel like throughout the course of the conference, what we're effectively hearing is that AI is transformative, AI is exponential. It is going to make tourism into this new space that is very vast, because we're now able to connect all these dots and create a level of personalization that you've never seen before. And I believe this is true. At the end of the day, what artificial intelligence will allow us to do is handle a certain level of complexity around tourism that we currently cannot execute on, wherein if you are coming to Jamaica or any other territory, you can have a curated itinerary that is booked ahead, that ultimately has, if we were in an ideal world, people waiting on you hand on foot because they know exactly what you're coming for and what they need to deliver. At the same time, it puts vendors into a position to be able to tell the world, listen, I've made jerk chicken today, I have some left over, I'm willing to sell it for less, come to my store right now, hurry up and buy, right? What we're really seeing is this idea that personalization will get to a level, as I mentioned, that we simply haven't seen, and it will empower a group of people, hopefully, much like we've seen with the shared economy. When you talk about, drivers on Uber and, the people who book your apartments on Airbnb, we have opened up spaces to a significant population that never used to be able to sell to you. And to me, that has to be the mission of what we're trying to achieve with AI when we talk about sustainability in tourism. Opening up our markets to new people who are then empowered to sell, right? You are going to see us, thank you so much. You're going to see a space where we start to see a merger between the physical and the technology-driven worlds. What virtual experiences will be able to add to our current physical dynamic is something that, is evolving, and we have to kind of wait to see, but we've already seen early stage versions of what people are trying to achieve. When you talk about VR, for those of you who maybe haven't fully explored this hotel as yet, there's actually a gaming arcade that a group of us were in last night, driving around in cars and doing all of these things. This is the earliest inception of what we will probably see in the future in terms of how you experience tourism, right? The AI tool that I use came up with this term of phygital. I don't know if it's really popular, if anybody knows of it, but this idea of merging the digital and physical worlds. At the end of the day, we'll always find these terminologies to try and capture what we are aiming to speak about. I personally hope not to use this term going forward, but it gives a sense of, where we're going. So this is the last slide from the tool that I use, and then I'll jump into my own things. But what I think was most interesting in terms of the benefits of AI that were captured is number 3 here in terms of the idea of dynamic pricing, right? This idea that people then become empowered, much like airlines, hotels, and other, large commercial concerns have been in the past, to be able to put out pricing based on supply and demand. I currently have this, you can get it for this price. Currently it's surging, you can get it at a different price. If they have that tool, life changes for many, and I hope in a positive manner. So jumping into some feedback based on a lot of things that I feel like I heard yesterday and into this morning, we all have our concerns, our fears, and then there are the hopes and possibilities. I believe currently, as I said, we're in an AI hype cycle. There is a term, Amra's Law, that says people tend to overestimate the short-term impact of new technologies, and we underestimate their long-term impact, right? And you can see here, where we are currently is in a stage of commoditization. Everything you hear about effectively comes from a large language model, and we have 100 different versions of them that are packaged in different ways and sold to us to then say, this is AI. It will continue to evolve, it will continue to get better, but that is where we are right now. And so personally, I don't believe we should be in a state of fear. We should be in a state of embrace and trying to figure out how this evolves to our benefit. Keep in mind, in the dot-com era, Amazon, as a publicly traded stock, crashed. It completely crashed and burned. If you look now, it has taken 30 years for this excitement to build, where very recently, Amazon, for the first time in its history, beat out Walmart on a quarterly report for revenue. 30 years. I am not saying that we are not in an accelerated space, but I am saying that the things that we have looked at in the past to say disruption and transformation and the world is changing so quickly that we can't keep up have actually taken longer than we often give credit for. I don't know if anybody has seen this picture before of there's a construction company that decided to put this ad up and said, hey, ChatGPT, finish this building. So as Donovan pointed to earlier, there is a reality. There's certain things that we love to be hand-delivered. One day in Barbados, my wife and I drove past a man sitting on top of a car with a bottle of coconut water, sticking it out on the highway. And I said to her, do you think AI is going to replace him? And the simple answer is, I don't. I think AI can increase his reach in terms of how many people want to come and buy this bottle of water. But ladies and gentlemen, we have seen the failure of companies that try to place robots in front of us to replace human interaction. We've seen people try to make pizza using robots. It didn't work. There's a reason that it doesn't work. And so like Donovan said, I don't believe the human element goes anywhere anytime soon. What we need to start paying attention to beyond the LLMs is the reality that now people want to build robots that take on tasks that humans currently do. But there is a interaction that we're looking for that robots will never replace. So we hope to strike a balance. We hope not to be fearful. We hope that the robots will simply do tasks that are mundane. I had a speaker once at a session say, we already have robots in the world. They're the people in factories doing these mundane tasks that none of us in this room would ever want to have to take on. That is what we want to replace and empower those people to do things that are more exciting and more valuable to their own lives. Lastly, I'll leave you with this in terms of where I see AI going. When you talk about interactive AI technologies and actually starting to, be involved with the technologies, these are two companies that I advise at the moment. One is called Emerge, one is called Mobius. Emerge basically adds physical touch to the virtual world. So Jamaica and other tourism markets start to imagine, what if people could touch and feel what they are coming to before they even get there? What if you could sell somebody the idea of Blue Mountain Coffee by having them feel a bean in the same way that you'd say to them on a tour, but now they are enlightened and they want to come to Jamaica to come and experience it in person. In addition, Mobius does interactive sessions, kind of like the Minority Report, introducing us to a level of customer service again that we've never seen. Imagine sitting with a travel agent ultimately who can draw up on a screen, tell you everything that you're going to experience, map it out in front of you, make sketches, etc., and show you what the ultimate experience in Jamaica could look like. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's what we should be pursuing. That's my presentation for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let us give all our presenters a big round of applause. We moved from unleashing the power of video games to the discoverability problem, which I think we found a solution to. Looking at AI in our tourism industry here, looking at the policy problem, which I think we also have some solutions for already, and of course now how we look at the complexities of the tourism industry and AI, how it can certainly enhance. Our panelists kept to time, so we do have a few minutes for questions, about 3-4 minutes. Are there any questions in the audience? Okay, there's a gentleman here. If I could get a microphone for him, please. Please let us know your name, your affiliation, and you can let us know who you're directing the question to.
I'm directing the question to the brother who just came down. My name is Adam Wilkinson, associated with All Healing Hands, a health and wellness hands-on healing business in Atlanta, Georgia, along with my wife, Tassili Ma'at. I'm just curious, is Mobius something that's already in development?
Yes. They are at the stage now of working towards commercialization in, I guess you'd say, phase development with a few large corporations that will look to release the technology, and now they figure out how to make money, ultimately.
And are you currently seeking investors for Mobius?
Me? No, but I'm happy to introduce you to the founder. I'm an advisor to the company, so I don't go out and seek investment for them by any means, but I can introduce you.
All right, I look forward to speaking with you.
Thank you. There's another question right here.
Hi, good morning. Excellent presentation. My name is Theo Chambers, and I wrote 3 books on AI. My latest book is called There's Nothing Artificial About Artificial Intelligence. And I think we have a problem that people are not taking AI seriously because of the word artificial, which means fake. I wrote in my book that AI is ancient or advanced intelligence, and not until we take the word out artificial, people are not going to take it seriously. And I think we need to understand that AI, there's nothing artificial about artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you. One question here as well.
I'm Sharon Paris Chambers, and I'm also editor-in-chief with Carib Newsroom. I'd like to commend the Jamaica Tourist Board, who for many years has been leading the trail of wellness and greatness in the world. We'd like to say that we have thought leaders here in AI, and we are ready to work with you, Mr. Donovan White and Edmund Bartlett. For years, he's given us accolades as positive tourism news. So I'd just like to say, our tourist board should continue to use AI and let Jamaicans know there's nothing to fear but fear itself.
Thank you very much. We have 2 last quick questions. There's a gentleman here and the lady right here. Okay. And those will be our 2 final questions.
Hi, I'm Lilia Bronchuk, World Bank. My question is about the skills and the information that was presented about the skills gap today and even a growing skills gap for tomorrow is quite concerning. If we will wait for the public sector to help close this skills gap, I think it will take a long time. My question is, how can we incentivize the private sector to help close this skills gap? Because I think that the private sector can play an important role in that.
I think we have several responses to that, so if I will just ask my panelists very quickly to just give a comment, like a 1-minute comment. Miriam?
All right. I'm happy to just go very fast. And this actually, I think this response gets inspired by my time at the World Bank. I think you're very right, there's a very important role for the private sector to play. And I really do believe that this move away from signaling what used to be in skills, a very important emphasis on signaling to competencies, is something that the youth is waking up to. And the other thing that we can do is micro-credentials. So a lot of youth is now waking up to this idea of having a multi-skill set, which is based on micro-credentials. So they're not spending 4 years, 5 years in one industry, but actually preparing themselves for a tourism economy that could have several micro-credentials. And we should unleash the power of video games for that skilling process. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that question. Great question. And on the National AI Task Force, one of the recommendations that we did have out of the 7 thematic areas is around education and workforce development. So that specific set of challenges, we had a short-term, medium-term, and a long-term recommendation. So short-term, we said integrate AI and coding into the national curriculum for all education levels, 1. Launch teacher training programs focused on responsible AI use and effective assessments. Medium term, establish specialized AI vocational and professional development courses in collaboration with local and international institutions like yours. Long term, develop partnerships with global tech companies to establish AI centers of excellence, fostering research and internship and continuous education in AI technology. So that's some of the recommendations. The thematic areas cover 7 specific areas, which include, number 1 was AI for innovation and economic growth, education and workforce development, which I just went through, public awareness and sensitization, AI infrastructure and technology, international cooperation with AI, legal regulatory frameworks for AI, government and industry collaboration, ethical foundations for AI, and last but not least, a cohesive AI framework. The National AI Task Force report has just been published on the Office of the Prime Minister's website. So if you just go to the OPM website and just search for National AI Task Force report, you'll see, you see our recommendations there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think in addition to all that has been said just now, one of the things that we need to do is to understand what the skill is in filling the skills gap. The challenge that we find is that where we do produce, we sometimes overproduce the same talent, and that's not reducing the gap. There are many different types of skills within the gap that needs to be filled. And so one of the things in terms of the partnership between the private and the public sector is that we need to understand what the skills are, what in the private space, so that we build curricula around the particular skills that are needed so that we're actually attacking the gap and not just reproducing or producing skills that are not necessary for the actual particular gap that's there.
So I just want to add, the gentleman is right in terms of talking about there's nothing artificial in AI. You are right. When the concept of this word of artificial intelligence came up, it was a project at a college. And the project was around leveraging technology. This is from 1950. This is before I'm born, right? Right? The 1950s. Leveraging technology to do work that human beings and people can do. And they actually had about 10 other names that they were giving the technology. And the reason why this name won out of the other, if you just do any other research, just to the 10, 15 other names that they were giving the technology. Because this name was the moneymaker. Just by putting those two words together, people started throwing money at it. And that's why we are now in, by the way, Kirk went through the various hype cycles. We're in the third major wave of AI. All this excitement around AI happened in the 1960s already, and then it died. Then another big wave of AI enthusiasm happened in the 80s, 90s, then it died again. This is the third wave of excitement in AI. And the main reason why this one is a little bit more sustainable, 3 reasons. One, we have way more faster technology and chips that's allowing the process to happen faster, 1. 2, because of cloud computing, the data is available because, as I said earlier, everybody shares all their information on all of their social media channels, and the people who train their AI scrape the entire internet on the internet and the connectivity. So those are the main reasons why it's there. The name is there because it's catchy.
Well, I don't have the exact solution, but you asked about incentivizing the private sector, and I was just going to say, the challenge of developing markets especially is that the private sector only responds when they are either feeling threatened or when they see the clear opportunity to make money. And so I would imagine the more positive outcome is where we show them where they're going to make money from having people with this new set of skills. My presentation that I did today, as a person that doesn't like PowerPoint, took a system a minute to deliver. At the end of the day, it could have taken me a couple hours or an hour, whatever amount of time, and the private sector needs to see where people are utilizing their time in a manner that now is unproductive and could be replaced and then add value in other ways to the company. And that would be my thought.
My only addition is to say that my area of proficiency is creating demand. So if these guys get that solved and get people trained up on how to use and create and incentivize the private sector to invest in the development of skills and people around AI, I'll ensure that those corporations make money. That's my job.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I've just been given the wrap-up, and this panel was just so informative that it has generated so much conversation. So could I ask the person who had the very last question to please, our presenters are here for the rest of the day, and I'm sure they will be more than happy to speak with you. And of course, if there are any other questions in the room as well, please feel free. So let us again give our presenters a very, very warm round of applause. Thank you all very, very much again, and I will hand over. Thank you.
Trip.
As long as you don't let me look like the midget in the family.
Hardly nobody does it, and then when later on, that is a picture that you see everywhere. All right, we're done.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ravidia Burrows, and I will be moderating the the next panel. We're actually moving into day 2 sessions now. So everybody, welcome to day 2. And we're going to be talking about the blue economy, and you're going to be meeting some wonderful nerds, more into the sciencey side of things. The first panel on the blue economy is setting the stage, the vision for global tourism and a sustainable blue economy. And what we really want to be talking about in this first panel is how we can share strategies across the globe to foster more sustainable practices and innovation. How can we learn from each other? And what is the role of digital technologies in helping us learn from each other, helping better collaboration, and ultimately better resource management for the blue economy? I will briefly introduce my panel and invite them to come up and have a seat. And we're going to have a slightly different format from yesterday. So I'd like to invite His Excellency Mark Berman, the High Commissioner of Canada in Jamaica and the Bahamas. He's also the Consul General for the Turks and Caicos and the Cayman Islands. He has an illustrious career with the Government of Canada that spanned 25 years, and he's a bit of an expert, or he probably won't admit it, in environmental policy and international development, and considerable experience collaborating with governments across the world and international organizations. So, Your Excellency. You can have a seat. Next, I'd like to invite Ms. Onij Walron, Guyana's Minister of Tourism and Industry and Commerce. She has oversight for tourism development in Guyana and over Guyana's Tourism Authority. And she is a brilliant legal mind with over 20 years experience as an attorney at law. And next is EcoCanada's Vice President of Professional Services and ESG, Environmental Sustainability and Governance, Mr. Yogendra Chaudhary, Yogi, as we call him, with expertise in workforce development, accreditation, certification, and sustainability programming. That really doesn't do credit to Yogi. He really is knowledgeable on a vast range of subjects. And so I'd like to invite my colleagues here to maybe starting with His Excellency Mark Berman to talk about some of the opportunities for collaboration between sort of North-South collaboration and maybe the experience of Canada in the blue economy and what can be shared. So I think, yeah. So just before His Excellency speaks, we're just going to talk briefly, and then we're going to try and have a conversation. So no formal question and answer session. We're going to invite you, because we know there are a lot of experts out there, and we'd like to have a conversation.
I am on. There we go. Good morning, everybody. It really is a pleasure to be here. I'm delighted. I'm delighted to be here with a fellow Canadian and with Minister Waldron, who I know well, because prior to coming to Jamaica 6 months ago, I was High Commissioner to Guyana, Suriname, and the CARICOM. And so maybe I can just, I just want to kind of take a step back and talk a little bit about Canada. Our host, Mr. Nilsson, mentioned that Canada is, in many respects, a maritime nation. We're the second largest landmass in the world, but we're surrounded on 3 coasts. We have 3 coasts: to the west, the Pacific; to the east, the Atlantic; and to the north, the Arctic Ocean. And that in many respects defines many people in Canada. We have many coastal communities, many fishing communities, many are indigenous fishing communities. And climate change has and is increasingly impacting those communities. One only has to look at what's happening in the Arctic to see rapid change. But it also on the east and west coast, depleted fish stocks, weather events, drought, flooding, etc. So Canada has had to evolve and develop its ability to respond to these issues. And there are many experts in the room far more knowledgeable than I am on these issues. But indeed, Canada has developed technology and knowledge which we are sharing with the world. I want to talk a little bit about the relationship between this region and Canada. It goes back a long way. Many of you may know the story of trade between the maritime part of Canada and the Caribbean when salted cod came down from Canada and was exchanged for Demerara sugar and rum. And that trade went on for many, many years. And in fact, Scotiabank opened a branch in the Caribbean before it did in Toronto. So that was the importance of that trade. I raise that because those cod stocks that brought that salted fish down no longer exist. There's been a moratorium in Canada on cod for decades. So just an impact on the trade and a reflection on how our blue economy is being impacted by overfishing, but also by weather events. The other point I want to make is that Canada, and I'm only talking about Canada, we are one nation of many, but for us, international collaboration, multilateralism, working with organizations from the UN to regional organizations and to smaller organizations is the way that we do business. And we are dedicated to working within the multilateral system within this region and other regions. Issues like climate change can't be dealt with bilaterally. It takes not only government-to-government collaboration, it takes all levels of society to work together. Private sector has a role, civil society has a role, local communities have a role, and of course governments very much have a role. You know, I think a comment that was made that I found really interesting, particularly for this region. We refer to this region we have in negotiating sectors, and I was a climate negotiator for many years. We talked about SIDS, small island developing states, but in fact they are and should be described as large ocean states because they control vast maritime territories that in nearly all cases dwarf their landmass. So, for example, St. Lucia's territory, water territory is 200 times larger than its land area. That's a huge responsibility, and the impact on those areas, that is something which the international community has to come together to work on. Canada is a global leader in the blue economy development. I have to say that in the days that I worked for the UN Environment Program, which was 30 years ago, when I was dealing with maritime issues, climate change was not really an issue that was being discussed in terms of blue economy. We talked about land-based sources of marine pollution. We talked about regional seas agreements that I was involved in. Climate change wasn't the major issue. That has changed significantly, and the blue economy and the impact on the blue economy is an increasing importance, particularly for tourism. For Canada, it's important. We are the second largest source of tourism to Jamaica. There are many, many Canadians that come to Jamaica in the winter and in the summer. And so we have a reason to work with this region to ensure that those tourist destinations remain strong and sustainable. We do it as well because we are living in a global commons, and for Canada that's important, and we have to work together to deal with these existential issues. I don't know, do you want to, just on international cooperation, it is vital. I think one of the important things is that agreements such as the Paris Agreement or the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework or the UN Sustainable Development Goals, these are important because they help guide international policy and they encourage the use of best practices. And then they flow down to the regional level where they are taken and developed, and to the national level and developed into strategic plans and policies at the national level. So these international agreements may, for many citizens, seem far off, negotiated in capitals around the world, but in fact they do have an impact on all governments and the direction that we take. There are many barriers to technology transfer, but there are many ways of overcoming those, and Canada has a number of programs where we are able to provide both resources and technology capacity building in the region, and we learn a lot from others as well. Scientists that come down to this region can study the impact of climate change on coastal waters, and we learn from working with experts in these regions. So it really is a win-win situation. Canada has done a significant amount in the area of the blue economy. For instance, in 2018, when we were president of the G7, we hosted and created the Charlevoix Blueprint for Healthy Oceans, Seas, and Resilient Coastal Communities. In 2018, we also hosted the Sustainable Blue Economy Conference, which included support for the participation of the SIDS. And we're committed to the goals of the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy, which includes the implementation of the Sustainable Oceans Plan by 2025. From a financial perspective, we work with a number of different means of providing resources into, and I'm talking about the CARICOM Caribbean region right now. We have a program called the Caribbean Regional Development Program, which is one of our development tools where we are investing significant amounts into blue economy related activities. We're one of the largest contributors to the World Bank's Pro-Blue Fund. We are, for us, the Global Environment Facility, the GEF, is one of our main means of supporting developing countries to address biodiversity, forest loss, improving ocean health, and combating pollution. In fact, currently we are the 7th largest donor, and we continue to continue that support. We are also one of the largest shareholders for the Caribbean Development Bank, and will continue to work with that financial mechanism in those to support blue economy related activities. I could go on and on. Canada's relationship in this area is indeed deep. I think it's important to recognize, though, that governments can't do everything, that partnerships between government and the private sector is important. The private sector is the main source of developing new technologies, but what the government can do, the government of Canada does, is to work with the private sector to encourage the sharing of those technologies and to facilitate investment that is a win-win. Just very quickly, one of the issues that I know that may come up is the importance of public-private partnerships, or the PPP arrangement. I just wanted to comment on that. Canada has been a leader in promoting a PPP arrangement. It's been noted that there isn't significant investment in maritime blue economy investments. One of the reasons for that is that there is not a significant amount of data available to the private sector in terms of risk, and therefore that's something that we need to focus on to try and move beyond those challenges. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I've been advised that a couple of panelists who were scheduled have arrived, so I'd like to invite, I would like to invite the Honorable Farley Augustine to come up and join us. Mr. Augustine is the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly. He's an educator with roots in the lovely seaside town of Speyside, Tobago, which is well known for its beauty. He's now the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly and has a background in linguistics and in international relations, and leads a very progressive administration that is dedicated to developing Tobago. And Tobago has a very strong blue economy, so we look forward to hearing. And apologies for not being aware that you were here as yet. Next, we have Ms. Donna Marie Howe, who is the Managing Director of the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited. Ms. Howe, welcome. And thank you for joining at short notice. We had some cancellations, so we've been doing a little bit of juggling. Thank you so much. Next, I'm going to invite the Honorable Onij Moran, the Minister of Tourism for Guyana, to speak to us a little bit about Guyana's experience. We know they're not the traditional, what you'd think of blue economy, because Guyana has a very robust green economy, and much of their efforts in tourism has been in developing their green economy. So I'll invite her to speak and tell us a little bit about what's going on there.
Thank you, Dr. Barrows. Good morning. Indeed, Guyana's position as a leading green and ecotourism destination, and our progress that we've made for preserving our forest, low deforestation rate, and elevating the conversation of the forest role in climate mitigation is something that we are well known for. But we have also, in keeping with our low carbon development strategy for development, this is a 2030 version, recognize that the blue economy also has to take its place in elevating the conversation to the importance of the blue economy in climate mitigation and indeed in our ecotourism product. I will just premise my comments by saying that Guyana is at a very peculiar juncture of its development, having been the recent oil-producing country and everything that comes along with trying to explore those resources. Guyana strategically has decided that while it's not popular to say that you're going to be exploiting oil resources in this day and age in an environment where you're speaking of conservation and sustainability, our approach has been that we are using our oil resources to exploit and develop the other non-oil sectors, so therefore building a diversified economy. Because when the oil and these natural resources are gone, there is the tourism, agriculture, aquaculture. These are the sectors that are also seeing unprecedented growth as we make deliberate policy directives and investment in these sectors. Our tourism, the ecotourism, which speaks to the coastal and building resilience in our coastal region, and we have seen our investments and focus has been on developing that aspect of our economy and sustainability. Guyana has been, like I said, a leader in sustainable tourism and development for many years, and just coming out of our low carbon development strategy, we continue to leverage and look at our base with our new found oil wealth and resources to look at ways in which our economy can develop sustainably. So using water resources for energy, for example, looking at more sustainable fishing practices, developing ports and waterways that will support a sustainable economy that also promotes sustainable agricultural practices, and for Guyana to realize the vision that we have of being the breadbasket of the Caribbean. We are known for our large arable lands, and we continue to use resources to develop sustainable agriculture practices. So you'll find more and more investment being made in aquaponics and more sustainable use of the land to continue to see more efficient use of agriculture and technology that it doesn't only provide for us, but also provides resources to our tourism, our growing tourism potential. Our tourism model, as I mentioned, is unique, and while we are not part in the strictest discussion of the blue economy, recently in a partnership, as we're speaking of partnerships with the UK, we have developed a maritime economy plan that recognizes the potential that we have in the traditional maritime economy. This is oil and gas and all of the other traditional ways in which the maritime economy is being used, but also for us to explore the mangroves and the other non-traditional ways in which we can build Guyana and continue to build our status as a carbon sink nation. And so we have a very expansive and elaborate mangroves development project, and this has seen tremendous success. And I must mention that despite the fact that Guyana is an oil-producing country, we are still net zero. And our forest, which is 87% of our country, provides a very large carbon sink. We also have, for many decades, we have very low, in fact, almost negative deforestation rate. Our deforestation rate is 0.002, and we continue based on our low carbon development strategy, we continue to develop and implement policies to develop our country that maintains this low deforestation rate, to maintain our country as net zero. And we're coming, as we speak about the blue economy and this conversation, which is a very important conversation to have, it is noteworthy that we were having the same kind of conversation about our forests. And it was recognized that carbon emissions, the deforestation going on globally, was contributing to the carbon emissions in the world. Yet it took many decades for us to really recognize from the United Nations and onwards, for us to recognize the value that the forest plays in preserving our climate and preserving the ecosystem. Similarly, it is very heartening to see that the blue economy, this conversation continues to be elevated at these levels and ultimately in the levels of the UN, where we begin to recognize the importance, especially in small nation islands, as my brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, the importance of mitigation efforts and financing to be more directly targeted to our needs and for those nation states that are depending on the blue economy.
So much. We really look forward to hearing some more about your experience with carbon credit trading, because I think it's a data-driven system. But right now we'll move on to Yogi, and we'll have each of the panelists give their brief introduction to what they want us to, where they want the conversation to go, and then we'll invite the audience to talk. So Yogi.
Thank you, Ravidya. Morning, everyone. We have been talking about the blue economy since yesterday. Any idea what's the size of global blue economy? It's between 2.5 to $3 trillion. It's a huge economy. And if you look at the contribution of Caribbean, it's close to $400 to $500 billion a year. So we see the Caribbean is already very active in this space, but there are significant challenges which this sector is facing, and that's where Eco-Canada has been focused for quite some time. As Kevin indicated in the morning, like how our journey to blue economy sector started. A few years ago, we had an opportunity to work with a few countries here to see how prepared these economies are to face the global challenges, especially the climate change and any other issues that we are facing. And when we started doing the research, we identified that there is significant potential in this sector, but there are numerous challenges as well. Now, if you look at the challenges, one of the biggest challenges, they come from the competency gaps. We have over 8 billion people on the planet, but every industry, every country, and almost in every sector, we don't have enough skilled people to meet our demand. So what's happening? We don't have the lack of people. We don't have the lack of education. We have numerous universities, numerous colleges, thousands and thousands of training programs, micro-credentials evolving every day. But still the challenges are, we don't have enough people to address our demands. And that's where some of those basic things like the competency standards or national occupational standards, they come into picture. We can talk about these sectors' growth, we can talk about the challenges, we can talk about the emerging issues. We can address all of those, but the basic solution comes from those competency standards, national occupational standards, and how they are integrated with the employer's demand and how they are addressed by the education sector. And that's the key challenge we are seeing almost everywhere. Now, in Canada, our blue economy, of course, we have the world's largest coastline. But our economy, or the blue economy's contribution in our GDP is not as much as we would want to be. So currently we employ around 350,000 people in the blue economy sector. We have almost $40 billion contribution annually to the GDP, which is not much compared to if you look at the overall blue economy size, overall opportunities that we can tap into, and what even the smallest countries are doing. So Government of Canada came out with its own vision and tools how to support this sector. We have Ocean Supercluster, which is primarily focused on supporting the Canada's blue economy, growing it, and also fostering international collaboration. Our vision for 2035 is to grow this economy almost by 5 times. Government is investing, private sector is working a lot to support this vision. We have ocean technology, a number of key sectors identified, but almost everybody is competing for the same workforce pool. Last night we had a good delegation from Canada here, like some of those excellent academic programs. You might see Jay in the crowd. He represents Marine Institute, and he was telling the size of the labs and research infrastructure at Marine Institute is over $1 billion, of investment. Now, we see those kind of investments are still underutilized if we are not able to foster international collaboration. And these are some of those areas where we as an Eco-Canada have been investing a lot. How do we bring those key players together, and how do we increase those collaboration? One of the biggest challenges is not the knowledge. The challenges are the knowledge transfer. We don't have to reinvent the wheel every time, again and again. If we can share that knowledge, we can foster the growth much more faster. And maybe I will stop here, let other speakers say, and I will come back to some of those other points I want to share today.
Thank you. So I can invite the Honorable Mr. Augustine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation to be here. I tend to see myself as Tobagonian by birth, so Tobago is my home, and I often feel like Jamaica is my yard because I studied and lived there for a long while, and there's perhaps no part of Jamaica I have not been to, so it's always a pleasure to be in Jamaica and to support what I would consider my family in Jamaica, what we are doing here. I am from the small island of Tobago, a part of the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Tobago is 116 square miles. That's it by land, but we are a significantly larger oceanic state. It's one of the part of the reason why we are on a thrust, for example, to ensure that all of our students have access to swimming pools so that they can learn to swim, because as a government policy, we have decided that all of our youngsters must be able to swim as a prerequisite for living in an oceanic state. As part of the archipelagic state of Trinidad and Tobago and all the smaller islands that are part of that archipelagic state, we are happy that our maritime boundaries are quite large as a result, and that has resulted in some good fortunes for us as a country. When it comes to the blue economy and Tobago specifically, and this is a conference where we're talking about global resilience, last year alone we faced 3 main challenges that came about as a result of the blue economy. In February last year, we woke up one morning to 15 kilometers of our coastline inundated with oil, blackened by oil and oily waste, because a vessel about 30 meters in length overturned in our waters, struck reef, and massive oil leak. And one of the things we have to appreciate when it comes to resilience in tourism is how we can partner with the world to ensure that we all survive. And so because of our partnerships through the IOPC and other international agencies, we had Petrobras coming in from Brazil, for example. What was supposed to be a 6-month cleanup exercise, we were able to accomplish it in 3 months and able to save the wildlife that was affected in the area. We're talking about a massive operation of not just removing the oily waste, but also painstakingly taking up all of the animals, the reptiles, including snakes and seabirds, and amphibians and so on, and cleaning them out with the little toothbrushes. You know that commercial you see for Dawn? Well, I didn't realize that that was real until we had that oil spill in February. And then by the time we got to April, as we were sort of wrapping up our oil spill cleanup efforts, the once-in-a-lifetime thing happened to a visitor on our shores. He almost got killed by a shark. This visitor was on his very last day of vacation and said, hey, let me go and take a nice bath in the sea, a nice swim before I take my flight out of Tobago. And the next thing we know is that we are mobilizing the British High Commission, the hospital agencies, getting him repaired. And we are happy that last year, November, he came to visit us at World Travel Market in London in November to more or less say thanks to Little Tobago, who was instrumental in saving his life and ensuring that he's still alive and can return to Tobago for vacation. What are the odds that once in a lifetime events happen within the marine or the maritime space that impacted our tourism sector? And then, of course, by the time we get to July last year, we were preparing for Hurricane Beryl. Now, fortunately for Trinidad and Tobago, we tend to be very south of the hurricane belt. However, ever so often Tobago gets impacted because the northeastern side of the island tends to stick out into the pathway that the hurricanes pass. And so we did, in fact, receive some impact from Beryl in July last year. In fact, I can remember on my birthday, which was July 1st, the best month, July. Yes, July people, yes. And on my birthday, I am out there with our emergency operations teams and ensuring that we were preparing for Hurricane Beryl. So we had a very eventful 2024, and our ability to be resilient where tourism is concerned, we were tested in every measure possible. But there are some good things that that are happening in our space because we recognize the import of the blue economy. In 2020, Tobago received the designation for the Man and the Biosphere in the Northeast Tobago Reserve, and this is perhaps the first of the Man and the Biosphere designations that considers both terrestrial and marine space. So it is a large area that spans our main range rainforest all the way to the reef systems we have around the northeastern tip of the island. It is some 83,488 hectares that are considered. And within this core zone, we have 3 protected areas. We have the main range rainforest. So that's green economy, and we heard about that from Guyana. That is actually the first example of green legislation anywhere in the world. 1776 was the year we began protecting our main range rainforest. So next year we'll be celebrating 250 years of a protected rainforest. It is the oldest protected rainforest in the Western Hemisphere and the first example of green legislation anywhere in the world. But also within that Man and the Biosphere designation, we have Little Tobago and the St. Giles. Those are 2 islands between Charlottesville and the Speyside. And those islands are protected because they house thousands of marine birds or seabirds, as we call them, and migratory birds. And so within the entire Man and the Biosphere designation, we have 1,774 species that are protected, 83 that are on the IUCN Red List, 41 endemic species, 13 H criteria species, 48 international migratory criteria species, and 120 CITES criteria species. So that Man and the Biosphere designation is quite important for how we proceed to monetize our blue economy. And the good thing about the Man and the Biosphere designation is that it does not stop us from doing work in the area, but it allows us to protect our environment, use it as a marketing tool for tourism, and ensure that the biodiversity are kept. And the 2 other things I wish to share quickly. In May last year, we began along with the IDB, our blue carbon credit system. And so for the first time, Trinidad and Tobago, with Tobago through its mangrove plantations, leading in setting up our blue carbon credit scheme and how that can benefit us as a country. For us as a country, we see Tobago as a perfect carbon sinkhole for Trinidad and Tobago. That is one of the oldest hydrocarbon producers in the world. And so we are happy to do our bit in saving the environment. And finally, in this year, a few weeks ago, and just last week we had our energy conference, but a few weeks ago we opened our deep water competitive bidding round 2025, and a significant number of the blocks that are now out for competitive global bidding for drilling in hydrocarbons actually exists in Tobago's marine space, and some of them exist just outside of the area now designated as man and the biosphere. And I'll close by saying this. There is significant potential for us within the Caribbean especially to monetize our maritime space or our blue economy, and to ensure that we do so responsibly. For a very, very long time, we have had metropolitan states sort of coming in and out of our maritime space and maximizing use of the space through fishing and extracting hydrocarbons. But I think the Caribbean is at a place where we are ready to lead in ensuring we manage how our blue economy goes, how our maritime spaces are actually monetized, and how we can benefit our people across the Caribbean region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I'm just going to invite Ms. Donna Marie
Howe. Thank you. Thank you, moderator, and thank you, esteemed panelists, and it's indeed a pleasure. Jamaica Bauxite Mining, start with JBM. We are a government-owned entity, and we manage and run 2 ports. Yes, we are our core business in the cargo, but one of those ports is located in Ocho Rios, which is another lovely resort of Jamaica. So welcome all of our international visitors to Jamaica. And Ocho Rios is a tourism resort. And ironically, right now, that pier, Reynolds Pier, is birthing all of the cruise vessels that come into the Ocho Rios because of the berth that was damaged in Ocho Rios. So that is by essence what is resilience. So we operate a hybrid port there, and in JBM we are expounding that reach under sustainable practices. And it's important to know how you be agile and resilient is by having a diversified economy. And in doing so, the Reynolds Pier now is building on that biodiversity reach and the sustainability with all of our ecotourism practices. And ecotourism covers many aspects, and the brilliance of the JBM in forging that relationship with our tourism sector is that we engage all of the surrounding workforce in the communities there. So let's go back a little bit more about the ports and what we're actually contributing to the blue economy, because we're very active in this space, and being very active is from initiatives that we are doing. So we're all aware of the IMO reduction in carbon greenhouse emissions, and that is very much designated to the ships. So there is a bit of a dissonance between the ships and the ports, because the ships have to dock somewhere on the ports. So JBM now is developing our berth and our ports using sustainable practices, one of which is so that we can be more compliant on the Green Corridor, is implementing PV systems there, so that all of when we're loading, it will be 84% used with renewable energy. We are also, in our expansion of our berth, will be using sustainable practices in the berth where it won't touch the ocean bed, so that is not damaging to, so it's sustainable for the blue economy. And in building out the port as well, our design will have initiatives such as shore power, and I'll go a little bit more into that a little bit later when I go into specifics, but I just want to go into what we said is what disruptions are that we're facing and how we're responding to that, and I went into the direct response that JBM is doing, but I just want to speak about it more globally and the challenges that we face, within the Caribbean, because we are a small developing island, and the challenges of climate change are wide and far-reaching, and they're costly. And in the blue economy of ports, it's very expensive. So while I'm saying, yes, we're expanding and we're building a new berth, they come at an exorbitant cost, and doing that with sustainable practices have implications as well on budgets and so forth. So being a government entity, we can tap into other resources, work together like in partnerships, as you said, collaborations. And one of those ways that we collaborate, I'm a member of an association, Port Management Associations of the Caribbean, and we collaborate using our ideas, resources, data research and sharing, because knowledge is power and data is power. And it is still a novel space that we're in development of these ports. So one of the ways in which we're expanding that reach, as I said, yes, we have to, from a governance perspective, we have to build greener ports, and we're doing it. But the more that we can collaborate in PPPs, it makes the process easier to maneuver and to garner that information and to work out and do. So let me tell you a little bit more about the approach that we're taking and into mitigating some of those risks that we're experiencing right now in that space. So in the port infrastructure design, we want to put in shore power, as I spoke about. So one of the initiatives with shore power is your end-to-end connectivities. And when you have like a cargo port, which we have, is sustainable because we can develop both of those ports. So that is a solution that we're looking into, and that will be. And just as I was going back into the global space that we're in and becoming more compliant with regulatory nuances that we're faced with, while we're being very proactive and voluntary doing these developments in the course of our building out our development, it's not going to be voluntary. It's going to become mandatory. So the more that we can get ahead of the curve in our future planning and in our master plans and incorporating in budgets and developments, the more that we will mitigate the nuances that we're faced with, and that's going to become a nuance, because when it becomes mandatory, it's just going to be forced upon us. So much more around green corridor strategies that I think that we should be looking into is collaborating amongst ourselves with different port authorities in different regions in the Caribbean region. I think that has value, and going a little bit more integral within JBM. Everything that we do is around ESG from all of our initiatives. So we've made it one of our goals, and building an accountability statement. So every part of our businesses, we think about environmental sustainability, and some examples the ministry that we're in is Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, but the hybrid within tourism. So some of our social programs around biodiversity, fisheries, with one of the agencies, the National Fisheries Agencies, and we're doing projects like using our equipment that we have and dredging and building out using gabion baskets, so to support the ocean there. So giving back, little steps, little initiatives make a big difference. So just sharing with you some of the small steps that you can make, and also in the port development and infrastructure, they're big developments, and yes, they need resources, but if we come together with partnerships, locally within port authorities, regionally within the space that you operate in, we can make a difference.
Thank you so much. I've learned a lot. I think there are two common threads running through this seemingly diverse panel. First is that no island is an island, and no sector is a sector. There's so much interconnection, especially with the tourism sector, between ports or even healthcare, as we learned, or with agriculture and fisheries. Tourism, even if you are the 3S style of tourism, which is most at the forefront in the blue economy, which is the sun, sea, sand model, we rely on so many other sectors and collaboration, even if, for instance, the example given with the Port Reynolds, stepping up and allowing the cruise ships to berth. So it's really important. So that's one key thing that I'd maybe like to invite people if they want to talk some more about it. And the other thing is, whether we're big or small, we need information and emerging technology to have more sustainable practices and to better manage risk. So these are things that affect Canada just as much as they'll affect Jamaica or tiny Tobago. They affect us all, and we can learn from the experiences that we have in the past and share. So I'd like to open up the floor now to questions, and let's see if we can have a conversation in the last few minutes. Questions? Your mic?
Thank you so much. It was another riveting panel, so really appreciated all panelists, especially the first speaker who told us we are no longer Caribbean, let's say developing states, island, whatever they used to call SIDS. Right, so there's a new name, so I'd like him to expand on that and as to where the origin of that came about. But further, Donna Marie Howe, thank you for your presentation, Jamaica Bauxite, for allowing the cruise ships to berth, larger quarters. What's more interesting is how are you going to help states' maritime economies expand? We have St. Lucia, we have Cuba, we have Haiti. I mean, the whole Caribbean, we need greater economy there, right? As well as fisheries and the blue economy, developing that. And finally, a comment from the Honorable Farley Augustine. Your presentation was very touching, especially how the cleanup happened. So can you tell the sponsors, the IDB Bank, and also the World Bank, what kind of other support you need and other small developing states?
You can just answer the questions.
Okay, I was going to allow him to go first and then me second. But I would just, while I have the mic, thank you for your question. So It's absolutely a pleasure to be able to respond. At Reynolds Pier, we are one country, one island. The great thing is that we haven't lost any cruise vessels from Jamaica because of the incident that happened. So it's a pleasure to be able to adapt and restructure our resources logistically to receive the cruise vessels. But your second question, thank you, is how can we work together more to expand the reach from an economy basis and the biodiversity with fisheries. The initiatives that we're doing is by working with agencies, government agencies and regional developing policies. So the two big projects that we're doing are big fishing communities. We go in there, ask the fishermen, because we feel that responsibility, what is it that you need? And it's simple things, stopping the silt and coming down, putting in gabion baskets so that the fishermen have a more habitable environment. And then other initiatives that we're doing is that you collaborate and share information, like when you're building berths and ports in the seabed, to have less injurious infrastructure. So the one that we're doing, for example, is building a pontoon as our berth, so it doesn't have so many pilings that go right down to the bottom of the seabed. Again, you don't want to tamper the environment of the fishing, and the fisheries. So they're the initiatives that we've put in place. Thank you for your question.
I would say that we need quite a lot of assistance from international partners. I mentioned the work we did with the IOPC, which stands for International Oil Pollution Compensation Fund, of which we are a signatory. But when you have an oil spill, you don't get monies out of the IOPC immediately. So you have to start by finding the money and spending it. As a matter of fact, Tobago has not received any IOPC funds as yet. And that is being worked out between the central government and ITOF. But we have already spent in excess of $11 million on cleanup operations. We're talking about the workers' PPE, the oil booms, you name it, the guzzlers to suck the oily waste out of the water, all of those things. We still have existing where we have properly constructed pits storing the oily waste to do the final disposing of those oily waste to be done. And we have not yet conducted any post-cleanup studies. So we really need to go back and do some reconnaissance on our reef systems along that 15-kilometer radius to see what the impact was, to see if there exists still a debris field to be cleaned. 2 weeks ago, when we had some rough seas, we did see some residual oily waste pop up on one of the beaches within the 15-kilometer radius. And that's simply because we just don't have the additional funds to do the next set of work. And so it's important that international partners, not just IOTF, not just the International Oil Pollution Compensation Fund, but also IDB, World Bank, the oil companies, that they have an appreciation for what oil spills can do for smaller economies such as those in the Caribbean. And I noted that Guyana is the newest kid on the block insofar as oil exploration. And that's also one of the risks that Guyana and Guyana's tourism has to pay attention to and prepare for. Because the reality is that in Tobago, we don't do any of the manufacturing of hydrocarbons on island in Tobago. Everything is piped to Trinidad. This is just a vessel who, by the way, was illegally transporting bunker fuel through a very important shipping lane just outside of Tobago that ran aground and caused this havoc. And so it can literally happen to any island. The oil spill in Tobago also impacted as far as Aruba. They saw stuff popping up on their beaches in Aruba based on sea currents. So again, it can literally happen to any territory within the region. So imagine your beautiful white sandy beach and one day it's just black because a ship passing with oil ran aground in your waters. And so that sort of resilience, the capacity on island is also needed to be built, ensuring we have equipment on island to respond. And all of those things cost money. But there is also a training element for our citizens to ensure that we can respond even more efficiently the next time around, should there be another reoccurrence.
So there we go. So with respect to the concept of large ocean states, to be honest with you, I'm not sure when that term was developed. But the idea, of course, is that if you extrapolate the territorial waters of any of the islands, the water mass that each small island developing state has a responsibility for is significantly larger than the land mass. But, you know, I think a fact which is even more striking, according to the World Bank, although the Caribbean Sea is less than 1% of global oceans, they make up, depending on how you define it, 14 to 27% of the value of the global ocean economy, which is equivalent to over $400 million US. I mean, that in itself kind of talks about the financial impact and the responsibility and the challenge that are faced just within the Caribbean region.
Question. Thank you. You can go ahead. Thank you. He's bringing the mic to you. Thank you.
So since the World Bank was mentioned several times, just wanted to say that we have a blue economy project in the Eastern Caribbean, which is looking into some of the issues that have been discussed here, including helping the fisheries industry there, developing a very innovative insurance scheme for fishermen, because that's very important with all the calamities and things that are happening around the world. And just would like to say that we have 4 countries participating now in the Eastern Caribbean in that project, in the Blue Economy project. It actually can be expanded even to countries outside of Eastern Caribbean. So it is up to the countries to join this initiative and get the support from the World Bank on fisheries, but also on other blue economy aspects, including keeping the blue, like looking into the wastewater management to make sure, plastics management to make sure that the tourists, the ecosystem remains preserved, and the tourists want to come to these countries, that they don't get, and to the pristine and nice beaches, they don't get polluted to the point that they will not get more tourists there. And we know that there are some places where wastewater management is an issue, and the water quality is not necessarily the one that we would like to see. So the blue is already not blue in some parts. Just wanted to mention that. And by the way, in terms of the large economic opportunity and large, wealth that there is in the Caribbean Sea, a lot of this doesn't stay in the Caribbean. A lot of this is the earnings of cruise ships, and very little stays in the Caribbean, is the all-inclusive hotels. And some, of course, there are benefits to the countries, but when a hotel like this imports most of its food from outside, probably there are less benefits to the economy than it could be, and we should try to work all together on making sure that these linkages with the local economy, with the local communities, are strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just 2 seconds. Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to just quickly respond with two things as you spoke, and I'm happy that you acknowledge that sometimes these investments in the Caribbean region, most of the benefits are also extracted out of the region, and we are left with just employment as a basic gift. But two things came to mind really quickly. One, we are seeing some movements with the European Union, and we did not discuss this, working on sargassum and how we respond to sargassum. And it's a multi-state sort of operation that includes Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, and several other territories in the Caribbean. So that's an important issue that we did not discuss as a panel, and how, as a region, we respond to sargassum and the impact on tourism. And secondly, for us in Tobago last year, we were privileged to host the conference for Blue Flag beaches, as we look at how we can have more Blue Flag beaches around the world. That program is also an opportunity for Caribbean states to ensure that our blue economy remains blue, and that our ocean remains safe and healthy and teeming with wildlife, with biodiversity. I'm happy to say that for us in Tobago, we test our water quality monthly, and we ensure that they are above the acceptable standard for recreation. In that way, it will be good for human beings, but even better for wildlife. So just those important distinctions.
So thank you, Mr. Augustine. And just to close off, because I think we're at the end, I'll probably take one question after this. But I think because this panel is about setting the stage, and I'm really grateful to the point that you brought up. The blue economy is made up of 3 components, and we've really been talking about one and maybe touching on the other one. The first is, of course, the economy and reducing the risk of disruptions to the generation of the economy, right? The second one, of course, is sustainability. And we've been talking a lot about sustainability, environmental sustainability, and protecting the blue assets or the natural resource base. But there's a third component of the blue economy, which the name kind of, it's a little bit missed in the name, and that's this social component. A lot of, in the academic literature, a big part of this is to develop a distributive social economy. And that is where we're talking about profits from our natural resources being exported to other parts of the world, or the people participating here are not having good paying jobs and not seeing the benefit of the development of the blue assets. So we have to bear in mind throughout today that we're talking about 3 things: business economy, a national economy, which is the macroeconomic aspect, the environmental sustainability, but also what are the social benefits accruing to the host communities. I have a question here and then one more, and I think we have to close off because I think we started at 10:30 and we have an hour and 5 we've been assigned, so we'll do that. And as the questions are directed, I would invite you to directly take the questions, the panelists. Thank you. So.
No, I just wanted to bring up that the World Bank has also been supporting sanctuaries, fishing sanctuaries in Jamaica. I myself, we're from an area called Treasure Beach, and the World Bank gave a grant to the Breads Foundation and the National Fisheries Authority for the Galleon Beach Fishing Sanctuary. So and they also trained a lot of people as tour guides and boat captains, and so I do want to thank for that.
Can I add just a few last comments? because we have been talking about the marine resources, talking about the size of the economy. Now, just the fisheries or seafood sector, currently it's close to $360 billion, which is expected to grow by $800 billion by 2032. So the economy is growing very fast. And we talk about the resources, limitations, but if you look at the funding landscape, there are numerous fundings done for similar kind of initiatives, similar kind of projects. So basically, we are investing money again and again in developing the same resources. We are not focusing on sharing those resources. How do we make sure that the impact of the initial funding that came into developing some resources, they start growing and multiplying by themselves? And that's where we need to bring or collaborate more. And in that perspective, I can share what Government of Canada has done. We are the first country in G7 or in any developed economy who came out with the first national occupational standards for blue economy. We were the one who developed it, and we made tremendous efforts in sharing it with different countries, different employers, and other people or other sectors who are very keenly involved into this. We are working very closely with a number of universities in Jamaica. So some of those competence standards that we developed, we are sharing with them, which will help them in further refining their curriculum. And they will get accredited by Eco-Canada. Through this Government of Canada's initiative, we also launched an internationally recognized designation for people employed in sustainable blue economy. We had few applications from Jamaica, and those people are now on the verge of getting certified. So there are tons of resources out there. So instead of going for new funding or looking for who can fund a new project, see what has already been done and reach out to those projects and see how those collaborations could enhance further building upon it rather than redoing what has already been done.
Thank you, Yogi. Very, very important. I think I had one last question, and then we'll probably break. I'll hand over to Kevin.
Oh, this panel has been very informative. My name is Tassili Ma'at, and I'm visiting here from Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm interested in bringing business to Jamaica and the Caribbean. One of the things that I just haven't really heard be addressed, and that is the replenishing of the sea life. You know, what brings so many tourists is the opportunity to come and see the world that exists under the ocean. We love the pristine waters, and it's so wonderful that they've maintained their beautiful blue. But where is the life? What is being done to replenish, restock the ocean so that the sea life is there for the fishermen, but also for the ocean's sustainability of itself? The coral, the dolphins, the starfish, all the sea life that is just vanishing. So, just to whoever would like to address
sure.
that.
Now, you see, this is, and I'm going to try to put on my diplomatic hat here, so I could be very guided by how I respond. The Caribbean, in large, is at the mercy of global climate changes for which we are not among the greatest contributors. We are seeing where our coral reef systems are struggling because of warming, of increasing sea temperatures, for which we may not be the largest contributor. And so it is painful when metropolitan states, at this moment of crisis, and I'm not going to single out anyone, turn their backs on the global economy, the global space, and this global fight for preserving our environment. That aside, we have been going down the route of establishing marine parks as a way of protecting our marine spaces. We have also been doing the necessary work in literally checking our fish stock and the density therein, and how we manage that and manage fishers and the type of equipment and the type of fishing equipment specifically that we allow to pass through our waters. In the past, we have had vessels flagged from larger countries just pass through and sweeping up everything they can and destroying our fish stock. So the creation of marine parks around the region have been quite important in creating such protection. A very good example might be the Soufriere Marine Park in St. Lucia. And although I'm from Tobago, I have been to that park and have assessed the work that they did there, where they were able to designate areas only for scuba diving or snorkeling and for no fishing, and they have zoned the areas that the fishers can go into. And then a part of that they have where they are doing sort of schooling, where they have designated areas for young fishes and for ensuring that we can replenish the stock. And so we have to use multiple solutions to that problem. So we are very much open to the creation of parks. We are literally farming fish stock in some areas and doing the replenishing. But we also need the global community to support the Caribbean region because we are at the mercies of these warming waters that are in fact causing coral bleaching across the region, also assisting to destroy our coastline. And then while we are doing that, politicians like myself and Honorable Minister from Guyana, we have to take some very bold policy decisions in terms of regulating how our people utilize marine resources so that they're not overfishing special species such as the parrotfish, for example, and that people are building according to codes and that they're not just letting their wastes out. We literally have to take some unpopular policy decisions to protect our maritime space. At the end of the day, our good friend from Canada has perhaps described it best. We might be small terrestrial territories, but we are massive in terms of our oceanic space. And so if we destroy our oceanic space, very soon we'll be left with little to no land on which to live. That's just the reality. So all of these are actions that we need to just simply take.
Just want to add one, in addition to that, is that when we look at resources and being able to, the idea is as small nation states or states that are developing, that how do we get access to financing that supports our sustainability initiatives? And one of the ways in which I would like to mention that we can monetize environmental stewardship. And Guyana is the first country that has been able to have our carbon sink and our forests internationally certified under the R3 certification, where we were able to sell, monetize on the private market our carbon sink that for $750 million US. And we continue to use these innovative ways of financing, where our biodiversity, we have recently formed a biodiversity alliance where not only the carbon sink or carbon credits is monetized and given credit for, but also preserving biodiversity. So these are the ways in which our innovative ways that we can put our natural resources, our pristine natural resources that so many people come to look at, the preservation of those things, and we can be able to put it on the market to have it monetizing. It seems to be a very complex financial model, but we have been able to do it, and we continue to do it, called jurisdictional financing, jurisdictional carbon credits. So it's not only carbon credits, but we can also do so for our biodiversity preservation. And Guyana has been able to successfully market this privately and as well as on a national scale. Thank you.
so much. Thank you to the panel, and I'll invite Eco Canada's president to come and close the session.
Well, thank you very much. In the interest of time, we're trying to stay really on time today because we all want to be part of the gala dinner tonight. So we're not going to do too many closing remarks. These guys are going to be here for the lunch break. We're skipping the coffee break. If you desperately need a cup of coffee, go out and grab one. I'd like Derek to make sure he comes up to the scene to take over for the next panel. And then we're just going to quickly have a couple of pictures with these esteemed guests here. So thank you very much for being part of this session.
Good morning again, everyone. We have the privilege of doing the panel before lunch, which is always challenging, but we're going to make it as exciting and interesting as possible. So my name is Derek Lukpat. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I'm a certified circular economy specialist and founder of the Circular Caribbean Company. And it's a privilege to be the moderator for this session titled Leveraging Ocean Technology for Resilient Tourism Infrastructure in Small Island Developing States, or as His Excellency Mr. Mark Berman stated, large ocean developing states. So just on a personal note, I'm happy to be back here in Jamaica. It's my second home. I have lived and worked here for 10 years. So very happy to be back and enjoying the lovely people and of course the food. So our format is similar to the last one. I'm just going to do context to warm up the stage a little bit, introduce our three esteemed panelists. Each will bring their information to the stage, and then we'll do a Q&A where we can engage with you. We've been asked to close off no later than 1 to accommodate, of course, you to have lunch, and then for the Honorable Prime Minister to grace us with his presence. So why are we here? We are here to use our collective insights and experience through collaboration to solve problems together. We should all be leaving this conference informed, inspired, and itching to add your value to solving our shared challenges. I recognize that this is a global tourism conference, but I believe that as large ocean states, we would serve as a benchmark where resiliency is concerned. And a resilient tourism sector, to complement Dr. Burrow's definition of a blue economy, is one which can recover from the inevitable, unfortunately inevitable, economic, social, and environmental shocks, whether they be internal or external, within a reasonable time frame and a limited loss of value. We should not be operating in silos. When we walk out of our homes or our offices, we are walking into the same society and the same environment as everyone else. At the national level, Jamaicans share the same air and swim in the same water as our neighbors in Dominica, Barbados, and even Florida. We are all interconnected, and we need a sensible, systems-based approach in addressing the issues and facilitating sustained prosperity for the global tourism sector. That depends on the blue economy. So this discussion today will explore, thank you, how ocean technology can empower tourism stakeholders to build a resilient tourism infrastructure that balances economic growth with environmental stewardship and ensuring long-term prosperity for all of our societies. So without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce our three esteemed panelists. We have, and she's no stranger to us, having moderated the last panel so well, Dr. Ovidia Burrows, an environmental sustainability specialist. She has over 30 years' experience in sustainability, tourism resilience, and the blue economy in the Caribbean. She's advised on coastal and marine development, served as an environmental compliance advisor, and led key climate and environmental projects, including 15 years with Dolphin Cove here in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean, the St. Kitts and Nevis UNFCCC report, and the Barbados Blue Economy Policy. Her work focuses on integrating science into policy. She holds a PhD and a BSc from the University of the West Indies, a master's in climate change from the University of Waterloo, and an MSc from King's College. So I'd like to welcome again Dr. Ovidia Burrows. Next, we have Mr. Jai Raghunathan of the Marine Institute of Memorial University of Newfoundland in Canada. He has over 20 years' experience in ocean technology education and research, playing a key role in launching programs at the Marine Institute. With a background in engineering, technology, and business, he has contributed to Canada's blue economy and developed job skills frameworks for the ocean tech industry. He has mentored students in global ROV competitions and spoken internationally on sustainability. Currently, he is collaborating with the Indian government to establish an ocean tech park for training, research, and blue financing in the Indian Ocean. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Jai Raghunathan. And last but not least, we have Mr. Ken Doyle, the Executive Director of Tech Access Canada. He brings over 20 years' expertise in the federal public policy and government relations with a deep understanding of Canada's innovation ecosystem. Originally from New Brunswick and now based in Ottawa, he has served as the Executive Director of Tech Access Canada since 2016, leading initiatives like Interactive Visits and TAC 360 to empower businesses, especially SMEs, to innovate and thrive. A skilled advocate and strategic thinker, he promotes the Technology Access Center model to industry leaders and policymakers, which he'll no doubt do today. He holds a master's in public policy and administration, a bachelor's in public affairs and policy management, and the Certified Association Executive designation. So we'd like to welcome Mr. Ken Doyle. And next order of business, in the same order that I introduced, I'd ask each of the panelists to present on their area of expertise, please. And then we'll get into the discussion and the QA and hopefully solve some problems together.
Thank you, Derek. So I was asked to speak a little bit about some of the challenges of the blue economy. And based on my work in Barbados, I actually got permission from the government of Barbados to share with you some of the challenges. And there are many challenges, economic and environmental and so on, but given the theme of the conference, I'm going to focus on challenges that have to do with data and information. The first one in Barbados that you may find resonates with you, is that in Barbados we had a situation of data gradients where we had a lot of information in a coastal area, and we had a lot of economic development in the coastal area because it's very close, it's very easy to access these resources. But as we go further out to to encompass the entire economic exclusive zone, we had a lot less information and more resources. That's where the wealth of the large ocean economy is to be based. But we had no information. We had very little means of gathering the data, very little capacity to surveil developments that might be permitted to go on there. So this data gradient is one thing. And also there was a big difference between the risk you would take on the Atlantic side compared to the Caribbean side of the island. And I suspect many Caribbean islands may face the same data challenges, where we have a lot of environmental degradation right next to the coast, a lot of problems, but it's also easier to manage because it's more accessible. So that's one big challenge. The next big challenge that I want to mention is that many of these island states, small island states, have no capacity or very limited capacity for cumulative effects management. And in a water environment that is by definition very fluid, it's really a problem to pinpoint where the source of an impact is, or how impacts are changing with currents. And really the issue with this has to do with liability at the end of the day from a business perspective. We need to understand that environmental resource baselines are dynamic, they're always changing, and from a liability perspective, you know, who's to blame, who pays, who is the cause of a problem. It's really important to have systems in place to deal with cumulative effects assessment. And another feature of the marine environment, aside from it being very fluid, is that we can't see it easily. So if we give permits, let's say from deep water mining or collection of nodules, rare earth nodules or something like that we may have in our space. If a huge amount of damage is being done, most of the island states don't have the resources for surveillance, and they also don't, we can't see it, so we can't complain about it. And this is something my colleague will talk a little bit more about in terms of the technologies that may be available to us to deal with it. Another issue has to do with green certification of blue tourism entities in the Caribbean. And there's really a need for verifiable online self-assessment digital systems. There are, I know it was mentioned this morning, there's the blue flag and there's also a green globe. But these are often very expensive and require experts to come and certify and audit. And usually only the very large corporate tourism entities can participate. The small to medium-sized ones usually can't afford it. So that there's a need for a low-cost green certification to promote green branding and enable tourism entities to be able to declare to the world, hey, we're sustainable and we're doing things right. So without having to pay, you know, thousands and thousands of American dollars per year. My next point has to do with the need, it touches on not so much what we dealt with in Barbados, but a project I did for the CTO a few years back. And this is, you know, the availability of information services and data products. The tourism industry in the Caribbean has a huge appetite for data services, especially as it relates to climate and climate change. And that's been reasonably well developed in Europe, but it's something we are really not very aware of and we haven't really capitalized on, but it could really represent some major business opportunities in the Caribbean that will allow us to address, to really cope with disruptions in the global market. My last 2 points, the first one has to do with measuring the blue economy. We heard Yogi talk about the relative value of the blue economy, but the Caribbean Development Bank has tried on a couple of occasions to put a monetary value on, I know Jamaica's blue economy, for instance, as an example, and they ran into major problems because the national statistics fall short of allowing us to really quantify, let's say, one sector's contribution to the blue economy. So right now, it's really relying on what is the overall contribution to GDP or the number of jobs created, but that falls far short, and it really undervalues the contribution of the particular sector, in this case tourism, to the blue economy. Some of the problems they identified was like lack of consistent and complete data sets, underestimation of direct and indirect contribution of the informal inputs from small businesses, for example, and overrepresentation of large mature activities, which might capture data a lot better than the smaller entities. We have real problems disaggregating the blue components from sectors that are mixed, where, like tourism, where we may have a green terrestrial aspect, but there are also significant contributions from the coastal and marine areas. And as I touched on before, we also don't consider the human aspects very well, the human dimension. So just to close off now, the last point, which we have touched on before, is that tourism also doesn't, in managing our risk and managing our exposure to global disruptions, we need to also recognize and be very proactive about the fact that we're not islands. Tourism as a sector is not an island, and we operate within a supply chain. So if there are problems in other blue economy sectors like fisheries or ports, we can have real problems. So the tourism managers really have to use digital technologies to improve efficiencies on one hand, to be able to have plan Bs or diversify as necessary, and to proactively or reactively respond when there are disruptions to the global systems and global markets, to be able to remain competitive. So those are just some of the challenges that my colleagues will enlighten us a bit about their experience and what opportunities may be available to plug some of these gaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravidya, and for illustrating a number of challenges we have across the sector. And before we go over to Jai, who will deep dive into the actual ocean technology, just a couple points. Data, and I think that's where the intersection comes in, because relying technology can help us in such a significant way to understand through data collection, disaggregation, and analyses, to make the right decisions and the right investments, because we can't afford to be literally, throwing darts at a board blindfolded. In relation to source of impact, and I do want to put a plug for the amazing work of the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund's Advancing Circular Economy Facility, because they've recognized that, I believe, about 90% of the issues, challenges in the marine biodiversity comes from land. So getting to root cause is such a sensible thing to do, as opposed to dealing with just the symptoms. You mentioned third-party certification, and I do want to recognize the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards, who have I would say, a low-cost program to at least focus on basic certification in the tourism sector, and hopefully at the level of CARICOM through CrossQ, the CARICOM Regional Organization for Standards and Quality. It's something that the countries could work together to promote, apart from the costlier, more advanced systems. And then, of course, you mentioned project management. I think Yogi said it in the previous panel. There's so much good work that has already been done. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Let's get together, let's collaborate, share our successes and failures, learn from it, and move forward. So thank you very much for the video. Hand over to Jai.
Good afternoon, everybody. I come from a small island called Newfoundland in Canada. It's about 100,000 square kilometers. And 30 years ago, when there was a cod moratorium, it pretty much killed the fisheries in the province because a lot of the people thrived on cod fishing. And when the industry went down, a lot of people were out of jobs, and they didn't know what to do in the island. And at that time, ocean tech was promising, and the Marine Institute found an opportunity to fill the jobs with people. So there was a situation where there were jobs without people and people without jobs. So Marine Institute took upon itself and got all these fishermen's sons and daughters into the school and taught them underwater robotics. Now, this is now the second generation in Newfoundland of students who are into ocean tech, right? That gave the birth to a lot of ocean technology industries around Newfoundland, and it's grown to be $1 billion sector in just that province in Newfoundland. Anyway, I want to start off saying, how little we know about our oceans, right? When we talk about tourism and so on, let's be honest, people come here for the beaches, and beaches are connected to the oceans, right? And other than the AI and digital technology influence in the land-based system, whether booking or discoverability problems and so on, but there is a huge problem to deal with is the ocean. And ocean technology provides all the tools to kind of learn, explore, and conquer the adversarial nature of the ocean. Now, I always say to put things in perspective as to see how little we know about the ocean. You all know about the MH370 flight that went down a few years ago, right? Do you remember? But now, 10, 12 years ago? And it's not to be found yet. And the belief is it is somewhere in the bottom of Indian Ocean, right? I always said, if that flight crashed in Mars, planet Mars, we would have found every piece of it by now. That's how far advanced we are with the space technology compared to the ocean technology, right? So now, the 80% of the world is full of water, and only about 5 to 10% of the ocean is mapped. In other words, we know only 5 to 10% the terrain of the bottom of the ocean, right? There is still 80 to 90% of the ocean is still not mapped. That's when a flight went down near Brazil in the ocean, and the rescue operation was so difficult because they discovered a lot of mountains and plateaus inside the ocean, right? If it was mapped beforehand, the rescue operation would have been far simpler. And we talked about oil leak, right, from the vessel. Well, although in Canada we call that as unplanned release. So we have emergency oil spill response programs, right? We built a center called Offshore Safety and Survival Center just to deal with problems in the ocean. So there, students get education, training, and they're related to blue economy industry, right? And I want to talk a little bit about how ocean technologies can solve some of the problems that were discussed in this conference. I'll start with coral reefs. So we did a project whereby we used remotely operated vehicles. I don't know if you know what that is. It's a tethered underwater robot. You can stay on land or on the ship, and then you can control the vehicle. It has got a manipulator arm, and you can control the manipulator arm to do wonderful things underwater. So you can create artificial coral reefs with remotely operated vehicles that can go in, and then the places where the natural coral reefs are disappearing, they can be regenerated or replenished with artificial coral reefs. We've done a project in Placentia Bay in Newfoundland with that. And a remotely operated vehicle particularly avoids people who have to dive into the ocean in harsh conditions, particularly Newfoundland waters are very cold, and do those operations. And we have autonomous underwater vehicles, which can be programmed. They're not connected to anybody. You program it and tell the vehicle what to do, to scan the bottom of the ocean, or look for mines, or treasures, or and whatnot. So these autonomous underwater vehicles can be programmed and then dropped into the water, and they can go and then scan the ocean, take pictures and whatnot. They have the capability to come out vertically. There was a project that was done in Arctic one time. So when you dig a hole in the water and then deploy your AUV, by the time it finishes the mission and comes back, the hole will be closed, frozen solid, right? So they have to dig another hole and then give those coordinates to the vehicle, and the vehicle has capability to come and then tip vertically and then surface up, right? So we have tremendous amount of technologies to solve problems in the ocean. Now, I always say that we have to start with mapping the ocean, particularly for tourism industry. If you want to do operations in the ocean, you have to figure out the environment that we are going to work with, right? So there are multi-beam sensors, side scan, sonars, and so on that can be attached to any kind of boat operators that goes around and then kind of maps the ocean and gives the image, and we can construct that with a 3D image to know what is under the ocean. Other than that, we have buoys, smart buoys that can actually, look at the tides and look at the wind and all that, and then stitch the data together to make it available for tourism operators 24/7, right? So these buoys be strategically placed around the island in order to get the data that we need. So that's another way to know the environment that we are going to operate in. And we have a plethora of sensors. When somebody talked about sargassum and everything, that you can use remote sensing technologies, and then from the satellite you can have a look at the impacts and so on. The same thing with coastal line erosion and so on. The first thing is to measure and understand what is happening in order to prevent or regenerate or do something about it. And that's where ocean tech plays a key role in understanding that. Marine renewable energy, for example. Now Europe is 95% dependent on offshore wind farms. And I see a great opportunity here in the islands, Caribbean islands, to develop offshore wind energy as well. Again, we have autonomous surface vehicles that are remotely operated. It's like a remote boat that actually can carry remotely operated vehicles and drones, and they can go to the wind farms, do the maintenance and repair operations without any human intervention. So all those people typically who were the boat captains turn into these remotely operated vehicle operators, or the autonomous technology operators. And they could go and then repair and do the scan of the wind farm blades, and then give us the data instantly through the antenna in the autonomous surface vehicle. So there are technologies, I can go on and on about it and talk a lot about these technologies, but I think for the tourism industry, one way to go is to kind of educate people about these technologies. That's what we did in Newfoundland. And all fishermen now who still go out on the boats have tremendous technologies with them to understand the weather patterns and what to do and what not to do and so on. right? So I'll stop with this and ask my colleague to continue.
Thanks, Jai. And I think you've dovetailed perfectly because, and as Revidia was saying, that, and I know you've only just scratched the surface. After sitting down yesterday just for 30 minutes with Jai, it was like, wow. The potential of what is happening and what is being developed is incredible. And there's no doubt that the region and the wider sector could benefit significantly from it. But you dovetail very nicely in that with the technology, that human interface is still there. Revidia made it, a point earlier of stressing on the human side of things, the social side of things. So, Ken is going to take us into policy and programmatic collaboration. So, hand over to Ken. Thank you, Jai.
Test? Yeah. Great. Yeah, thank you. I guess I'll start with a little bit of context about Canada. There are three things I'd like to touch on in my remarks. The Canadian model of applied R&D innovation that we do at the Technology Access Centers, 5 example projects that may be of relevance to all of us here, and then what's needed to replicate the Canadian model here in the Caribbean. So Canada is the second largest country on the planet geographically, 40 million people population, big country, very dispersed, 1.1 million companies, and 97% of them are small or medium-sized companies. 75% of companies have 8 employees or fewer. So a very large country. Industrial makeup is a whole lot of small companies, entrepreneurs, that kind of thing. And then we're also, I think, the second highest educated country on the planet. And there's 98 universities, but what really gets us over that barrier is there's 150 publicly supported community colleges, technical colleges, tertiary education colleges. And that's what I want to zero in on is the college model of applied R&D. So basically, about 20 years ago, the companies that would hire the graduates who went to technical colleges, community colleges, get jobs on the shop floor, 2 or 3 year diplomas, that kind of thing, professional, vocational education, they came back to the college and said, hey, we hire your people. We're running into some problems on the shop floor. Could you help us out? And then they'd take a look at it, and that sort of gave the start to college applied R&D, innovation, if you will. Now, over the years, that's evolved to an elite group of the Technology Access Centers in Canada. So these are college-based, specialized R&D facilities that help the local community with their R&D challenges. So they support business with applied R&D, prototyping, business innovation solutions, that kind of thing. And they're a bridge between industry and academia, because each one of these centers is at a community college. And they solve real-world challenges for these companies with the technical expertise. They're funded by the federal government, the provincial government, and then industry. And effectively, they're set up as a public good to offer low-cost access to advanced technology, training, and industry-specific solutions. So the model is uniquely Canadian, and it's been studied by the OECD a couple of times, where they have professional in-house R&D staff. It's not just the professors and instructors. There's people paid 40 hours a week to do R&D, solving company challenges. Everything's team-based, so it's not one prof doing stuff. It's a multidisciplinary team attacking the challenge from every conceivable angle. And everything they do is demand-driven, so it's solving a company challenge closer to market, closer to commercialization. If you're familiar with the technology readiness levels, we're talking TRL 4 to 8 kind of stuff. And then the projects are fast. They move at the speed of business. We're talking weeks, months, not multiple year projects. And then even though they have their own facilities and equipment, they can tap into the wider college infrastructure if needed. And then everything they do, when possible, involves and engages students. The students aren't leading the research. There's professional R&D staff to do that, but the students are part of these multidisciplinary teams doing the projects, and they're gaining innovation literacy, innovation skills, so when they do walk across the stage, get their diploma, they've got a competitive advantage over their peers. And then what's really unique in this model is that the centers don't take any stake in intellectual property, equity in the company, none of it. The company retains all the IP to commercially exploit. And that lets the centers be completely objective. So it's a a unique model, but it works. And so there's 67 of these centers across the country, everything from agriculture innovation to aerospace to artificial intelligence, food innovation to forestry to fishing. It's whatever the industrial sector of importance is to that region, that's what the center focuses on enabling. So they work with about 6,000 companies a year. And I thought it might be interesting to, given the topic of the conference we're at, I've got 5 example projects that might be interesting. So I'll do as much as I can without violating NDAs, but at Tech Access Canada, we run a program where we're able to provide companies with a little bit of assistance, and we've done 3,000 of these projects over the years. So I cherry-picked 5 of them that I thought might be interesting for everybody. So a company came to us in Nova Scotia, and they developed a biofilter using microalgae and bivalve mollusks to treat the nitrous waste in aquaculture. And they needed support in identifying markets, commercializing byproducts. So our center did some biochemical analyses of mussels at different growth stages to assess the viability for secondary uses. So why is that of interest? Because, we know that the Caribbean nations are very heavily invested in sustainable aquaculture and marine ecosystem health, and then this project's biofilter technology removes the nitrous waste from microalgae and bivalves, which reduces pollution in fish farms and coastal waters, aligns with sustainable fisheries initiatives, that kind of thing. Another one in British Columbia, so the other side of the country, we had a company that wanted to use ocean plastics and bio-based materials to develop a fully recyclable, biodegradable consumer products. And they basically wanted to start off with a eco-friendly soap dish. Now, what's interesting is marine plastic pollution is a huge issue in all the Caribbean countries, and that affects tourism, marine ecosystems, the whole thing. So what this project did was turning this ocean waste into useful consumer products. And that could be a model for anybody. I mean, I was out there. I just turned over for fun the deck chair out by the pool, and made in China. That's great. A lot of the gifts, tourism kind of thing, it could be taking this ocean waste and then turning it into consumer products very easily. Another one, back in Nova Scotia, the expression "a canary in a coal mine." Well, a company developed a marine canary. So it's a biological early warning system that monitors water quality using live mussels. And they needed help expanding the capabilities, doing a pre-commercial prototype, that kind of thing. So we helped them do all that, technical improvements, these kind of things to get them ready for commercialization. And what's neat about this is it uses, like I said, live mussels as bioindicators, which helps monitor marine environments in real time. So you could easily deploy this in the Caribbean, that kind of thing, and to monitor the pollution levels in coral reefs, marine protected areas, fish farms, these kind of things. Another one in Alberta, so a landlocked province in Canada where livestock is huge, cattle production, beef production. So a company there wanted to incorporate Asparagospis seaweed, fancy kind of seaweed, into the livestock feed to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions from the cows, the methane emissions. They needed, there's some regulatory hurdles, this kind of thing, but can you put seaweed into cattle feed to improve feed efficiency, get them basically fatter as quick as possible, as cheap as possible? So our center was able to help them with that, market challenges, regulatory guidance, and what I like about this is that, Caribbean countries, plenty of seaweed here that could be used to reduce livestock methane emissions and climate adaptation strategies. So there would be a market for the seaweed you have here to export abroad to feed cattle, these kind of things. So these are just a few of the projects that we've done that, the company had an idea, they came to our center, we have the R&D expertise, the people who know how to do it, and are able to help them get to that commercialization level where now they're going to exploit that and make a lot of money. So if I had to, share the Canadian model with our friends here in the Caribbean, it's basically there's 6 pieces of the puzzle. And any country, anywhere on earth can do this, but you need these 6 things. So the first one's demand. So if you have the small companies with business innovation challenges, but they don't have that in-house R&D capacity because they're too small, they're still getting there, the model works. So if you've got demand, fisheries, marine transportation, coastal tourism, companies in these sectors that want to innovate and commercialize but need a bit of help. Institutions. So if you have those tertiary education institutions, the colleges that train people, those 2 or 3 year diploma programs like I mentioned, vocational, technical, professional programs, closely tied to labor market needs, perfect. Third piece of the puzzle is capacity. So if you have the facilities, the equipment, very specialized stuff, very expensive equipment, that there's no business case for one company to own a $100,000 3D printer. But if the institution had that and then provided access to it for as many companies as possible, then you've got an economy of scale play. You pool resources, specializations, and reduce overlap and duplication. The fourth piece of the puzzle would be capability. So anybody here can get these, $100,000 3D printer. You can have it shipped from Amazon. If you don't know how to use it, it's a waste. So capability. If you have the smart people that know how to use this equipment to solve challenges, that's the piece of the puzzle. The expertise piece. You need the pre-existing talent at these institutions who can use this equipment to solve problems. And the benefit is you're also training people every project you do on how to use this equipment, how to think differently. You're growing an innovation talent pool in the region. And then the fifth piece is objectivity. So as long as the center can act as a public good and be completely objective and tell somebody their idea may not be ready yet, it may not be commercially viable, it may not be technologically feasible, it may be illegal, or it may be in violation of somebody else's IP, being able to help that company with objective advice so they can pivot and get to market quicker. And then the sixth piece of the puzzle, funding. I mean, that's just the reality. Research and development, business innovation, these are risky propositions. So if a company is going to put their cash on the table, there is a public good in having the government provide a leverage bit of funding to de-risk that investment and then incentivize more R&D activity, because the benefits of successful projects are going to benefit the whole region, the whole country. So yeah, maybe I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Ken. And I'm sure the audience, you agree that the wealth of information and experience here is incredible and it's exciting, but how do we go forward? And we'll get into that hopefully just before the close of this particular session. But one of my key takeaways from what Ken said, of course, and combined with what both Jai and Ravidya indicated, is that yes, we're here to focus on tourism sector. We're looking at the blue economy, but it's all a subset of the broader global economic and social model. And of course, we can't neglect the environment. I would challenge governments in particular to take a longer-term approach and one that plans and use basic principles of business continuity planning, and look ahead at all the different issues that could face our individual and collective economies. It's clearly the resources are around us. The technical knowledge, the ocean technology, innovation, the will, but we need to pull it together. And we need to take that long-term collaborative approach. And just the last point is that when you try to change the behaviors of people, that takes a while. So setting those seeds, working together, putting a framework in place, using proven models like what Ken shared with us, it can be done. These things are not insurmountable. And just as we go into the Q&A, I couldn't help but notice we have a number of students here. I believe you're students. Could you tell us what institution, please? A little louder, please. Oh, excellent. Well, welcome. Happy to have you here because, of course, excellent. I was on a panel a couple months ago, and very distinguished panelists, I think he made a bit of a misstep and indicated that with all the issues with the environment and climate, that it was not his problem. Exactly, the reaction was not kind to him at all. However, the fact is that the students here today are the future. I hope you've been listening keenly and taking notes, and that you will have questions first, not just from the more mature folks like myself. So we just move into the Q&A session, and then we'll get close to wrapping up. So I invite the audience to ask away.
So data was mentioned in the first presentation, but also for research, you need data. And frankly, AI would not be possible without data. So data is gold these days. Now, yes, in the previous panel, we talked about the skills deficit. I would like to raise the issue of the data deficit, because in the Caribbean, the data deficit is a huge problem. I think we can do much more research, we can do much more analysis, we actually can make much better decisions if we had the data. And we need to see how we can close this data gap. And from the World Bank, we're happy to help. We have programs on data, but others also have. Just wanted to make sure that this issue, it was also mentioned yesterday, that this issue is not ignored, because as you said, we need to look at a holistic approach, and we need to look at all ingredients that are important for the digital and AI economy and innovations and everything to flourish in the future. So don't forget about data.
Thank you for that. I invite the panelists to speak to it. And
I always say data is available, only structured data is not available. The problem in the oceans is the data collection depends on how many autonomous underwater vehicles you own, right? So they're not cheap. Teledyne Gavia, small AUVs, about $10 million. So to acquire these technologies, it requires a lot of funding. And academia, research entities, and private sectors, and other stakeholders should come forward for the financing of these projects. And there's very little understanding among investors about ocean innovation. Right? Ocean innovation is very expensive, and it's very risky, and it's a big job to gain their trust in order to get their investment. So this is a problem that's around the world, but we always go through those obstacles, but still be successful when we have a proof of concept to the investors and when they see the benefits out of it, they come forward. So one project turns into 3, 10, 20, like that. So in our facility at the Marine Institute, we have about 10 small remotely operated vehicles and a large autonomous underwater vehicle that has gone into several missions in the Arctic and Antarctic and so on. And we also have 7 different boats, and we're in the process of electrifying them. This all requires funding. And a lot of these funding comes through donations and also a keen investment strategy from the government as well.
I just want to add to what Jai is saying. Collecting data is very expensive, and it requires very expensive equipment. And many Caribbean and other developing countries don't have the resources. But those of us who've worked in the region for many years know there are workarounds. For instance, remote sensing is a godsend. Maybe not so much in the ocean, but now with some emerging technologies, especially with the kinds of images we can get now, we can actually do quite a lot of benthic mapping, for instance, using remote sensing at a fraction of the cost. Modeling, ocean modeling, where we just use a little bit of data we have, whether it's climate or whatever, to calibrate models. That's also very, very important for a lot of ocean engineering that we do in the region. Climate, we know, because of climate change, the wealth of climate data we have has to be modeled because of non-stationarity. So even though we may have a lot of data, this data is changing so fast because tourism in particular is natural resource based and climate sensitive. And climate is changing, the natural resource base, the geography we're dealing with, of the biogeography is changing. So even the data we have, maybe even if we can collect it, maybe becoming out of date fairly quickly. So it's really important to have plan Bs and not really be too caught up that we are going to, it's going to be a really big problem if we can't afford this data. And back in the Rio Convention, I think was in the early 1990s, they talked about the precautionary principle, where you shouldn't use a lack of data to prevent you from acting in the best interest of the environment. But I would like to invite Jai to speak a little bit about something that we spoke about last night over drinks, which was the fact that we can have partnerships with private sector entities that have boats and cruise ships that are coming, that maybe they can help us with some data collection.
So there's something called citizen science that Florida has been very successful with it. And there is a seakeeping society in Florida. What they do is they use private yacht owners and boat owners and all of them, and then strap sensors into their boats when they go out about in the ocean for a ride. And wherever it goes, you can actually do the tracking, and then the sensors keep collecting data, right? That's one way, very inexpensive way of collecting data as well. Now, Seakeeping Society is a huge society, and they also engage the local school children and the university students to go on these boats and so on to understand how this data is being collected and whatnot. So increasing awareness about ocean is very important. Ocean literacy is very important. So in our curriculum, in the provincial level, my children go to school there, and since kindergarten, they study about ocean, about how oceans influence the climate where we live in. It talks about even aquaculture and the revenue and all that kind of stuff. I think that's a good starting point where a lot of people should be aware about the ocean and what it takes and why it is so important to collect the data as well, right? Then eventually these things, in the long term, will be very beneficial. And we are an example for it, and Florida is an example for it. And there are many societies like that that are trying to do these kind of initiatives as well, right?
Thanks, Jai. Just before we hand to Ken to speak on data, just a couple points. Ravidya would have said something that I tend to get a little irked about, in that there's focus on the cost of doing something. But I would challenge the multilateral lending agencies, business people, investors, etc., to start also looking at the cost of not doing it. Right? Those two things should be on the table. And I would challenge some of you to look up true cost accounting. There's a movement to not just focus on the financial, economic side of things, but start to quantify in a seamless way environmental and societal pros and cons. So you look at the total picture. Jai, that example you gave of, what did you call it? Citizen science is fantastic because, and why I love it is because circular economy promotes utilizing value that we have. It's already there. You don't need to spend that additional money when it's already there. So through collaboration and through education and other means, these things could be leveraged. Sorry, Ken.
We even have 2 students from Jamaica, first time going through our ocean tech program at the Marine Institute. And we're very excited to have them there. They're very good students, and we expect to have a lot more.
Just really quickly on the data piece, so I mentioned we work with 6,000 companies a year. 80% of them are 10 years or older. They already have a product in market. They're from an analog industry, and what a lot of the demand we're seeing for is technology adoption. So an analog industry adopting new technologies to get that data so they can make informed decisions, because they're rational actors in a capitalist system, and for them shaving off 3% of expenses or increasing revenue by 5% is huge. And they can't do that without the data and the analysis to make those informed decisions. So precision agriculture, these kind of things, where it just comes down to dollars and cents at the end of the day, and we're able to help them along that journey. So a modest investment in a applied R&D project could mean tremendous stuff to their bottom line, either decreasing cost or increasing revenue, or in some cases both.
Thanks, Ken. We have a question. Middle row, middle.
Okay, hi, good morning everyone, or good afternoon. My name is Mrs. Medina, and these are my students. So, they think that they're not at school today, but you and I know curricula is formal and informal, and being here is a very important part of that informal curriculum. So I want them to know that they are at school today. That's the first thing. The second thing I want to say is that our university recently, we spent an entire week reviewing our formal curricula. The idea was, because things are changing so quickly, we wanted to look at where we were, hear from industry, where our students who are working with them, what are some of the deficiencies they're seeing, speak to our alumni, ask them what is happening out there that, when you were at our university, we may have fallen short in that area. And I want to tell you that just in my subject area, which is the Bachelor of Science degree in cruise shipping and marine tourism, the whole issue of AI came up. And in listening to you all this morning, we've already done the review, but I think we have to review the review, because you have touched on so many practical, important points. I mean, I think just about marine tourism, that aspect of it, some of the things you guys spoke about, I mean, we just didn't think about that. So I'm standing to say, first of all, I'm very happy to be here. I also want to say that it has to start with the curriculum. And my friend from Newfoundland did speak about just getting students involved in ocean stuff and expanding their base in terms of knowledge about the ocean. That's very important. But when they come to us at university level now, it's a matter of trying to target the curriculum in such a way that they don't go out there and they can't function. Because what we were supposed to put in, we didn't, so they couldn't. So that's my contribution, and I just wanted to hear a little bit more from you on this whole idea of the curriculum and infusing things in the curriculum. And I want to say it's very good to have a Trinidadian on the panel. I'm from Trinidad. I was very excited when you said you're from Trinidad also. Thanks so much. Yeah, man.
So just before I hand over Jai and Ken and Ravidya to speak on it, I just wanted to say hats off to you and your students for attending. Fantastic. And with that type of leadership that you're exhibiting, the future is bright. Yeah. So, please.
Curriculum is very important. It has to be dynamic. It has to be proactive in a lot of ways. Right? One of the things that we did when we built the remotely operated vehicle program and the underwater vehicle program, the first of its kind in the world, it was a challenge. So we brought in a lot of industries, managers, operators, from technicians, technologists, to engineers and designers, and so on, into the table. And then we discussed what are the essential skills that these people have to know before they go out and work. And the other important part in ocean type of industries is there is nothing, they don't want to invest on-the-job training, right, like other fields. So they want the technologists and the people to be job ready in day number one, Because if you go out on a mission in the ship and deploy a remotely operated vehicle for an oil and gas industry, that's easy, like $5 million operation, just to take the boat out one day, and one-day operation in the oil and gas industry, depending on what they did and whatnot. So they cannot have people who are not job ready on their boats. And they don't have the infrastructure to train them on the job as well, because that requires a boat, that requires a supervisor, that requires a crew to operate the boat. They're all very expensive. So this is what we did. We actually brought in these people and replicated the facilities that they use in the ocean. So we have a Applied Ocean Technology Center near the ocean, and it has got a good gradient. You can do all kinds of operations there. And I personally went out and got donation from oil and gas industries, like Christmas trees and pipelines, oil pipelines and so on, and then put them on the bottom of the ocean in our facility. So our students take the remotely operated vehicle and do exactly what they would do in the industry, in an oil and gas industry, whether to open a valve or close a valve or scan the pipelines or do rescue missions and so on, and for research and development purposes as well. So that's why I said anything to do with the ocean is very, very expensive, right? And this is why I always say we have those facilities, about $1 billion worth of facilities, and I'm really looking for partnerships, particularly in the Caribbean area, where it's not a long travel for you to come over to Canada and then get trained and then come back and then give it back to your society, right, in a lot of ways. So I come from a province with a negative population growth, and people are the rare commodity there. So, we could definitely use a lot of Caribbean students, and while they come there, have the good learning experience, they have something real skill to take back to the Caribbean, and then, promote and grow the local industries here.
Thanks, Jai. We have room for about one question. Yes, please. We have one of our students.
So, hello everyone. Okay, so I have heard that you make mention of the resource and development linked to universities in Canada. Okay, I would like to know if there's any established internship programs for the students who would like to know more about it, because I'm here and I'm listening to you guys and I'm learning so much more, because I thought that, okay, tourism is just about hotels and cruise ships and stuff like that. But when I'm listening to you guys and learning so much, it's so mind-blowing to learn more about the economy and stuff like that. And I'm really looking forward to hearing more from you about it. So I'd like to know if there's an internship program that we would like to join so we can learn more about this program.
I appreciate your curiosity and enthusiasm. We do have a lot of programs like that. Some of them are paid internships, some of them aren't paid. It has to we have to really work out on the timing. Sometimes our people are not available when the students are coming, because depending on your cycle in the university and whatnot. So we operate in a 3-semester pattern: fall, winter, and the summer semesters. And the summer is probably the best time for to do anything with the students also. And when we want to do real exercises, the challenge is to take the students out on the boat, right? And if you're not Canadian citizens, then there is a workaround, but we worked with international students like that before, because Canadian students have a CDN, or Canadian document number, before they hop on the boat. And they also have health insurance and other things that have to be covered just to de-risk these kind of ventures out in the ocean and so on. But nevertheless, we have done internships before, and we'll be entertaining that as well. So you can Google Marine Institute, Memorial University of Newfoundland, and you can put my name there and contact me personally. I'll give you the response. Okay.
Thank you, Jai. And that was an excellent closing question. So we have a couple minutes, and I'd like to invite the panelists to each give some words of advice, a call to action. How do we inspire and excite this audience who has been very patient with us to move forward?
Thank you, Derek. I know sometimes, like, I've been living in Canada for 10 years, and I worked my life in the Caribbean. I know sometimes it's very disheartening in the Caribbean, lack of resources, lack of access, ineffective policies, and so on. But, you know, as I learned in Canada, we hit above our belt weight in the region. So, yeah, as they say in Jamaica, we lick above we talawa. You know, so don't lose heart. You know, and one of the great things about technology is it allows countries that are undeveloped at one point to leapfrog and skip a lot of stages that other countries have had to go through because they were developing those technologies. But we have the advantage of being able to really look on, and we don't have the resources to grow as fast, but we can definitely leapfrog. And, you know, we also need to get together and deal with issues of equity and climate justice. We have to take these things very seriously because there's opportunity there for leveraging financing and really, I don't want to say guilting the parties that are more responsible, but there's, in international fora, there's definitely a lot of discussion about climate justice and, you know, some of the issues that we're facing and the whole issue of financing, the things that, financing our resilience as a sector. You know, so I'll pass it on to Jai now.
In the interest of university students and the university, I would like to say that one of the things that we did was we participated in competitions. So a lot of our students are a part of Eastern Edge Robotics team, and there's an international competition that is held either in the US or Canada every year. That happens in June, end of June, and I'm a mentor for the Eastern Edge Robotics team. So a bunch of university students from different disciplines who are interested in underwater technology actually have to build a robot. Given the specifications from MATE, or Marine Advanced Technical Education Society, they release the specs for your robot every year. There's a $160,000 project, and we get fundings from private sectors, Atlantic Canadian Opportunities Agency, from the university, from citizens, from government, and so on, to make that happen. A team of 8 or 10 students go out every year to participate. I think 2015, when the competition was in NASA, and NASA wanted to send a remotely operated vehicle in a space shuttle to Europa, the moon, where they've identified water. So they wanted to deploy a remotely operated vehicle to collect samples and so on and come back. And so we had to be very creative in how we have to build a robot. We should not use any electrical power. We have to be creative with the mechanical stuff and so on. So our university won the championship that year. And it's a true testimony of the program that you're in and how well you're doing, what you're doing, right? So I encourage, a word of advice is I encourage all universities to actually, you know, enroll in competitions and get together as a group. You learn so much, so many fundamental skills that are needed. Not just the degree that you study, but anything from 3D printing, fabrication, basic electrical, electronics knowledge, digital knowledge, and so on, go a long way. And so that would be my word of advice.
Thank you, Jerry.
Yeah, just really quickly, we provide experiential learning opportunities for 2,400 students every year. And like your professor mentioned, there's formal education, then informal education. And we see that exposing the students, the interns to these projects where you're solving a real world company challenge. It's not a hypothetical case study from a textbook. It's a real company with a real challenge. They've got payroll to hit every 2 weeks. They need to succeed or they'll go to business. And that solving that problem, you gain innovation literacy, innovation skills, and that's invaluable for employers. So it gives you a competitive advantage. And I mean, the Canadian model is unique, but if you have the pieces of the puzzle, it could work in any country. In Jamaica, in Guyana, in Trinidad, Tobago, in Barbados, the model's there. I've been doing this for 20 years. It's pretty straightforward. It's just people are missing it. Sort of you can't see the forest for the trees. And it's a really easy model to put together, and the impact for the companies, for the region, for the students, for everybody, it's a win-win-win. It's a great value proposition. So, I mean, I guess the call to action, personally, if anybody is interested in looking what that model might look like in your country, please just reach out to me. I'd be happy to show you.
Thank you, Ken. So as we close for lunch, I'm sure you all agree this has been a very engaging, enlightening, and encouraging panel discussion. Oh, you're going to get me in trouble.
Thank you. Just wanted to say, Monica Parra, I work for the World Bank, and I just wanted to say we have, I'm very excited about this panel because at the bank we have a project in the OECS countries that is looking into linking the private sector with the academia precisely to answer questions like the student that was where are the internships, etc. But we're looking into the innovation perspective and how can we promote innovation and entrepreneurship within the colleges and TVET institutions, similar to what the colleague in Canada was mentioning and the other. So I think I just wanted to kind of advertise. We're going to be having this grants program, and we are also launching a platform to bring people together around innovation in the OECS region. So I'll be happy to catch up later. I just wanted to give that heads up. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. So I do want to of course, thank our panelists, Dr. Ovidia Burrows, Mr. Ken Doyle, Mr. Jai Raghunathan, and of course, our the Ministry of Tourism, UN Tourism, that long acronym GTRCCMC, and of course, EcoCanada for allowing us to facilitate this very, very interesting discussion. So just as we break for lunch, we need to be back at 1:45 to accommodate the Prime Minister, the Honorable, and to remind of those interested in partaking of any of the amazing tourist activities to check the team at the registration desk. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
So me rise up, and me do this by myself, and me never beg a strength. Wallaby, look at my wallaby. Sweat, sweat, sweat. Room. Sweat, sweat, sweat. Look at my wallaby, make your gal assemble.
and the memories don't fade. But I gotta keep my faith, cause you know I'm a G by nature.
You know me, I ain't really in that feeling stuff. More time I throw away like the ones that don't smoke the dust. I'm addicted like they need the drugs. I'm a dope boy, I need you like I need the plug. I got feelings, I got issues, I need to trust. I ain't gonna lie, I kinda need the love. I need the kisses, I need the hugs. I'm a G by nature, know the message, don't get twisted, I'll beat it up. AP on my wrist while I fill you up. Day night I scoop you up.
Good afternoon. I know we have not all fully assembled, so those who are early coming back to lunch will get the full story, and everyone else will fill in as they arrive. Hello, everyone. My name is Camille Padji. I am an IT consultant and also a director of Carbon Footprint ACP, a consultancy focused on low carbon development. I have a background in digital work as a result of being in IT, but also in transformation of processes, working with public and private sector organizations for over 25 years. The moderator for this panel was to be Derek Ramsamooch. Unfortunately, he's been called into an urgent meeting, and so he has asked me to fill his very large shoes. I will do the best that I can do, and beg your patience. And I will also ask that we take advantage of this opportunity to adapt to a change on short notice by pulling out all the assets that we have in this room, which is yourselves. Everyone here has come because they have a reason and a vested interest to be focused on resilience. You may or may not be working in the tourism sector per se. You may be working in financing. You may be now learning and making a decision about your future careers. We have an opportunity here with a really excellent panel of experienced people. So where I may fail to bring you a delivered program, I would like to invite the audience after each of these gentlemen has introduced themselves to pull out your questions. They are very experienced men. I'm sure they will be more than able to handle some ad hoc questions, and it will spark some very productive and vibrant discussion. The first gentleman I'd like to call up is Mr. Derek Luckpat. Now, you saw him as moderator of the previous panel. He's an entrepreneur and a consultant who has over 25 years' experience. He has worked in a number of sectors: manufacturing, hospitality, and he's also been heavily involved in the development of quality mechanisms and in industry that has to do with standards. Currently, he's also serving as chairman of the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund's committee advancing the circular economy. Sitting as far as you could. So, contestant number one. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Miles Scott Brown. Mr. Scott Brown is a certified environmental auditor, and he's the president of the Sierra Group of Canada. He has over 40 years' experience working between financiers, private sector, and public sector groups. And his motto is think globally, work locally. The next distinguished guest is Mr. Garvin Madeira. You may not know his name, but we all know Caribbean Airlines, the regional airline, of which he is the CEO for the past 7 years. Before working at Caribbean Airlines, he held leadership posts in the telecoms industry. He was both the COO and then CTO of Digicel Trinidad. After moving from Digicel to Caribbean Airlines, he has undertaken a transformation exercise of his own within that organization, both a commercial and a digital transformation. His aim is to use technology to improve the services of the company and help the airline remain resilient in this post-COVID business environment. He's also achieved, along the way, a significant milestone in bringing the company to profitability after quite a long gap. So, big welcome for Ms. Madeira. We have one other panelist who is on his way back to the room. We made an executive decision to try to get this discussion going in the interest of getting all of the good content that's ahead of us for this afternoon fit into this schedule out of respect for your time as well. So I would like to invite, starting with Mr. Luckpat, each panelist to share with the audience a little bit of the insights you've had over the number of years that you've been working in your respective fields, with a particular focus on workforce development in the various forms that could take in the roles that you have had. Derek?
Yes? Okay, it's good. Right, afternoon again, everybody. I trust you had a
delicious lunch, and you're all energized again. Load up on your Blue Mountain coffee. So I have a varied background. My first 20 years, heavy private sector, very much financial bottom line driven. But more recently, I've been in the public sector. And getting to understand that, like any organization, a country needs to plan. And planning requires a lot of stakeholder engagement. And when you're planning, you recognize that you can focus on infrastructure and technology and equipment, all important. But that human part of it, workforce development, which is the theme that we're discussing here, requires, I would argue, a unique approach. Many of us have been in sessions where you've been sent on training. But we all learn differently. So the challenge of trying to do development through training, through both, whether it's formal or informal, getting to that point where you can, yes, have a general baseline, but how do we then tailor it to each of our own background and experiences and methods of learning? That is a challenge, and I believe I'm understanding that, again, technology steps in to save the day. AI is a key part of that. So, we look forward to exploring some of those possibilities as to how do we get the best out of that session, because a lot of time, energy, money is invested, and the expectation is that you come out of these development sessions almost transformed. That is typically not the case at all. So looking at the big picture, looking at it from a long-term perspective, understanding how all the dots connect, and getting that alignment is key to coming out on the other side, hitting your goals, and moving your people. And I would argue that whether it's a company, private, public, NGO, or a country, if you want to move that forward, you need to find the most effective way to bring your people with you. And of course, when you look at it at a tourism sector is not, as I think one of the audience mentioned, is not only about the sand, sun, sea, hotels, the attractions. That's the nice, shiny part of it. But the tourism sector is quite deep, and it involves supply chains, it involves service providers, it involves policymakers, and then you realize that our tourism sector, if you want to put it at a country level, is attached to other countries' tourism sectors as well. So taking that long-term, broad-based approach and bringing the right people to the table is key. Not an easy thing to do. I think if it was easy, everyone would have done it. But this is why we have conferences like this, to bring us together, hopefully make some good connections, and figure out how 1 + 1 could equal to 3, and really move the needle forward. Thank you.
I'll just jump in. Kevin, did you? Oh, let me welcome to the stage our fourth panelist. Come on up, Dr. Adamson. This is Dr. Siebert Adamson. Now, he's been working in formal education for over 25 years. He's currently the Vice President Academic of Canada's Mohawk College. So just to catch you up, we're just going to spend a few short minutes on each panelist sharing your point of view, your perspective from your years of experience with a particular focus on workforce development. Miles, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, Camille. We were asked to shake it up a bit. So hopefully I can shake you for about 5 minutes. But let's start. Raise your hand if you know what greenwashing means. Raise your hand. Is there greenwashing of tourism in Jamaica? Now, don't get me wrong. I think we have some very, very good examples that we're going to hear about tonight that are going to be awarded of individual operators receiving awards for their contribution to sustainability. But I'd like to just take that a little bit further and ask the question, where are the green and blue jobs in Jamaica? And in my practice, and I've worked, I live in Canada, but I don't work in Canada. So most of my career has been working in emerging nations, in LAC, that's Latin America, Caribbean, Africa, Asia, in how do we ensure the sustainability of our development. And I think one of the realizations I've had is that it requires a commitment to a top-down, bottom-up framework to sustainability. And what do I mean by that? Someone didn't like that.
Someone didn't like that.
Is it working? Yeah. So what do I mean by top-down, bottom-up? Top-down means it starts with government. So I think here in Jamaica, I understand there's a new tourism strategy. Some have said it's a long time coming, but it's the first update of the Jamaica Sustainable Tourism Master Plan since 2003. And in looking at that tourism strategy, I would ask, and this is being financed with the support of the Inter-American Development Bank, in looking at this tourism strategy, I would ask, has there been a strategic environmental and social assessment looking at what are the environmental and social risks of the tourism strategy? This should be done now. This should be done while the strategy is being developed. Too many times we see strategies in place and then, oh, by the way, we have to consider the sustainability aspects. So I'd very much recommend to the government of Jamaica, to the sponsors of the tourism strategy, that we look at that. Why is a strategic assessment important? Well, I think what we can do with that is identify where there are conflicts, where there are opportunities to change policy, to change regulation, to provide guidance for the private sector in the form of, I'd really like to see sustainable tourism guidelines for Jamaica. It will also help inform the project approval, the environmental assessment process, the municipal planning process. How do we actually ensure from the government side that tourism is sustainable? Now from the bottom up, what does that mean? That means the initiative of the private sector. Raise your hand, have you seen here in the hotel, it's called Princess and You 360. Is anybody aware of what that is? It's on the website. It's called Corporate Social Responsibility, which is really a term of almost 40 years ago now, and I don't see a mention of sustainability. Now, I don't want to comment negatively on the hotel because I want to make sure my key still works when I get back to the room. But I think when you look at the website, it's doing everything right. It's talking about economy, it's talking about employees, it's talking about environment, it's talking about communities, social welfare, disadvantaged groups, it's talking about supply chains. But what I don't see is some type of systematic framework. So is there a sustainability manager? Is there a program in the hotel tied into some sort of environmental and social management systems? Because I think one of the important parts of greenwashing is that companies show proof. Companies show accountability, which has to be measured through metrics. So the challenge is, in the top-down, bottom-up process, is meeting in the middle. And I think that's where we need to go. And in sustainability, there's a saying, if you talk the talk, you have to walk the walk. And I think the only way sustainability is going to work in Jamaica if both government and private sector walk the walk together. Thank you.
Dr. Adamson?
Back. Okay, so it's not working. Thank you so much, Camille. And I think from an educational perspective, I think there are two things, as we've consistently heard throughout the conference, is around workforce development and what I want to also call workforce transformation. and how it is that, following on Miles' comments around the collaborative approach that government, industry, and academia, how are we going to be working together to ensure that we've got the right skill sets that's going to be in place to be really meeting the demands of this emerging economy? How are we assessing those skills? How are we ensuring that there are workers who are going to be ready to approach the demands? When we think of the emerging set of skills that are going to be needed to support this economy, when we think about a lot of the conversation over the last couple of days, day and a half, has really surrounded technology and the use of artificial intelligence. How do we embrace things like XR and virtual reality? How do we really think about digital twinning? And how are we going to be integrating those into the learning environment? But also look at some of the other social aspects in relation to community engagement and community relationship, crisis management and resilience. It is going to be imperative that we work together to ensure that we can prepare the next labor force. We know that some of the challenges has to do, one, with access and affordability to the kinds of training solutions and systems that's going to be helping the economy. And I think that that's where an organization like Eco Canada, which we have partnered with out of Canada, to be developing and implementing solutions. We have created the kind of platform that will allow for cross-border international training opportunities. When you think about the challenge with financial constraints that countries, different nations continue to grapple with, how do we utilize some of these established platforms? Eco Canada they've developed a real robust framework that allows for development and deployment of training that will be far-reaching. We, through the institution that I work with, we have developed a collaborative platform called Quick Train Canada, where working with 15 institutions across Canada, when we were coming out of a crisis and looking at how do we prepare the workforce for green economy and the low carbon economy, which is not dissimilar to the blue economy, we created a platform that was able to secure government funding to the tune of 50 million Canadian dollars, training over 10,000 learners, developing over 250 micro-credential opportunities. Because what we were hearing from industry was the need to rapidly upskill and retrain the labor force in a way that the labor force could access this training solution right where they are. The other piece was, how do we engage our communities? Now, where we are in Canada, we've got large populations of indigenous communities who are supporting these industries. And how do we also create the educational framework and the system that is going to be supporting them? And I think that that's what we want to bring to this conversation, that as we think about this emergence that's going on in the blue economy, the emergence of this technology, the emergence of the skills gap that we see right across, how do we start to forge those kinds of opportunities? How do we start to forge those collaborative, have those collaborative conversations that is going to ensure that we're doing this together and that we're not repurposing, we're not going at cross purposes as well, so that we're using the limited resources that we've got, whether it be here in the Caribbean. Speaker this morning talked about the huge investments that institutions in Canada continue to build that we're not utilizing to the fullest scale. How do we partner with institutions within the Caribbean to be able to access those training opportunities to build the workforce? I'll leave those comments for now.
Hello. All right, good. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Garvin, the CEO of Caribbean Airlines. Some of you may know Caribbean Airlines is actually the largest airline that is domiciled in the Caribbean region. We're jointly owned by the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the government of Jamaica. So that means ultimately our shareholders are the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the people of Jamaica. We as an airline are relevant to the blue economy and any discussion on tourism, of course, Firstly, because we obviously directly contribute to it and support services in the realm. And secondly, I think our story in many ways has parallels to what's taking place, and in some ways, tangible points that could be taken and learnings could be developed from. We foster economic development through connectivity by enabling traveling, employment, and trade. And our story really is one of transformation over the past few years. It's an interesting story, it's practical. And if you look at Caribbean Airlines, there are multiple aspects that we could talk to, including people development, training, digital and AI, and ultimately return on investment. So I'm very open to questions along any one of those lines, tangible, practical points to raise. And I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Now, I would just like to take a moment to acknowledge that this particular panel is happening in a wider context. This is a two-day conference around a broad theme, and having listened to some of the previous panels and speakers, I want to recall for all of us to get those mental juices going so you can come up with some tough questions for this panel. But some very important keywords have been floated. I don't know if everyone has the same understanding of them. I don't know if I have the right understanding of them, but I'd like to throw out a couple of key phrases which are unique for our generation, and I believe they are unique for where we stand in our technological maturity as a society, and I mean globally. I don't just mean the Caribbean. The micro accreditation opportunities, this is not the first panel to use that term. So I'm going to throw out a proposed use case scenario for micro accreditation or micro credentials. The use case is a term we use in technology to describe what is the human actually doing at the point where they need to engage a tool or a piece of technology. So a use case for a micro accreditation is a young person or a person of any age who wants to advance their skills in some way. Maybe they want to get a job, maybe they want to prepare for a higher learning course. Whatever their reason is, they may have many motivations for learning. A micro accreditation is what they can earn by reaching out and using publicly available technology and communications channels to access the knowledge. For example, they may go on YouTube. How many people in this room have not gone to YouTube when you're faced with some particular technical challenge and you need to learn, how do I, change this fuse for my water heater, or how do I, change the oil filter in my car? How do I diagnose what's going on? If you have not gone to YouTube, I would like to see your hands. Silence. So you see, we have something in common. We have reached out to an available technological tool, commonly available, freely available, apart from the cost of having internet. The accreditation comes when you use one of these tools, for example, LinkedIn Learning, or one of the many, many websites which offer structured courses. The courses could be as little as 5 minutes. It could be a mini module. It could be a simple introduction to terms. You read that, you interact with it, you may be watching an avatar, listening to an audio file. At the end, you may answer some questions, and the tool verifies that the questions you gave reflect the information they tried to deliver. You've received a little micro accreditation if you completed that module, and it says, congratulations, you've now proven that you know how to do whatever that little task may be. So I'd like to throw this back to the gentleman involved in education and workforce development and standards. Here's another use case scenario. That person has now learned something. So let's say they did this and they followed 20 different micro courses on food preparation or hygiene for the hospitality environment. They received a little certificate via WhatsApp or their email, and it's on their phone. They want to get a job in the tourism sector. They have pursued this knowledge on their own because perhaps they didn't have the financing to move elsewhere and take on structured long-term learning. They approach an employer. The employer says, okay, what have you got to show that you have the skills I'm looking for? And they say, oh, well, I got this. And the employer says, well, I've never heard of that. Do you have a degree from the Maritime University? Do you have a degree from the Institute of Hospitality? I want to throw that use case challenge back to this panel. The young people have pursued, using the tools available, skills development, workforce development on their own, but there's a lack of standardization. What can you say either to the young job applicant or to the employer about that situation? This is first come, first served.
I think that there are a couple of different ways, Camille, to look at this. So what you've described is, in my world, that we call stackability. So a student is able to pursue several parts of a particular training that directly related to the competence and the skill that employees are asking for. And what we hear often when we have conversations with members of the industry is that they're looking for opportunities to upskill and to retrain their workers in a rapid way, that they don't have the resource to be able to have their workers go off for 8 months or 12 months or 2 years, pursuing the traditional qualifications that many of us grew up with. And so they're looking for these opportunities. And how do we build that framework that allows for the learners to be able to access those bits and pieces, but they become stackable? And I think that that's where, again, ensuring that, one, you're pursuing these opportunities through reputable educational institutions with the kinds of framework that is going to allow for portability but also recognizability. And that's where an organization, again, I point to Eco Canada, who've developed a real robust accreditation framework and standard for recognizing these kinds of training opportunities that will then allow employers and those who are pursuing the kind of confidence to know that what they are getting, what they bring to the workplace, are tangible enough, and that they have the level of reputation that when they come into the workplace, they can hit the ground running and they can stand up to scrutiny.
Adamson. So I've just given a use case which many in the audience may relate to, but that really is more the situation when you're dealing between a small or medium employer and a person with unstructured training and perhaps unstructured knowledge and experience. I'd like to shift the same kind of use case now in a different perspective over to Mr. Madera, who's just undertaken a long-term project within Caribbean Airlines, which has to do with digital transformation. So in Caribbean Airlines, which has how many thousand employees?
2,000.
2,000. We're talking about a much larger organizational structure. We're talking about pre-existing standards for the different job descriptions, which would be rigidly described. What are the challenges you have in a structured and larger organization such as the airline to bring about this increase in workforce skilling and transformation of the way the workforce does their work?
A very big question. So I think that when we thought of digital transformation, ultimately we decided to not use those two words, primarily because people were so afraid of change management and all those change programs that they had gone through previously. So we decided to ultimately change the way that we operate and, in effect, have that lead to us getting to where we want to. That sounds very airy-fairy, but I'll explain. So we started really looking at digital from the internal and external perspective. Internally, how could we improve efficiencies? Externally, how do we serve the customer better? i.e., how do we improve customer experience? And everything basically flowed from those 2 points. Now, a lot of it is messy, so it's hard for me to say we start with step 1 and then step 2 and then step 3. So we had a lot of initiatives that ultimately tied back to the success that we had in that realm. But what I would say is that training fundamentally, and that's part of what people would want to understand, comes from multiple aspects. When we think of training, we think of traditional attending classes and those sorts of things, but there's so much more to it. For instance, I believe that a lot of these programs start with leadership. I believe that strategy and structure are intertwined. When I came into Caribbean Airlines, the highest position in IT was an executive manager. And I changed that and we created a CIO position. So that immediately signaled to the entire company our focus on getting technology to help the operations. Then we started thinking in those two realms, internal, external, how can we apply technology that really generates value, not just for the sake of it, enhancing and generating value. That really started from looking at the driving forces, the opportunities and challenges, and then fleshing that out ultimately to what solutions might be able to assist us. But if I continue along the leadership part, when we had that leader, we of course needed to structure the department in the right way. So for me, that knowledge gap, that skills and knowledge gap that we had was really bridged by, first of all, hiring the right skill sets to complement what we had in play. And that started with a data warehouse team, because prior to that, Caribbean Airlines didn't have a data warehouse. We do now. And we had a software development team. Now, we're talking about the airline industry, and people may or may not be surprised to find out that employees themselves were shocked to understand why would we need software developers in an airline. It seemed very strange to people. I think only after some implementations, people were able to see how it actually fit into the entire project. But we moved on from that to the point where we were collecting data from all the systems that we used, feeding that to generate insights for customers, feeding that to drive insights for how we price and do revenue management for commercial, and ultimately put that out there. Our training programs for the entire company then went on to another stage where we started democratizing digital, i.e., we would have had low-code or no-code solutions. So a big part of our operations involves processes. And some of those processes might sound very straightforward, like payroll, recruiting, everyday things that you might think, well, it's no big deal. Well, it was a big deal in terms of how it was hampering our operations, in terms of even getting to the point where we are employing the right skill sets for other areas. So we started empowering people outside of IT in terms of actually doing solutions through workflow processes that didn't require them to do coding. I think ultimately, internally, we are still working to automate things, but externally, we've moved it to a point where customers could stay in a digital environment and interact with the airline in a very seamless way. Now, we're going on to AI next. We've just started building out an AI team, but there's a huge difference. I'm just going to take the opportunity, if it's okay. There's a huge difference with AI. I think of AI now as very different from the perspective of governance, because you have to think in terms of all that comes along with AI. It's not a simple digital implementation. There's bias and all sorts of things that you need to think about with respect to the AI. And for that, we're setting up a governance structure, a governance committee and subcommittees within the organization to assist with that rollout. In some ways, though, it is, in some ways, the tools that we have in AI is closer to people from the perspective of things like ChatGPT and generative AI that people know of, but some of the tools that we can implement. And we are able now to have more employees experiment in that regard. But the digital journey is now continuing by hiring the right skill sets to go along with that. One of the things I also want to mention is that when we think development, we think training, we partnered with the University of the West Indies, the Computer Science Department and Electrical and Computer Engineering in Trinidad. And we've had two main engagements with them. One, where we have engineers come in to work with us, and two, where their programmers actually do work for us. We've since expanded that, and now we're potentially the largest or second largest partner with UE in the Caribbean. And we have interns coming in from the University of the West Indies to work with us, to work on real-world projects, and we get the benefit of some bright young minds. Ultimately, we also feed back to the university what is needed for their curriculum, and that creates a very positive cycle for us to develop the future minds that come in. And I'm glad to say some of the people that we're hiring now were interns that we had 4 or 5 years ago. So I said a lot there, and a lot more to it, but I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Mr. Madero. I'm sure there will be questions from the audience, and probably give credit where credit is due, of course. I'm sure there will be more questions, but I'd just like to shift back as well to another key word that has been floated in the designation of Mr. Derek Luckpat, who's on the Committee for the Advancement of Circular Economy. I think this is another very essential and important term to be distilled into our understanding of all sectors, but tourism is one, I believe, particularly receptive to the benefits of circular economy concepts. So I'd like to challenge Derek to talk to us a little bit, educate us, give us a micro accreditation here on what is meant by circular in respect of economy, and how the benefits of a circular economy relate to the tourism sector's resilience particularly.
Yeah, thanks, Camille. So circular economy is something I got involved with a few years ago. When I read up and started to understand, did some basic research, YouTube and whatnot, it just made sense to me. And I say this particularly targeted to the students, not to get overwhelmed with all of the terminology we use: blue economy, green economy, circular economy, and so on and so forth. It's really looking at essentially the same situation, just through different lenses and with different methodologies. So circular economy, in a nutshell, aims to preserve value and reduce the extraction and use of natural resources. And the only way you will understand this, you have to take off that linear economy hat. And a linear economy is where we take stuff, extract, whether it's from the earth, the oceans, the air, we make stuff, we use it, and we dispose of it. I'm sure most of us would realize that that linear economy is just accelerating in order to satisfy our unbridled consumption and our need for retail therapy and to have all the conveniences in the world. That comes at a cost. Everything, there's a trade-off for everything, by the way. So because of that, we as a global economy has moved towards a more disposable society. That is creating problems. We're seeing it. We are seeing it all around us. It's affecting all aspects of our life. A circular economy is meant to take a more balanced approach. Focus on standards and quality to begin with. Change the mindset over having the latest device. Invest in quality, let it last, ensure that you could repair it, refurbish it, reuse it. Recycling it's very low on the totem pole of circular economy. The first thing you need to do is a rethink. So as it relates to the tourism industry, and it's interesting that what was mentioned a little while ago, you hear, we don't have enough resources, especially as relatively small in our region. Yet there's so much waste. So it contradicts you. There's waste in the form of inefficiency. Natural resources are not well managed. Public funds are not well managed. Even in private sector organizations, Gavin, I've seen it. I've done private sector for 20 years. You walk in and say, but there's so much waste inside of there. So this is where that intersect of business sense, planning, collaboration is key. But for some reason, even though as children we're taught, share, be considerate, think of others, think of, But by the time we get into adults and the work world, we seem to forget that when we focus very, very much on our organizations and our institutions and even our countries, which is not bad, but don't do it at the expense of the bigger picture. Understand that what you do has consequences. Try to make sure that you have more positive consequences than negative consequences. And in the case where you have negative consequences, how do we work together? So a circular economy is a path to sustainability. I believe, in my personal and professional opinion, it's one of the most sensible parts because it does just look at the basic fundamentals of reduction of waste. Design it properly in the first place. Try to reduce your dependency of having to extract rare earth minerals and all the various resources we have, marine environment, even in the air, because those activities create problems. It takes energy, it takes resources, it creates waste, it creates pollution. That pollution is coming back to us, as I said in the previous panel. When we walk out of here, you're in the same environment as everybody else, drinking the same water, breathing in the same air, right? Similarly, society. And I will argue that with a proper approach to circular economy, I will argue, and I'll say it to be a little provocative, I think it could make a dent in crime. It's that sensible and basic, and it has that common sense approach to ensure that, hey, when we grow, let us make sure that it's not just about the economy, society, and it's not just about money and the environment, because it's all connected. So I'm hoping that shift, and that's why I do what I do, to try and move that needle a bit.
Miles, you know I'm coming to you next, but I think that Derek was just speaking your language. There was a couple of terms, I don't know if you picked up on the same ones. Everything comes at a cost. And Derek also said we start out as children being taught, you have to share, there's limited resources, you have to be responsible, and then somehow between being children taught by parents to being business people, that goes out the door. And I was going to make the joke that maybe some of us passed through business school, and that's what happened. But the joke is hinged on an understanding, which is an outdated understanding of a balance sheet of resources. So one of the concepts also emerging both in the low carbon development field, in the finance field, certainly in the sustainable development field, is the concept that when you account for the inputs and outputs of a business, you must also account for the social and environmental impacts. And I think that's something that you could perhaps comment on, Miles.
I just want to go back maybe to micro-credentials for a minute, because I think each one of us has a journey. And that journey, where you are today, when you think back, what was that based on? We've heard a lot in these last couple of days about new skills. And I think one of the experiences and one of the realizations I've had is that we need to be flexible. We need not to fear. The future is going to change, and how we can accommodate that change and grow. In my own career, I've probably had 7 careers, but they've been based on 2 things. And this is my recommendation. We've heard a lot about digital skills, you need to learn this, but we can't forget the basics. The basics are critical thinking and effective writing. So those 2 things, we've heard today about AI. My son is in law training, and we have a lot of discussions. He's going back and said, "Dad, I got this from ChatGPT." And I asked him, where did that come from? Who's looked at it? How real is it? So you have to have those basic skills. If you have those basic skills, you can go anywhere. So in my case, going back to the environmental and social impacts, I grew up as a wildlife biologist. I spent a lot of my early career all over northern Canada in a lot of extractive industries. I was in mine sites before they came mines, doing all these beautiful studies of animals and plants, and to see them gone in 2 years. I went back, I did a career, I did my master's in impact assessment. The reason for that was I wanted to change it. And one of the things, my son is coming back, he says, Dad, the problems are so big, I can't change them. And I see that in young people. You are not going to be able to change the world, but if you can change a little bit of it through what you do personally, you've accomplished something. So, learn the basic skills, critical thinking, and effective writing. Thank you.
I want to say thank you to all our panelists and open up the opportunity to tap into a tremendous resource in front of us. We have a century of experience in a range of fields highly relevant today, with backgrounds bringing us a perspective of how this has developed and evolved, and it's changing. Any questions that you'd like to bring forward, audience, students, teacher? We have a lady at the middle of the left section.
Hi, good afternoon. We talk a lot about training in a myriad of different fields that are related and not related to tourism, but some of the things that I would like us to touch on is kind of the incentive for the training, meaning the pay after they're finished, because we do have as Caribbean countries, we have a limited ability to pay, and that means that we have competitions with first world countries in terms of keeping the talent here. So what can we do to bridge that gap in that we're not able to compete with other countries in terms of the pay, but we're trying to retain the talent, and we're trying to also incentivize them to keep going for training, which is expensive.
Are you speaking from a public sector perspective, from the perspective of the
Both
nation?
public sector and for private people, because it's hard to make good public policy if we don't know what is the best steps for private sector as well.
Would anyone like to tackle that? Thank you. Let me be sure that we've heard and understood your question. The gap which still exists, which you're expressing, remains a challenge, is that even if you have been able to access good learning and upskill, if the opportunities are not keeping the person who has upskilled in the local economy, then the local economy still can't benefit from that improvement. Is that the focus of your question there? Thank you.
Okay. I think it depends on how you look at it. I should have mentioned earlier that while I live and work in Canada, I'm Jamaican. And so this is coming back home for me. And I think that if we think about years ago when we relied on talent coming into the Caribbean, coming into the country, you know, these small islands coming into Jamaica to help us to build on different things, I think the tide is shifting. And it's about also thinking about, as we train, how do we also support the international markets as well, because those skills and talents are also lacking in the international environment. And so I think it depends on how you look at it. I think that there is a real risk. You know, years ago they used to talk about the brain drain, and that, you know, if we're going to be losing our brightest folks, leaving the islands and going to different countries. I think you're beginning to see a lot of shift happening where the international community really do want those skills because they're lacking in many respects. And so I think that that's something that we should celebrate, that when we leave here and go to different countries, that we're helping to build a human capital that they are missing. I think the other piece around it is also that collaborative approach that I talked about earlier, that there are opportunities that we can work with international organizations to help support those skills and the labor force that is left here. And how do we talk about that workforce transformation? I think that Gavin talked about that workforce transformation that is really helping to rethink how the local workforce think about jobs and think about employment, in terms of the impact that we're seeking to make.
Now, that was an excellent question to which there's no simple answer, but I would like to take that platform to maybe throw a challenge back to the audience. The framing of the situation is you have someone who's looking at making an investment of their time in order to make an investment in themselves, but they may be saying, why invest in myself if I am not guaranteed an outcome of the ideal job I may have? Or similarly, a public policy saying, why invest in making the skills opportunities available if we can't keep the investment locally? I think it was Dr. Burrows earlier who reminded us of the precautionary principle mentioned at the Rio Convention, which is don't let the absence of a guaranteed outcome prevent you from launching down the road. Don't let the absence of data in the challenge of climate change prevent you from taking actions towards mitigation, reduction, etc. So I'd just like to challenge the audience. Can you think of ways in which you can change that dynamic by using the tools available, which are digital information, the access to information? How does the current digital environment available to you make it possible for you to change that dynamic of, oh, I don't know what may be out there, so I will hold back on what risks I take? Can you think of the ways in which the current state of digital maturity can change your power position in that dynamic of either looking for opportunities or making decisions about how you invest in yourselves? It's just a challenge. It's another question. It's not an answer. Yeah. However, we are out of the time allotted for the panel. Do you want to throw in something, Mr. Madeira? Mr. Madeira's mic?
Yeah, I hope I understand the question properly, but I just wanted to add that we're unique in the Caribbean in terms of what we have as a product, what we are, what we represent as the warmth of the people in the Caribbean. And the services that we provide, therefore, are unique to this region. So if we think of tourism, the product that we have, the services that we want to offer, it means that the inputs into that are also unique. So I think as any individual, it's a very, very different opportunity to work on solutions within the Caribbean, within this market, because ultimately when we provide that, it's adapted to our local setting and what we put forward to the rest of the world, which really you can't get anywhere else. That's how I think of it.
I want to thank all of you for your time and thank all of our panelists for their time, and also mention that the next panel is going to be hosted by Ken Doyle, who's going to be moderating. So I'd just like to invite Mr. Doyle to come up and ask for a warm expression of appreciation for all our wonderful panelists. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to invite our next panelist up on stage. Yeah, come on up. Possibly, yeah. Okay, is Derek here? Well, this panel is going to be about exploring digital financing mechanisms to support sustainable ocean projects. And we're going to dive into innovative funding mechanisms, including digital payment and blockchain technology, to support sustainable ocean projects and enhance resilience in the tourism sector. We've got 66% of our panel here already. So Tanya Liu from the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund in Suriname, Professor Andrew Spencer, president of the Caribbean Maritime University in Jamaica, and is Derek Ramsamudge around? Okay. Oh. All right. This may give us a chance to make up some time on the agenda. Okay. So just a really quick background on our panelists, and then we'll dive into some questions, and then we'll open it up to the audience. So just really quickly, Tanya Liu, born in Suriname, now based in the Dominican Republic. Tanya is a powerhouse in conservation finance. As program manager for the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, she keeps the money flowing to protect nature across 12 countries with over 20 years of experience in climate policy and sustainable funding. She's worked with big names like GEF, IDB, UNDP. So whether in Suriname, Guyana, Chile, or beyond, she's all about making conservation both effective and financially sustainable. Professor Andrew Spencer doesn't just lead, he transforms. So as president of the Caribbean Maritime University, he's shaping the next generation of maritime and tourism professionals. The first full professor of tourism at UWI, he's also led Jamaica's TDP Co. and authored over 50 publications. With a PhD in tourism strategy and a National Award Order of Distinction, Commander rank, he champions tech-driven sustainable education to fuel the global blue economy. There's Derek. And I'd like to welcome to the stage Derek Ramsamudge.
Pleasure.
Thank you. So Derek is the Caribbean's go-to political analyst, blending sharp insights with deep regional expertise. For over a decade, he's tracked how climate change reshapes economies, especially in small island states. A straight shooter, he warns that business as usual won't cut it anymore. His mission, push leaders to think beyond quick fixes and build a resilient, forward-thinking Caribbean before it's too late. So with that, I'll just dive in, maybe want to give some opening remarks, and then we'll get into some Q&A.
I don't know.
No?
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies for coming in the middle of the session. Thank you. So let me begin by humbly apologizing for what I'm about to say. I have worked in the Caribbean for the last 25 years as a political analyst. We have persons called politicians who basically send messages to the electorate of what they need to do when it comes to the economy and when it comes to the environment. So what I'm going to do in the next couple of minutes is run through some quick examples. So let's look at the geopolitics in our region. We see a new president called Donald Trump, and one would expect that there's going to be a reduction in financing for all the NGOs and the UNFCCC and all of that spaces. One of the considerations when I looked at what is available, we have a shortage of resources, not just in the Caribbean, but throughout the world. When I was asked to look at the whole notion of digital currency and artificial intelligence, I have seen we've moved from millions to billions to trillions and now quadrillions. In the next 5 to 10 years, within the next decade, we will require quadrillions of money. Whether we're talking about AI, whether we're talking about carbon credits, whether we're talking about high forest, low deforestation, whether we're talking about blue carbon, all of these features require financing. No disrespect to all the multilateral agencies that have assisted us in the developed world, but we are going to need a lot more than that kind of cash. So one of the challenges we have, we see the whole world is going to the ESGs, the environment, society, and governance, but that does not give us the framework for us to have sustainability. Over the last couple of hours in this hall, we have no shortage of technical expertise. We have no shortage of different products that are available to help alleviate poverty. What we have is a shortage of sustainable cash, sustainable money, because all the programs for the young kids at school, all the programs offered by the different multilateral agencies are monies derived from some state, whether it's the developing state or the developed state. So one of my walkaways for the younger generation and for the businessmen is recognize that there is a need, and AI and any kind of new technology will give us the opportunity to provide a better quality of life. That brings me now to the notion of our own regional geopolitics. When you look at the Orinoco Delta, part of the Cuban space, part of the Venezuelan space, and when you look at the whole notion of Belize, that basically have the largest barrier reef in the Western Hemisphere, second only to what we see down in Australia, it tells us that we in the region must be able to protect these resources. A couple years ago, while in Suriname, we did what you call the High Forest Low Deforestation Conference. So between the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer, all of that rainforest globally represented a commodity that we can monetize. However, when you look at our history, whether it's brown sugar to white sugar, Muscovado bias, whether or not it's that of coffee or chocolate, the last commodity the developed world have as an opportunity to make an impact in the world is that of our carbon credits. And we in the region, whether we're dealing with Africa, whether we're dealing with Bhutan, whether you're dealing with the Amazon rainforest, must now create mechanisms such as perhaps a carbon derivative market. We have our commodities as gold, silver, the extractive industries, oil, natural gas are traded in certain stock markets. But the last commodity we have that can make our lives different is that of carbon credits, regardless of the source. And the artificial intelligence, that whole sector, as well as the whole notion of digital money, can provide us with a better quality of life. Yes, there are challenges. We have the first world telling us about KYCs and knowing your customers. They forgot when they were developing 200 years ago what was driving their economy in the times of prohibition. Part of our entire development in all our countries are different phases. That's the one thing AI cannot do. This entire exercise, some human being perhaps is ringing a bell. AI has not been able to ring a bell. And that is why our human spirit must not allow us to become totally dependent on AI, because in some countries that could promote a level of unproductivity. So my takeaway to you is that we need to be self-sustaining in the capital market to create wealth using AI, using the environment, using the opportunities to trade off the mitigation, the adaptation, all the different trade-offs in the different countries. And that is why it's important that places like Jamaica And other such countries use these opportunities to brand our country. Just like how Singapore branded their country a particular way. Countries that have carbon credits, whether it's green or blue or any form of smart technologies, must utilize this opportunity. We must therefore thank Jamaica, thank the institutes, thank all the financial sponsors for us to learn how to build our own human capital. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Tom?
Yeah, all right. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Tanya Liu. I'm with the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund. And maybe just because I actually wanted to respond to the previous panel saying, how can technology support the labor force, the workforce in the Caribbean? We are now with 27 people in the organization. We have an annual turnover of $25 million last year. We work all from home, virtually, 27 people. So just to add that technology did indeed help us. It is something that since our establishment, we were virtual, so for 12 years right now, not because of COVID or not because of technology, but it is, I think, something that we as a Caribbean organization, because we are a Caribbean organization, need to be cognizant about that. The workforce in the Caribbean, yes, it is diverse. Yes, I'm happy to see the young people here, but it is also, I would say in my own words, not really sustainable for small states. We talk about SIDS, the small island developing states. Even for the country where I'm from, 500,000 people, we do not have enough people to sustain the forest, to manage the forest. We do not have enough people to have medical specialists for the 500,000 people who live there, let alone for the smaller islands. We have 60,000 or 120,000 people. All the medical specialists that you would require for such a nation, the teachers, the people working in environment, political leaders, you would not have enough people. So what we really need to recognize in the Caribbean is how can we utilize these specialists across the region, coming from Suriname, working in Jamaica, coming from St. Vincent, working somewhere else. But I think that would be the strength of the Caribbean if we talk about labor force and innovation. So yeah, with that, let me just go into my other space of conservation finance. And I think let me just use the example of carbon credits and blue economy, because it is a topic that is very new, it's sexy, everybody speaks about blue economy, what do we do in the Caribbean? The issue of carbon credits is transparency and reporting. Yes, we can talk about, we have all this ocean space. Yes, it was mentioned, we do have a lot of ocean space. We have coral reefs, we have mangroves. But we do need to be able to measure. Without transparent measuring of what you have on carbon credits, and really you can just use it as a Lego block, you can say, okay, I have 2 Lego blocks, or I have 3 Lego blocks here in this mangrove, or the mangrove spots here next to this beautiful resort. Those are the 2 Lego blocks that I want to trade. You need to be able first to measure it, and then go on to the market. The issue now with carbon credits on the market is the buyer. So we have the voluntary carbon credit market, which is actually for the private sector. But then transparency, again, becomes really important for the countries who want to trade the carbon credits. Because even if you get the money from the carbon credits, people want to see very clearly what you're doing. So I would just say, I think there are millions of opportunities in the Caribbean. We just need to be making sure that we can do the reporting and the transparency in a way that is really, I would say, according to the national rules and the international rules. Because then the other issue internationally and nationally is who owns the carbon credits in your country. That is not something that is the same for Jamaica as it is for Trinidad and Tobago or Suriname. Usually, carbon credits are the government's because it's a natural resource that you basically cannot tie into a specific geographic space. It floats out there, it's there. So just for governments also and researchers to think about these issues that we're tackling with, because we as a Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, we are looking into the carbon credits, but then you have all these legal issues, the transparency issues that you have to deal with. And I'm happy that Caribbean Airlines is here, because for me, the next step would be even for a resort or for private sector, how can we stimulate tourists, let's call it tourists, the private sector, not the public sector, but the tourists coming here. If I buy a ticket at Caribbean Airlines, can I offset my carbon? Can that be an option when you purchase a ticket? Can it be an option when I'm here at the resort? When I go onto a snorkel tour or a diving tour, can I say, I want to add $5 to maintain the coral reefs, to make sure that there is an organization out there where I want to donate the $5 that I pay for the snorkel tour, but then, from the $70, I say, okay, this is the $5 that goes into conservation. Is that an option? Is that something that the tourism sector can actually utilize and really build upon, making sure that we are not dependent, indeed, upon just government financing and government subsidies?
You wanted to respond to her first? Oh, I think they've muted your mic, though.
Yeah, sure. Hi? Yes. If I may, and I appreciate what you're saying. A couple of years ago, CARICOM basically was trying to develop resilience insurance. That was when Alan Chastanet was Prime Minister of St. Lucia. And in 1999, the government of Suriname invited multiple countries, and they signed the HFLD protocol, the Kyoto Agreement. This agreement that was accepted by the UN Economic and Social Council allowed countries who are high forested, like Suriname, like Guyana, to discount part of their public debt, right, against their carbon credits. So you would have had a national benefit. Yes, I agree. All of this is evolving and will change. But that is where we need the support, not just the intellectual support, but the support from all the SIDS to create formulas where we take this commodity to benefit our people. It's work in progress.
Yeah. All right, so thank you. And I'd like to follow very closely on my fellow panelist here, based in Suriname, Dominican Republic. But on the point of Suriname and what you just mentioned, we are happy at the Caribbean Maritime University and it's about breaking down insularity. And I'm going in a particular direction about financing the blue economy and why we ought to finance the blue economy. First of all, there's way too much insularity in the region, and a lot of the things that have been stillborn in the Caribbean have been simply because we can't seem to cooperate on very basic things. It's a fact. So fast forward to what we can measure, because you did say we have to be able to measure, and I think that's important. Well, let's measure this. Why should we finance the blue economy? If we were to put together the oceans of the world, we'd be talking about the 7th largest economy in the world. That's measurable. If we were, according to UNDP, if we were to look at market activities, goods and services surrounding the ocean economy, we'd be talking about the 5th largest economy in the world, equivalent to the activity in the German economy, $2.3 trillion. So it then makes the point for what I heard somebody say in an earlier panel about SIDS and the struggles of SIDS, especially in our Caribbean region where we are archipelagic in the way we are, and where, for many of us, the water resources around us in our EEZs are much larger than the land masses. These are the conversations we ought to be having. So Jamaica, for example, is talking about an EEZ that's 24 times larger than its land mass. And we haven't yet started to have a conversation about how we properly finance the blue economy. And that's again because we're operating in silos for the most part. And that's also because we haven't spent the time to understand how industries can intersect and congeal. What do I mean? So my background is tourism. And I'm very proud of what's happened with the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. I remember when I was the head of TPDCO in tourism, this was a new concept, and to see how it has taken on in terms of thought leadership is very exciting for me. But yes, give them a round of applause. But one of the things that's very striking to me is that nobody has started to talk about how we quantify, capture, measure the impact, for example, whether impact negative or positive, of cruise tourism as a part of the blue economy in the Caribbean. I haven't heard that conversation in a real way. So we're talking about fisheries, we're talking about ensuring that marine parks are in place, we're talking about, and I haven't heard anybody speak in a very pointed, focused way about cruise tourism and how we look at how that fits into conversations on the blue economy. Now, is the blue economy purely about that which is extractive, or is it a conversation about what the blue economy can add in terms of its value? So let me tell you what I mean. The Caribbean Maritime University is a thought leader in a number of areas, and I heard somebody mention sargassum this morning and say that we're not having enough conversations about sargassum. Well, in partnership with the Irish Aid Clinic, we're just launching a £150,000 project that's going to look at biodiverse uses of sargassum, but also it's going to have a conversation about how sargassum can be the golden carbon harvester of sorts. And this, we think, will transform the thinking in a number of ways. But how do we ensure that we're not only users of that which is created in the developed world, but that we're creators? It's going to be through conversations with institutions that can generate knowledge, that can create, and artificial intelligence is certainly one of those ways that we're going to make these things happen. So I introduce you, for example, to the fact that we have an artificial intelligence degree at the CMU that's not creating people who just know how to use artificial intelligence, but people who can actually create and produce technologies that are going to allow for the Caribbean region to be not just users, but creators, producers. I soon come to you, my friend. And so it's important that we allow the conversation to move beyond just, how can we tap into multilateral funding? How can we tap into, and that's important. But if we are going to be at the head of the game, the knowledge component of what we do is going to have to be monetized so that we can finance the blue economy. And I want to make this last point, final point. You would have heard from students this morning from our university. These are students who are doing degrees in, well, the only degree in cruise shipping and marine tourism in the entire region. That's the first thing. But we also have the only degree in marine biotechnology. There's a reason why we're not doing a degree in marine biology, because we have enough of that. Degrees in marine biotechnology are degrees that look at solution orientation for moving the needle so that the Caribbean doesn't always have to absorb and digest what the rest of the world tells us about ourselves, but we're leading in terms of innovation. And that's where we ought to go. That's where we have to go. And the last part of innovation is that we have an MOU that we've signed with EcoCanada, the only institution to have done that, because we recognize the importance of the accreditation approach, especially as it relates to the green and the blue economy. So those are my opening remarks.
Thank you. If I may add to what you're saying, we in the region restrict our thinking to only CARICOM countries. For whatever reason, we will take the medication, the medical support from Cuba, the doctors, the nurses, some of their drugs. Now, Cuba, and I'm glad we have the gentleman from Caribbean Airlines. Cuba recently created the methodology to measure the carbon credits from every single airport through the aviation authority. But our respective countries would not want to turn regionally outside of CARICOM to look at how we examine it. And that's the lost opportunities we have by only thinking, to the, lack of a better word, to the northern economies. Look at the intellectual capital that this event brought here. And look at the intellectual capital this event is trying to influence young people to go a particular way. So it is high time that we believe in ourselves. When you look at the quantum of money spent in the tourism sector, or the amount of money, and let me be clear, I have nothing against alcohol, right, or carnival, but the money spent in those sectors that can be used. We have not seen ESG carnival, for example, with all the waste that goes with the costumes. So what we need is a change of thinking, not just simply looking for funding from multilaterals, but raising our own capital inside our economies. And that is what we need to get that generation to think. That generation must be the scientists, must be the biotechnicians, must be the creators of new technology that can be sold to Japan, India, and China. And we must have leaders who are willing to invest in our people. And that is what we need if we wish to move the Caribbean. As I said, this is a quadrillion quantum of money. All these young people there will be billionaires before they turn 18. It doesn't only belong to Elon Musk. And that is why we need more of these events and for people to be honest with themselves.
No, thank you. That's great. I've got a specific question for Tanya, but I'd like to hear everybody on it. Really, it's a term we've heard come up a few times over the course of the last couple of days, public-private partnerships. So could you share your insights maybe on, what role do public-private partnerships play in mobilizing resources for sustainable development of the blue economy, and particularly conservation trust funds, if that's a...
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Ken. So on public-private partnerships, what we have established in 12 countries right now is a network of what we call National Conservation Trust Funds. So through our CBF endowment, so we have an endowment fund. Through the CBF endowment, these National Conservation Trust Funds receive funding who can actually then turn that into actions on the ground, whether it's protecting mangroves, restoration of coral reefs, looking into ecotourism actually as one of the bigger pillars as well. So for us, that network is there to actually bring together public and private sector. And maybe one very specific example that I would have visited recently is the Tobago Keys Marine Park. So we've spoken about protection of conservation and how parks or protected areas can be one tool to make sure that, for example, this mangrove area or this coral reef actually gets protected is through indeed protected areas. And the Tobago Keys Marine Park is the largest, I think, marine park in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And what they have established there, and I really have to, I would say, applaud the government, is that the Tobago Keys Marine Park, as a marine park, they are able to collect their own fees outside of the central government system, which is really actually unique for the region. I don't know if you know, but if you go to any marine park, protected areas, a park, or you want to see the monkeys, or you want to see somewhere else, the snorkeling, the fee that you pay, the entrance fee, goes to the central bank account. In the Tobago Keys Marine Park, actually, that park is able to collect fees, which is actually also an incentive for the park itself to go out there and collect fees and not, maybe we see a boat coming in and out, and well, if they pay or not, we don't care because, well, the money doesn't come in our bank account as the managers of the protected area. So I would really say that is one of the examples I would have seen in the region that really work. Right? The government has a say in the management, so there is a board of directors where the government is represented, because yes, the National Marine Park or the national parks are the property of the government of the country. But the way you manage it is not only dependent upon the income that you can generate from public funding or from the government or from taxes, where you can find tourists that can pay for conservation of your park. That is, I think, the way to go. Again, I gave the examples of going snorkeling, making sure that the tourists understand that a portion of the fee or the payment that they give to go snorkeling actually goes into protection of the coral reefs. And that can also go into the marine protected areas and the national protected areas. So you have one in Guyana, that is the Iwo-Kurama National Park, which is actually funded or owned, or not owned, but almost leased with the UK. So they get funding from the UK to manage the park sustainably. So there are ways and examples, I think, out there to make sure that public and private sector can be blended, can be joined, to make sure that we make sure that the natural resources can stay out there and be protected.
Awesome. Eric, Andrew?
Right. So yeah, I think, so we've talked about PPP a lot, and I think certainly as we look at financing the blue economy, there have been some good examples. I can think of quite a few examples in Jamaica with good companies such as Grace Kennedy and others, and Seprod, which would have partnered with our university and with others for driving a sustainable blue economy. And I mean, to my mind, one of the best examples is actually outside of the region, which is in 2018, the Seychelles example of the first sovereign blue bond, which was, even though advocated by the World Bank, was not funded by the World Bank. It was appealing to investors to partner with the government to ensure that this $15 million fund could exist for more protected areas, and also for ensuring that there was an opportunity to exercise a different kind of thought process. That's what I think what we miss sometimes is that financing does not only allow for us to significantly advance causes in the short term. Financing allows you the wiggle room to think creatively and to get it right. And I'll use a very loose example. Think about the child who is born with no means, coming out of impoverished areas. He has no room for a single misstep, and therefore he must follow a particular path. The child who is born with means can take a few risks and can think more creatively and can find footing in his or her area of passion. And so I think that the PPPs that we need to encourage should provide that kind of buffer through financing that will allow for us to go back to what my friend spoke about earlier and what I said, to being more creative and to being more innovative.
And if I may, part of it is when you look at our financial services in the region, you look at the strengths of our regional banks who are all boasting of millions of dollars profit. Some of that could probably assist governments. If you look at what Belize did in terms of their blue bonds and in terms of restructuring the debt, using that level of creativity. So we need to give ourselves the latitude. We need to have the students of actuarial science. We need to have people who deal with money in our countries, because make no mistake, every Caribbean person is a capitalist. They first want to know how much I'm going to get paid and what my benefit will be. So if we have resources, whether we're selling Morby on the side of the road, people are looking for how I could use my resources to get a better quality of life. So countries in the Caribbean understands, yes, there are challenges, but you have enough creative capital there to make capitalism work for us and put us in a better place than having outstanding debt. And I think that's where we need leadership, not just the politicians, but the bankers, the teachers, the young creative people who should not hesitate to get into business. Richard Branson started business at 16. selling records. So there is no shame in creativity. And I think that's where the digital capital space must be adapted beyond traditional banking to help our entrepreneurs use the technology to create a better life for the following generations.
Awesome. So to keep on track, I just want to see if the audience has any questions. Outstanding. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. So if we get a microphone right up here, please. Or, yeah, there.
Okay, so Professor Spencer, so you brought up the cruise industry and the blue economy, right? My question is, how can the cruise industry collaborate with the blue economy to enhance economic benefits for the local community and the region?
I think we should just give her a round of applause for that question. Yeah, it's always a proud moment to hear this. So first of all, I would say, and if I answer that question quickly with my own personal story. When I left the tourism ministry and went back to the UWI and then came across to the Caribbean Maritime University, I wondered what would be my magic wand of sorts. And it struck me very early that we had a very strong relationship with cargo operators and tanker-type vessels. We never had that relationship with cruise vessels. One of the things we've been able to do is to engage in some partnerships with a number of notable cruise lines. And certainly one of the conversations, even though we're talking about financing, and they're giving us scholarships, and they're going through a process of helping with equipment for making sure that the pedagogy that we use with our students is top-notch. The next level of the conversation is not just, so we're trying to have a chair established looking at sustainable blue economy, and we expect a cruise company to finance that. So that's one element of it. But then there's the other side of it too, where, as I spoke before about the buffer and the ability to be able to break new frontiers in our thinking. We are hoping that these partners who have to utilize our waters and who make their money from transportation in our space, that there would be a conversation beyond head taxes for how we can treat with some of the challenges that occur from their economic activity. And so your question almost answers itself, in that they have to step up and have this conversation with us about how they can help to, and it doesn't, I mean, we've been talking about carbon credits. It doesn't solve the problem, but what it does is to mitigate against some of the deleterious effects of what that activity causes, and it can enable us, again, I keep going back there, message discipline, to be innovators, to be forward thinkers, to be cutting edge, to not only be takers, but to be givers. And so I'm saying in a very veiled way that the conversation about what they can do has started, and we need to close that conversation.
All right, good afternoon. All right, so my question is not channeled to a specific person on the panel. My question is around the point carbon credit, the cruise industry, and the technology, right? So first, I'd just like to thank you guys. You've introduced a lot of new terms to me, and I've been learning a lot of new things here. So when you mentioned carbon credit, I was like, what is this term? It's the first that I'm hearing this term. And I said, you know, let me go and look at it and see what it is. And when I look at it, I saw that it talked about basically having some regulations in place to reduce pollution in the environment from the tourism industry, right? So it linked me back to a documentary that I was watching earlier, where it wasn't in the Caribbean specifically, but I think it was in Europe where they were talking about as much attention is not paid to the amount of pollution that comes from the cruise industry and ships. They are trying to put things in place where they shift from the fuel that we use in ships to methane to reduce the amount of pollution on the environment. Now, how can you incorporate that in the Caribbean, considering that the Caribbean accounts for approximately 35% of the world's cruise industry? How can you incorporate the carbon credit in the Caribbean, considering the fact that we do a lot of cruise-related things and the pollution that is in the Caribbean, as we are dealing with developing nations here? So that's what I have.
All right, excellent question again. Let me start off. I know my fellow panelists have a lot to say on carbon credits. So I will start by saying, and I don't like to use these opportunities to do victory laps, but I told you about the Sargassum project earlier. There's another project happening right now as we speak in London, and it's a preparatory workshop with the International Maritime Organization talking about decarbonization. And again, 2 CMU researchers are leading this project and would have made their presentations yesterday about how the Caribbean is likely to somehow be disadvantaged because of just our configuration and the effects of short stops and routes. Now, go back to cruise shipping. Cruise shipping is based on multiple stops and multiple destinations, right? And so they're not excluded from that conversation. One of the things I would say is there's no shortage of research on the impact of the carbon emissions in cruising. But I'll tell you some of the conversations that are fairly advanced. One of them is this issue of shore power and what that will mean for cruise lines. Again, the Caribbean can't seem to come together. Yeah, I know, but you know, Donna, you and I are friends, but I feel like the conversation needs, yeah. So when I say shore power, and Mrs. Howe gets it, Antigua, for example, launched a massive project trying to look at shore power, but shore power won't mean anything if only one destination is focusing on it. It's not going to be financially viable for anybody to even consider it properly. Now, let me take you again to some more work we're doing. We're looking at how alternative fuel sources can enable us to provide shore power, and I know that Donna Howe is pushing that as well. So when we start having those conversations, and it's a simple, I don't want to oversimplify it, but a vessel in port that does not have to burn fuel already is making an improvement to what was happening before. If they can somehow, let me use the word loosely, plug in to the port and be able not to burn what it's burning, you'll have a better environment. But the research exists, and I'm going to share quite a bit of it with you in terms of how we've likened one cruise ship to floating cities and how it's the equivalent of 129,000 cars in California, and there's a lot of research that documents it. We're able to quantify, but we now need to be able to apply the measures that will enable us to tackle some of these challenges.
Is it working? Hello? Yeah. No, just to add that, yes, I would say very short, because I think my panelists said it all, but the carbon credits, I don't know if you heard about biodiversity credits, carbon footprint, environmental footprint, it's just a very fancy name for polluter pays principle. So if you look that up, it's really a way on how can we make sure that those who are responsible for the pollution, whether it's cruise ships, whether it's a tourist, whether it's an industry, how do we make sure that we can get some kind of, I would say, payback and compensation? I don't like the word compensation because for me it's not a compensation, right? When you destroy the coral reefs, when you build a nice resort, you can never compensate that back because the coral reefs take 200, 500 years to build back. So that's another conversation. But just to add that polluter pays principle, that is all these terminologies that we're now discussing on. How can we get some money back from those who are responsible for the pollution?
Part of the challenge is that of our education. When you look at the development, so for example, you're talking about the cruise ships. When you try to put a carbon tax or a passenger tax on every visitor of the cruise liners, you begin to be politically or internationally blackmailed that if you don't move that tax, we're not coming to your port. So part of this is our own negotiations, first within the CARICOM country. And so we lost bananas and we lost rum in terms of how we negotiated. And therefore, part of this is understanding what negotiations take. So this conference was about upscaling human capacity. So we need to train our people as to how to negotiate to bring the best benefit to your population. You look at the extractive industries, you look at the airlines, you look at the shipping, you look at the cost of food, you look at the foreign used cars that they bring to our countries. And therefore, we contribute to all of that. So all the ocean liners that coming, the big container ships that bring in all the vehicles, you look at how the docks are constructed. So we are at a crossroads, realizing that we need engineers, we need highly skilled people who understand the chemistry of carbon credits, of what basically makes up something that is destructive to us.
Yes. If I may just quickly, we're a fantastic panel, we finish each other's sentences. Do you know why we negotiate so badly? Is that we negotiate alone. Big problem.
Yes.
Right? So there's a kind of strength that we would have as a region. Think about it. Most cruise-dependent region, yeah? But also not understanding that we have significant value. Our natural composition in terms of where the islands are located in relation to others can be found nowhere else. And so we need to know that going into negotiations, we need to be united in negotiations, and the strength that we will have from that collaborative approach, if we got that right, we'd get most other things right.
And if I may add, negotiate beyond CARICOM.
Yes.
Negotiate with Dominican Republic, with Haiti, with Cuba. Absolutely. Do not be afraid of the geopolitics.
Yep.
The time for that have come and gone.
Yes, sir.
Sir? Sir?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Sir. Good afternoon.
Yes. My name is Luther Irving, and I'm a promoter of Tourism Domino. I just want to add something here to the panel and all the members here. Tourism is very dear to me. And I just want to point out to all of you here that tourism was started right here in Jamaica. Yeah, right here in Jamaica. And it was started out by a gentleman by the name of an Englishman, Orlando Doe Baker, who, as it made mention, used to take banana, sugar, and lagwood out of Jamaica back to England. Now, this was in the western end of the island, Port Antonio. That is where tourism started from here, and it later expanded to the Caribbean. And so we're here now promoting global tourism and hotels, among others. The same Orlando Doe Baker built the first hotel here in the Caribbean, and it was in Port Antonio, Titchfield Hotel, now Titchfield High School. I just want to say here, based on some of the questions that the panelists discussed about financial stability and how we can raise funds. I'm here saying that, we're here as Caribbean investors, tourism, among others. We keep waiting in our office for somebody to knock on our door to bring tourists to our country. I'm here saying that we as Caribbean people can create our own market, our own tourism business by promoting Tourism Domino. Each country invited another country to come to your respective country to play domino and to eat and to share all the amenities that we have in our countries. And so we need to pay some serious attention to that. I made mention of, the gentleman made mention of financing to support students. I'm here saying that, I mean, through the same product, we can raise funds to supply and maintain our schools so that they can inherit what we are here creating now for the future.
Okay, so I think that probably wraps. Sorry. Go ahead. Last question, and then we'll get some final thoughts from the panelists, and then we'll wrap it up.
Okay. Good afternoon again, everyone. You know, when I look at the notes I take and the questions I have, and the panelists raise it, I feel good. I want to tell you all something. This region has no more than 10 million people. And we can't come together. 10 million people. The University of the West Indies started such that there were 3 campuses, each one focusing on something different. So Trinidad was known for engineering, Jamaica was known for medicine, and Barbados for law. Today, all the campuses have all those faculties, reducing the integration. And until such time as we recognize that we have to come together in the region as one region. Maybe our address should be Knox Street Caribbean, maybe, and not Trinidad and Barbados, until we realize that. Because here's what, in the cruise shipping industry, the cruise ship industry plays us. And somebody mentioned it. They said, oh, you want to raise your tax, or we're not coming back to your show. If we had a collective agreement about what tax would be in the region, and together we would cluster and deal with the cruise lines as one destination with different flavors, because don't get me wrong, the flavor of Barbados and the flavor of Trinidad and the flavor of St. Lucia is quite different. So you get different flavors, but you're coming to one destination. That's my first point. The second point I want to make is that in 2008, there was something written by the CTO called the Sustainable Tourism Policy Framework for the Caribbean. The reason why it went nowhere is because they put the word Caribbean on it. If they had left out that word, perhaps we would have been further along as far as that is concerned. And the last thing I want to say, which will be a question, which I wanted to ask to the panel before, but I didn't get a chance. The word sustainable, we have to be careful how we define that term. Because while we understand that sustainable speaks to that triple bottom line, economic, environmental, and social, it also, in terms of the blue economy, has to speak to where do women fit in. And if we leave women out of the blue economy conversation, it can't be called blue economy. Additionally, in terms of what sustainability, sustainable tourism, and the blue economy should do for those in the lower socioeconomic level, if they are left out and they are not benefiting, we cannot call it sustainable. So I wanted to ask the workforce panel before about the conversation about where women fit into this blue economy resilience discussion. But perhaps this panel can address it. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Okay, so maybe I'll invite the panelists to give some concluding remarks, and yeah, we'll wrap it up.
I would like to thank everyone for participating. I think it's a wonderful question. I think we need to understand the ESG framework, where we're talking about the environment, we're talking about the society, and we're talking about governance. And that is where not just women, but that is where young people should be made to fit in. That is where the private sector, That is where how you govern the society and how you create a sense of not equity, but of opportunities for people to use their skill sets. I think this is very good conversation to get people to think differently and thereby behave differently. So we talk about the blue economy and the region full of disposable food packages all over, right? Juice bottles. We don't even have yet the ability to dispense of our garbage in a environmentally impactful manner. Tires. So it is how we live our lives will determine the quality of our lives, from the beaches to the mangroves to the air that we breathe to the water we drink. It's ironic. We're drinking water out of a plastic bottle, and we cannot deal with recycling plastic. So that is where we have to think differently, and forums like this provides us with that opportunity.
Hello? Yeah, all right. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll just maybe respond to some of the comments from the last speaker. I think if we speak about leaving no one behind, I would really urge, one, the tourism sector about thinking how you can include communities in all that you do. So it's not only having a local workforce, but where does the fruit come from? Where does your meat come from? Where does, the whole value chain of making sure that the locals and the local community actually benefit from the tourism sector. And speaking about women and I would say youth, girls in technology and girls in the sector, for me personally, I see a lot of women in the technical, I would say more the technical side of things. So where I work, if I go into the field, if I go into meetings, I would say the women are almost overrepresented. And the question then becomes, where are the males? Where are the boys? If you look at the students right now, I was actually asking them, where are the boys? So are we leaving them behind? Because it is not fair to then expect in 20, 30 years, if we look at society and I would say the structure of society, you as grown-ups and intellectuals, at one point, you're not going to settle for a partner who is a taxi driver. Right? So making sure in the Caribbean that we also include boys and make sure that includes the whole, the education of boys. Because again, where I come from, if I go into my meetings, if I go into the field, the women are all there. Where we are lacking in the Caribbean is the decision making. I have the numbers only for Suriname because I'm from Suriname, but I think less than 5% of our, I would say, parliament is female, versus 90% of education at tertiary level is female. So clearly there is a gap, right? We make it all to university and education, but the next step in how do we as women also make sure that our voices are heard in decision making, I would say I would really encourage everyone. I am not into politics, but I do see the benefit of having voices heard at that level of politics, both from male and female perspectives. So that is, I think, where we need more work done.
Yeah, and I'd want to support, just very quickly in closing, how sobering you brought us back to what the reality is. My view on it is, we've been talking a lot about SDG 14, and Myrna has brought us back to SDG 5, which is gender equity, which is not necessarily about women's studies, but about a level playing field. And I want to make the point that you identified that there are females here. We have a university that is largely a technical university. We have degrees in very technical areas, Faculty of Engineering and Applied Technology, Artificial Intelligence, and all the other areas I mentioned earlier. You want to know what our ratio is? We have 51% male, 49% female. Ridiculous. Beautiful. What that says to me is that females are getting very interested in technical and technological fields, and so they've come to us, and I should say this very guardedly, qualitatively, the grades are telling us that they're doing better in the more technical areas than the males at our university. So what we ought to create is an environment that will allow everyone to thrive. Especially as I close, I'll say 25% of Latin America and the Caribbean lives near to the ocean. It's a no-brainer that we should focus our energies on the blue economy and getting it right. And therefore, those who are interested in financing real initiatives that will move the development agenda should focus their finances in that direction. Thanks.
Great. All right, well, please, let's keep the round of applause going. A great panel, great discussion. Could have kept going for hours. So thank you to all the panelists. I'd like to invite my friend up real quick, just do a quick announcement, and then we'll hand it off to Camille, I believe, right? Yeah, awesome.
All right, so I'm here to break things up just a little bit before we start our final panel. And I hope you have been listening since you've been here, because you're going to have to work a little bit for what I'm about to give away. Now, you've been to Jamaica, clearly, now for this conference. Some have been here before. But our partners at Caribbean Airlines would like to have you extend your Caribbean experience to another destination. So I have in my hand 2 tickets. Each of them are return tickets from Kingston, Jamaica to Trinidad. Trinidad? Anyone? I cannot, no, I'm gonna start over, wait. I have in my hands 2 tickets return from Kingston, Jamaica to Trinidad. I want to be in Trinidad with doubles on the beach with a coconut. So my first question, please raise your hands, and I need help if my committee members are here to see who responds the quickest. So the first question is, how many global tourism resilience and crisis management centers? Lord, hello, no. You work with us. The people who work at the Ministry of Tourism and its agencies are in persons who used to work with the Ministry of Tourism and its agencies are also ineligible. Professor Spen, and you were so convincing from the Montego Bay Convention Center, Marine. So again, if you're not a part of that grouping, you are eligible. How many global tourism resilience and crisis management centers are there in the world? Dun, 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 dun. Yes, ma'am. No. Hold on, wait, hey. Raise your hands. Marine, you're ineligible. Aradna. No. Yes. No. Yes. So, hey. She's next. 1 second, sir. You are so close, sir. Say, what did you say? Put up your hand again. Say what you're saying. It is 6. You are correct. Come here, please. I have to take a photo up because we have to let Caribbean Airlines know that this happened as our sponsor. And as he comes, my second, it's not a question because I need you to be a little bit more engaged. You've been in Jamaica since Sunday. You would have interacted with the lovely staff here at Princess and other persons working on this project. And I need the best patois impersonation that you think you can give to us? Oh, you are a Jamaican. Sir? Oh, you want me? Oh? All right, don't be so sad. Clap him. Where are you from? All right, so who is brave enough now? And I'm trying to just quickly wrap up before Mr. Dobson makes an announcement and then our final panel. How are you feeling with your Jamaican patois? You feeling, come here, you come here, yes. You're ready. May I have a microphone? What, oh no? Hold on, tell me, wait. Is he ineligible? All right, you are, okay. Boy, they rat you out quick. You look Jamaican though. Who is that gentleman? You're from where, Guyana? Guyana too close? In the Caribbean? Too close? No, gee. Mr. Dobson, you have the deciding. Give him a chance? All right, come now. May I have yes, give him that, please. And we needed convincing, you know, we're very dramatic. You can't just stand up and say it. Yeah. Guys, give him a little encouragement now. Lord, him getting support? Somebody repeating it to him, or? You have Jamaican friends? Make them help you. Call somebody. Or just go. Yeah. And we have to hurry. Don't go ahead, man. You have the support. We can't hear you.
Sorry. What you do?
All right, guys. Next, I have to hurry up, or Mr. Dobson going to haul me off the stage, and I have to give away this prize. Return ticket for one from Kingston to Trinidad. Carnival is coming up February 28 to March 5 in Trinidad. Yes. Anybody else brave enough? Quite simple. Anybody wants to try? Don't let me pick on you, because I will come down there and pick on you. Anybody? Yes? So do we want to take another photo?
I'm Jamaican.
I am so sorry. The CEO of the airlines is here and I was not. Oh, my apologies. We'll retake the photo with the gentleman with you. Ibrahim, are you doing a patois? No? Oh, you're not? Just sitting. Guys, supporting the Jamaicans. Help your friends from overseas. Yeah, we have some, well, the Jamaicans clearly can't do it. An English sentence? So basically, you could say, I want you to say in patois, what is happening? There, hey! Oh, no, oh. Lord, me you're from Trinidad? Yeah, no, you're, Caribbean, all right, hear what? Caribbean nationals are ineligible. Who else, guys? Spain? Aradna, help me, somebody. No, they will. Who? Who's next? Who? So he won. May I have, please. And excuse me, sir. Because I thought that you guys were going to be able to be here. All right, so here you go. Quick photo up, guys. And then we have an announcement on our final panel. I can't believe you're fighting out Guyana and the rest of the Caribbean people. Who are gone. Nice. May I have your, I'm going to come to you for your contact details, all right?
Okay, thank you very much.
But the instructions are in there. Nice. All this and the doubles. Mr. David Dobson, our CTD.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to be very quick, but 3 quick things I want to say. The first one, this evening will be our gala event. Yes, it's the event where you all will get to your rooms and dress up nicely and come back. It's going to be on the Sky Terrace, which is just outside there. Cocktails will be served in this room, and then we move on to the Sky Terrace. Lovely music, great food, great company. Also, for those who have not yet registered, the team has put together an excellent outing for you tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will travel to Jam West Adventure Park. We should leave here about 9 a.m., and you will have a guided tour through Negril and Jam West, where we will have a variety of activities, a variety of Jamaican food, Jamaican music, Jamaican drinks, everything Jamaican, a lovely day, and we hope to get back here about 3 p.m. So if your flights are not anytime before that, we ask you all, if you have not yet registered, please see the Secretariat to do so. The final thing is that we have some exhibits next door. We have some persons next door exhibiting some lovely digital products. And I'm sure you would want to have a view before you go. They'll be happy to see you. Thank you very much.
Hello again, everyone. I think we have to give a little appreciation for that lift in the room spirit, that little bit of enjoyment and diversion. Thank you so much. I'm conscious it is the end of the day. I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. I'm sorry? Would you update that?
I'm so sorry. I have returned with a little update. I understand that some persons are still expecting the Prime Minister to be with us to make some brief remarks. Regrettably, he was here. He participated in a high-level meeting and had to move on due to some new developments. So regrettably, we will not have him participating in this forum again today. So our apologies.
Thank you very much. Let me invite all the panelists on the final panel, which is Regenerative Tourism and Sustainable Infrastructure, Building Resilient Coastal Communities Through Innovation and Collaboration. Why don't you join me up on the stage and we'll do a quick introduction of everyone and then try to get going with a productive discussion while we all process the last few panels. So as I said, I'm conscious we have had a very long couple of days. There has been intense discussion about a number of abstract and rich, fruitful topics which have engaged our brains. So I'm proposing that for the final panel, we take a moment of reflection. We're going to go from the very high visionary level of discussion to bring our feet back onto the ground and to put us in place with a sense of a personal understanding of how we can take what we've learned in the last 2 days forward and back into our businesses and workplaces. So I'll just briefly introduce the people on stage, and then what I'm going to ask each panel member to do is, speaking from their own experience, which is extensive, give a point of view, a human point of view, putting into very practical and personal terms the concepts that we've raised, not only with our topic, which is the coastal communities and regenerative tourism, but all of the topics which have preceded today. Yesterday, we all met Aradhna Kawala, who was Master of Ceremonies for day one, and here she is in another lovely outfit for today. We learned she is a seasoned and highly connected professional in the global tourism space. She's also the founder and CEO of Aptomind Partners, a strategic consultancy which advises on sustainable development. Aradhna is a global thought leader, a change maker, and one of the most influential leaders in the travel, tourism, and hospitality sectors. So welcome back to the stage. Next we have Ted Bailey at the end. Ted Bailey is the founder and president of Aureus Solutions, a water and wastewater consulting and operations firm. He's a professional engineer based in Canada and a certified auditor with EcoCanada. For over 20 years, he has supported clients to improve design, operations, maintenance, and management of treatment systems, with a primary focus on local capacity building. Dean Burrows represents a person rooted in the Caribbean in both countries, which I also represent. I'm Trinidadian, and he's connected to a Trinidadian family. I'm half Canadian. He's also living in Canada. And he's someone who has been working from the ground up for over 30 years in the tourism sector here in Jamaica. And Nigel, who has come with me and the Trinidadian contingent from Trinidad, is an agronomist also with over 25 years experience. And his focus currently is working not only with young people, but also rural communities, emphasizing the revitalization of the role of agriculture, not only as its own sector, but the role that agriculture can play in creating an authentic tourism experience. And very close to my heart, he's also focused on the biodiversity aspect and restoring heritage species such as Moruga hill rice. So, round of applause to welcome everyone back to the stage, or to the stage. So as I said, we have had all these huge visionary concepts thrown around for 2 days, and we have a moment now to come down, put our feet on the ground, and I'm going to ask, beginning with Dean, sorry, my apologies, with Aradhna. Now, the reason I'm going to start with Aradhna is, as I said, she has brought to this room the global perspective. She has dealt with policy discussion and the challenge of creating policy at national levels. So I would really like Aradhna to spend a few minutes, and in giving her point of view, also give us a little education on the meaning of regenerative tourism.
Thank you, Camille. My point of view is that the time for talking was yesterday. And I don't mean that literally. I mean it in terms of the panel before, couldn't stress it anymore. We're here to talk about the coastal communities and the blue economy. And the paradox of our industry is we have this industry which is solely dependent on oceans as the natural asset, and we are responsible directly or indirectly in its destruction. We heard some fantastic things in the previous panel, right? Think about it. A single luxury resort room is responsible for consumption of 800 gallons of water, which is 70 times more than a local does. The cruise ship, which we heard about just before, they dump billions of gallons of sewage into the seawater. 80% of businesses which exist in the coastal communities either repatriate the funds abroad or don't employ enough locals or offshore the money to tax havens. So we are at a stage which is absolutely critical for our industry, especially when it comes to coastal communities. And we don't have 50 years to fix this. If you're really lucky, we have 8 to 10 years. So the time to act is now, and incremental changes are not going to cut it. We need radical changes. And radical change means radical leadership. It means a radical change in our mindset. It needs radical change in policy and execution, right? There is no other industry in the world where we say, oh, we're going to measure the success of this industry solely based on visitor arrivals and what percentage it contributes to the GDP. We have to have new ways of measuring success in travel and tourism. It just can't be how many millions of visitors that you get. We have to start talking about the environmental footprint of the visitor that you're getting. Are we having people who are giving back more than they take? That's number one. Number two, I'm a big believer in rewards and punitive measures as a balance. As a mother, you do that with children, right? As a parent, you do that with your kids. Reward works, and sometimes you have to reprimand them. Now, reward is there are a whole host of fantastic startups, really, really cool businesses that are truly regenerative and sustainable. Let's incentivize them. Let's give them a whole host of facilities to help them scale and fund their businesses. And on the flip side, businesses that are not being regenerative or sustainable, let's have measures in place to make sure that they are curtailed from causing more damage to both the people and planet. I grew up in Switzerland. In Switzerland, if you break a traffic fine for speeding, you get fined as a percentage of your annual salary, or in the worst case, as a percentage of your overall net worth. Let me tell you, people don't, do that in Switzerland. It's the same thing in Singapore, as an example, right? You don't have people chewing gum and spitting on the streets. So it's extremely important to have rules which ensure enforcement. Think about it. Every project, be it a hotel, a cruise, a port, before going ahead, it needs a financial feasibility, right? Everyone wants to know, what is the return on investment? When are you going to make your money back? Why don't we have the same thing for social feasibility and environmental feasibility? Are you going to be net positive for people and planet? If yes, you get the certification to go ahead. Otherwise, you don't. And final point, tourism is not a burden. It is an industry which is a lifeline for billions of people. So it's extremely important that you take the visitor economy on a journey with you. By which I mean, if you look at the most affluent travelers of today, they're the most lost. They're looking for purpose and meaning. You need to take your visitors on a journey with you so they are contributing to building back the environment and leaving it better than they found it. So let them be the ones who are going on coral replanting or regenerating the soils or really adding back to the environment in more ways than one. So we really need to redefine success. We also need to redefine what it means to be a successful tourism destination. It just can't be visitor numbers. It also needs us to redefine what is high impact, high value tourism as against just more numbers. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, first of all, I've been really impressed with this conference. I've had such amazing conversations and listening to the speakers. But at the same time, I feel a little guilty. I'm a specialist. I work in water and wastewater. And my solutions to some of these problems are, I think, much simpler. I'm not to say they're right or the direction, but we work to empower operators. Those don't have to be trained people. They can be individuals working at a hotel. They can be college educated, university educated. It can be anybody. But typically, what we're seeing more and more of is it's people who struggle with reading, struggle with learning in a conventional classroom environment. but they're hands-on workers who have the capability to make massive changes to our environment. And I'll give you an example. We just went to a water treatment plant 2 months ago. This is in Canada. And so it happens all over the world. I've been to 400 plants across Canada, the US, and the Caribbean, and I see the same issues. And this operator had 25 years of experience, very passionate guy, loved what he was doing, but he got moved to a different job. He took care of the distribution system for a small town, and he got moved to the treatment plant. One would think that this would be an easy transition. He was in charge of water quality. But he was given no training, no support. The company he worked for didn't have any standard operating procedures or training, and he was just expected to jump in because he had 25 years of experience. And we got there one day, and it was raining, and he said, just a second, I have to go out and put in some chlorine into the well. And I asked him, why are you doing that? Well, that's what we've always done. And I told him, that's not a normal practice. You have chlorine pumps over here. Why are you hand dumping chlorine into your well? Well, that's the way we've always done it. And we discovered that this chlorine was actually siphoning back into the river. And they do it all the time. And this is a very sensitive river with fish and all sorts of biodiversity, small creek. For 30 years, they have been significantly damaging the downstream aquatic environment. And that's where we like to approach problems. There's huge problems with water and wastewater. Wastewater is probably one of the #1 environmental contributors in the tourism sector. You're taking water from scarce environment in the groundwater and then immediately dumping it into the ocean where you can't recover it without significant cost. So you're taking rainwater, which is scarce, dumping into the ocean. So there is obviously lots of technologies and where we want to go in the future with reusing better sensors, better alarms, better data. But as Aradhana said, we need solutions right now. And yes, we'll get there, but those investments are incredibly expensive. Let's work with our people, and I don't want to call it training because it's really giving someone an opportunity and empowering them. And I think we also need to talk about the language of who we're selling to. I most related to the CEO here in the previous panel who said, I want value. That's what I find our buyers want is value. So value to the CEO is saving money, reducing risk. Value to the operator is making my life easier or empowering me. So we're trying to combine those things. I think those are important considerations when we're looking at impacting the environment.
Hello? Testing. Hello? Interdependence and adaptive management. I think that's what I'm going to go for. Sorry. Good evening. Before I start, I would like to do some thank yous. I'd like to thank the hotel manager, help me with this. No. I want to thank the hotel manager. His last name is a little funny. Henrico Pazzoli. I'm going to go with that. And then I want to thank all his staff for what we've got so far. And I want to thank the chef who made my lunch today. And I want to thank the farmers who made the food for the chef that made my lunch. And then I want to thank all the truck drivers who brought it here. And then I want to thank all the custom officers who did their job. I want to thank the Tourist Board for selling Jamaica to the world. I want to thank the travel agents, especially the Canadian ones, because Canadians tip better than the Americans. Unless it's a Disney cruise, and then it sort of works out. I want to send a special thank you to Devon Mitchell of the Craft Market in Otrios for supporting all the small enterprises. And I also want to thank all the big enterprises for what they do as well. I also like to thank our Heavenly Father for making Jamaica. Our weather, the sand, the people, Bob Marley, Usain Bolt, my mom, yeah. He made the place where people want to go and stay. And he also gave us the best KFC in the Caribbean. Okay. Now, I know that I miss people out, and for that I'm sorry. But all of these things are connected to make what we do possible in tourism. Thank you.
You hear me? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Unlike Dean, I wouldn't go through a list of folks, to thank, but I'm really happy to be in Jamaica again. And I once lived here for about 5 to 10 years, so I was going to give a really good Jamaican accent, all right? Having lived here to win that prize, to go to Trinidad. But seriously speaking, I've been involved in agriculture, the environment, and agricultural-related activities. And there is one thing I always say to people. You wouldn't buy a car every day. You're not going to buy clothes every day. But one thing I'm sure that you're going to do every day, you're going to eat, have a meal every day. Whether it's 1 meal, 2 meals, or 3 meals. I've been working with different communities within the region, different types of agriculture and agriculture-related activities. And there was a time when the buzzword was agro-tourism. And we were trying to connect agriculture to the tourism industry in a very structured manner. And that buzzword and that whole nexus between agriculture, trying to link farmers and link farms to hotels and hoteliers, eventually sort of waned. Within the last 5 years, I've been working with rural communities, communities involved in agriculture and agriculture-related activities related to fisherfolk. And we stumbled upon a community in the southern part of Trinidad called Moruga. This particular community is a coastal community, and that particular community, there are descendants from Africans who went to the United States, and they fought in the Civil War, and they were given land in the Caribbean. Those descendants of persons, when they came to Moruga, they brought a variety of rice, a very rare commodity variety of rice called hill rice. I'm an agronomist by profession, and I work with farmers involved in lowland flooded rice. We know rice traditionally utilizes large amounts of water to cultivate rice. But this particular variety of rice does not require flooded conditions to be cultivated. It actually can grow under very harsh, challenging conditions, similarly to what we have in the environment where we have climate change taking place, drought conditions, extreme soils that are weathered and not very fertile. So this rice came to Trinidad a couple hundred years ago, and the rice continued to be cultivated in this community. And it's not widespread in Trinidad. And the community handed down from generation to generation how to grow this rice, how to cook this rice. And it's actually cooked with local meats, whether we call what we call wild meats in Trinidad, but it's also cooked with chicken cultivated in your backyard. And over time, persons who go to that particular community would participate in this particular meal, would go to the particular farms where it is cultivated, and they can actually see and participate in the harvesting of the rice and the cooking of the rice, etc. To take a long story short, that particular community now has formed themselves, those farmers, into a cooperative. And that cooperative now, they are advertising internationally using digital technology, etc. And they're now bringing tourists coming to Trinidad, not for carnival, not to go to Tobago, but they're coming for an experience. And they're going to this particular community where they can actually participate in that cultivation of rice. They get a whole lecture on how the historical antecedents of the Africans going to the United States, coming to that part of Trinidad and Tobago, and cultivating the rice, etc. What this particular community really required was support and the sort of hand-holding from the state, from international development agencies, from the private sector. And this particular group now, they are a group not only of older folks, but younger persons are now participating and carrying on that tradition, sustaining what they would have done over years. One of the interesting things about the cultivation of that particular rice is the fact that they don't use pesticides. And most agricultural activities these days, we want to make them environmentally friendly, reduce the pesticide load on the environment, allow for natural predators to come and for you to have that ecological balance. So in terms of the fact that they cultivate their own food, the fact that they passed through the COVID experience and did not need to get that support from the state in terms of food hampers, etc. And they were able to continue their cultivation, things like resilience, sustainability, regenerative types of activities. And it's closely linked to the fisherfolk in the community. So many times when we see tourism and we look at traditional tourism, we think about large infrastructure, we think about hotels, hotel chains, and our problem solving is geared and directed towards this type of tourism activity. But there are communities across the Caribbean that have very unique selling points. They have particular characteristics and features that definitely would be attractive to tourists from a different space, coming to experience what it is that you have that I don't have. What could I experience from you? So with this introduction, I just wanted to lay that on the table. And many times we have a one-size-fits-all for development. And development really is not a one-size-fits-all, but it's going to the stakeholders, going to the community, seeing and talking to them, finding out what are your interests, how could we work with you? And they many times have the solution and the answers, but we just need to support them. And as we continue, I'll probably share with some of the things that we've been doing to support the community and to make them even more resilient and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may just pick up on something that he was saying, and I think it's interesting, your original question as well, Camille. And someone in the audience asked this at the previous panel when they said, you have to be very careful of how you define sustainability, right? Because sustainability is just what it says on the tin, to sustain, which is to not cause any more damage or limit damage and the likes. But guess what? Sustainability is not good enough anymore, right? And I will come to why I was saying that, Nigel, in terms of really making the local community the heroes of the dish, if you may. We need to make a transition from sustainability, which is less bad, to more good. And that's a huge leap. I don't know how many parents are in the room. Think about it. When you're saying be sustainable, you're effectively saying be less bad. How many of us send our kids off to school and say, now you go be less bad today? We don't do that. I hope we don't, right? We would tell them, go be good, learn something. And that is the difference between less bad and more good. I'll give you another fun example. If someone asks you, how's your marriage? And you say, it's sustainable. I mean, that's not very good, is it? So we need to make the transition from sustainable, which is less bad, to regenerative, which is actually more good. And regenerative tourism, which is why we're here, is exactly what Nigel was talking about, where you are not just a sustainable travel who's visiting a destination, trying to damage control or cause as little damage as possible to the local community. You are placing the locals and indigenous practices, tradition, culture as the central element and offering your traveler an immersive, authentic experience. That's what people pay for. That's what people travel for. So if you have a traveler who is sustainable, he's saying, oh, I'm going to do carbon credits or offset my trip. You, in regenerative tourism, are finding ways to suck carbon out of the atmosphere in your travel. So it's the leap between, leap from less bad to more good. Your local community, your traveler, they are central figures in regenerative tourism. You're not a bystander where something is happening to you. You're the ones who are actively creating and recreating the immersive, authentic experiences. So what he was talking about, indigenous people and the culture, I think it's a huge element of regenerative tourism.
Am I on? Okay. So what Dean tried to introduce us to is the concept of interconnectedness, which is obviously fundamental to everything to do with sustainable, right? We're in a closed system. Now, I mentioned previously that I work in information technology. I also, however, do have an interest in environmental concerns, and with my husband have a company focused on low carbon development and policy development in that direction. I just wanted to share with you a concept that I'm involved in through my work as an IT practitioner. In the UK, there is a recently introduced law, the Environment Act, which tries to implement the very difficult concept of the carbon credit method to biodiversity. You may be aware of this already. It's, the concept that they're trying to introduce is very similar to what Aradna's just explained about regenerative tourism. It's a concept of not just sustaining, not just creating a balance between what was extracted and what was put back, but also trying to repair to a greater degree than what you currently may have inflicted damage in. How this works is if you want to get a planning permission for any kind of infrastructure development, whether it's a house, whether it's a whole complex of condominiums, a hotel, a road, a mall, anything that you propose to build, your planning permission depends on you demonstrating that you have achieved what is called biodiversity net gain. So you start at a particular point where you approach a site, whether it's for development or redevelopment. You measure what is the biodiversity of that site in its current state. And you measure with a view to many different aspects of biodiversity. You have different ways of measuring a water course than you may have for measuring a field or an empty urban space. You make that measurement. You must propose a plan for how that biodiversity will be restored, either by your own activity on your site or by purchasing from another business person or individual credits for their efforts to restore and enrich biodiversity of the same type. So that could be in another part of the UK, particularly within England. So my role as a product manager is on a software platform that is attempting to make that implementable, trackable, auditable, so the measurements go into a compliance framework. Now, I say all of that simply to point out that the concept of regenerative is fundamental to all the discussions in many sectors. It has to do with putting back more. But one of the audience members and also our panelists from Suriname also pointed out the concept of measuring and having to track and trace the development of credits is incredibly complex. What I just explained to you, I'm sure you got the idea that it's not quick. It's not quick. It entails hundreds of different actors and players. So if you wanted to achieve improvements in sustainability, or if you wanted to improve the environment, whether it is a community or the biodiversity or simply resources not extracted, wouldn't it be simpler, and this is where the circularity concept comes in, it would be simpler not to do the damage in the first place. So on that concept, I'd like to throw back to Ted, and I will, okay, I would like Ted first to respond, and then Dean also has some thoughts on that. The point being, rather than looking at all of these complex mechanisms we can undertake in any sector to achieve just sustainability or to improve and put back, what is the role of simply managing, operating, and proper design in what we have already in place?
Yeah. Wow. I operate in a niche space, so I'm going to try to answer that. Yeah, from my niche. I guess I'm going to have to pass this on to Dean. I'm going to have to think about this, how I would answer. My apologies. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
All right. I take your point, and it's a very valid point. But the hotel manager's name is Henrico Paz. I can't. And I don't mean no disrespect, but there's a reason why I can't pronounce his last name. Because I don't think he's Jamaican or Caribbean. And then the question becomes, why isn't he Jamaican or Caribbean? And why are there so few Jamaican-owned mega hotels? And it may be because some of the regulations the hoops we have to jump through are not designed necessarily for what we can accomplish. And there's a disconnect. And I know we have AI now, and sorry. I know we have AI now, and that's a helpful tool. But there's a lot of things that small businesses, small enterprises can't really do by themselves, can't afford to do. And give them obstacles just forces them to find the workaround, which they'll do. That's my 2 cents.
Camille, could I get you to re-ask me the question?
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, what I've understood is that in the niche you work in, which is fundamental to tourism success, it's the infrastructure which has to do with water management, water supply. And we are speaking about resilience, which is a concept that has to do with survival and returning to our desired state of affairs after some event. So the event could have been a pandemic, the event could have been a weather event, the event could have been political upheaval, whatever happens that interrupts business. Those events have an impact on the infrastructure, have an impact on the communities, because the infrastructure the communities rely on. You have worked with hundreds of different settings where the infrastructure is rooted in the community. What is the role of managing that infrastructure and operating that infrastructure in feeding into that community, retaining its resilience?
Well, and this is where I see it in 2 different ways. Typically, water and wastewater infrastructure is managed by utility, right? So, but this conference is about tourism, coastal communities. Not to say that those utilities may not provide water and wastewater services to hotels, to communities, but typically those would be isolated treatment systems. So I'm presuming that this hotel has its own water and wastewater. Perhaps not. It might come from the utility. But this is where I see sort of differences, and Dean talked a little bit about this. What is feasible for a hotel or a small tourism provider versus a utility? They're quite different. And how you approach resiliency, to me, is quite different. A utility may be able to afford the design tools to support resiliency, but they'll be handcuffed a bit too, because these assets are hopefully designed to last 50, 70 years. So you're stuck with this stuff. Yes, you can add little doodads here and there, but we're actually recommending people simplify their designs, which is sort of the opposite of what we're talking about, digital enhancements here. But what we're finding is because of the challenges getting qualified staff, all of these technology advancements makes it more challenging to hire and find people. Now that's on the utility side. Now on the smaller side, even a hotel of this size, if they have their own treatment systems, they may be using a plumber or a maintenance person to run their treatment plant. So resiliency, to me, again, you're not going to replace your unit. Even if you're a homeowner running an Airbnb unit, you're not going to replace your septic tank. You're going to work with what you have. You're not going to put sensors in there. You're not going to put SCADA systems and data management centers. So again, I keep going back to resiliency is providing the individuals who are there the tools. And those individuals aren't just the people operating. It could be, it's management. So in a lot of my experience in the Caribbean, what we saw, now this is at the utilities, I can't comment on, say, hotels, but at the utility level, we were seeing a lot of aging operators, 50s, 60s, but the managers were young individuals, 20s, maybe early 30s. So it was challenging for management to manage those operators because of the age gap. The operators felt that the managers didn't know what they were talking about. The young people couldn't find out how to run these systems because the older individuals wouldn't share that information. So again, I see resilience in infrastructure, again, at the people level where we have to show these individuals how this black box works and how they can learn basic steps to handle all sorts of changes, including weather changes, climate changes, flow changes. I mean, with tourism sector, you have ebbs and flows of usage. Those affect your wastewater plant. You need to be able to learn how to deal with that, but unless we provide them with the tools, the infrastructure can't be resilient. It just is what it is. You need the people to manage it. So.
If I understood, I think what you've been saying is that the tools are not as big and complex as we think. It's not where you need operators of local infrastructure to have extensive specialized training. It's not that it necessarily requires foreigners to come in and manage it. You are saying that management is one of those spaces where communities can engage their own workforce.
Exactly, and 100% agree. And the thing I guess linking to some of these buzzwords that we're talking about, again, in my niche, water and wastewater, but I'm sure it's in other areas too, it's not, there's mechanical skills, there's plumbing skills, there's electrical skills, there's science in these. And then you can learn management tools. So you're not just stuck working in a hotel at the wastewater plant, you are learning valuable skills that can allow you to go and do useful things in any community, in a variety of jobs. And all you have to do is develop SOPs and videos, and as the lady spoke about yesterday, share it on WhatsApp, right? Like, we're not talking about using AI. We're talking about common standard tools that a lot of industries use, but unfortunately, even the university, I'd be interested to know, the Sandals University, do they teach the sort of basic operation and maintenance skills, or do they focus on customer service, management principles? Like, that would be an interesting question, because I think that's an opportunity.
I think Ted's got a good point, but we also have to be cognizant that as an industry, the infrastructure setup that he's talking about it's going to be disrupted in the future by startups. So you need a whole host of what you're talking about, Ted, but you also need investments, especially in green tech, for the small little startups to come and disrupt your industry, right? Everyone who's ever been in a startup knows that 90% of startups grow through what is called the valley of death within the first 18 months of founding a startup. So 90% don't get past the first hurdle. In our sector, especially if you're in the green tech space as a startup, that hurdle is manifold because you need significant investments to actually get into these sectors and industries that you're talking about. And then you need even more investment to be able to scale your ideas. So you go through two valleys of death before you actually get to a size that you can actually have an impact or make a difference. So there is a saying, sorry for being impolite, money talks, but BS walks. So you need a lot of investment to fund these changes, which we desperately need in our industry.
I'll add my saying, I learned day one of business school. The golden rule. He who has the gold makes all the rules.
Dean said, he who has the gold makes the rules. However, Dean, I know that from your experience, you've been through situations where disruption has happened or disaster has happened. And although it seems like it's up, the needs, the requirements are up at this massive level, not attainable for a small community. Tell us a bit more about how you got around that.
Can I stand again? Yes, you can. On that subject, during COVID, the background in marketing, I felt no compulsion not to reach out to the people I knew in the tourism field and ask them their COVID plan. You know, they should have a COVID plan. So I called some hotel managers, won't call any names, but large hotels, and asked the hotel managers, what was your plan for COVID in this pandemic? The response usually was, oh, we're treating it like a hurricane. You know, it's just another hurricane. Fine, fine. Didn't accept it, but that was the response. I called a very large tourism company with cruise ships and a mouse, not calling any names. I asked them what their COVID plan was. And to my surprise, they had a COVID plan. But the person I was speaking to, who should have known, did not know the plan. And then finally, I reached out to a company that used to make the coolest phones in the world. Now they're dying a slow and horrible death, BlackBerry. And I spoke and I asked the person who actually wrote the COVID plan, did you write a COVID plan? And absolutely, we had a plan for COVID. But did it go as planned? Just to be told no. Her concept of what to expect in a pandemic was not what we had. So it's interesting how the best laid plans sometimes go awry.
Fully agreed, fully agreed. The best laid plans cannot anticipate what climate change will bring, what disruptive events will bring, and that's the core of resilience. So I'm just going to ask everyone to maybe take a couple of minutes from your own experience. What would your word of advice be to those in the tourism sector seeking resilience for their sector? What are the core values that it comes back to, given that it's impossible to predict what the next COVID will be? Will it be a pandemic next? Will it be political turmoil? In every country, it may be a different array of risks. So setting aside, we don't know which risk it may be, make the assumption some disaster will come in our future. What would be your words of advice, each one, to the communities or individuals or organizations to maintain resilience, to come back out better?
This is, in my opinion, very simple. Remember your staff and treat them appropriately. Do not treat them like they're dispensable. No matter what the situation is, they're the backbone and the life of the business. Keep your good staff, keep them happy, keep them safe. That's what I think the key to resilience is.
Well said, Dean. It's all about the people. I would just say resilience is not a good to have anymore. It's not a luxury. It is a matter of social justice. And that is justice for the people, that is justice for the planet. So unless your project, your idea, your business, your vision ticks the boxes on being a net positive, what you were referring to, a net positive gain to all of these, please don't go ahead.
Yes, I come from a sector where within this particular space, the state plays a significant role in supporting agro and agro-related enterprises. And one of the things that what we recognize is the stronger the community in terms of self-reliance and not depending on the state in terms for access to water. People do water harvesting on their own, in terms of getting more private sector, private-public partnerships, organizing themselves in the community. As I said to you before, the particular example that I used of the Maruga Hill rice farmers, they formed themselves into a cooperative, and the cooperative provides benefits for people to want to participate and be a part of the cooperative. It's not extractive. You know, what am I in this cooperative for? I'm not benefiting. But as a collective, they're now able to do things. They're actually going to register as a GI. They have actually begin to digitize the farms, where the farms are located digitally, so that we can track performance, etc. And I'm saying self-reliance. Become more self-reliant and not depend on the state as we traditionally depending on the state, because of the fact that most times when we depend on the state, we continue to depend on the state into the future. Our children begin to depend on the state. It's a generational thing. But the more self-reliant you are as a community in terms of providing more of what you require without the dependency on the state, I think we'll be prepared for whatever is to come later on. Thank you.
Yeah. In terms of resiliency for the tourism economy, I would frame it, and maybe this is the engineer in me, I would frame it as risk management. And maybe that's not as sexy of a term, but I find that maybe sells better to the individuals who want to hear it. And when I think of risk management for resiliency in my field, water and wastewater, do you want to run out of water? Do you want to have bad water where you're risking your staff and your tourists? Do you want to have an event with your wastewater system where you potentially embarrass yourself, you damage the ecosystem, you maybe even worse? So those are, to me, risk management strategies. Now, how you achieve those, there's different ways. I've sort of promoted the benefits of workforce development and management systems, but those are for larger clients. But I think it can be achieved through design too, or just for smaller tourism sector, it's just thinking about your situation and what you can control. I'm sure every situation is unique, but to me, I would frame it more as risk management. What do I need to do to protect my business long term? And the environment is, your coastal environment is part of that business model. You cannot succeed if this hotel, you cannot succeed if this beach doesn't look the way it does, doesn't smell the way it does, doesn't have life. You have to protect those things, and those are achieved through environmental management practices, which of course are strained through climate change and all sorts of other upsets. So to me, it's looking at those as a corporate risk, which are tracked, which are managed, and then putting funds towards it, whatever the solution might need.
so much. I think we have a little time remaining, and I was hoping that this discussion would engage all the members of the audience to basically unload. You've received so much talk and ideas and directives and suggestions. You must be overflowing with thoughts. I'm looking forward to someone closing us off with perhaps a reality check. Does anyone have any commentary on anything you've heard? If not in this panel alone, on the previous panels? The attractive lady in the second row.
Thank you. Thank you all panelists for the discussion. One thing that I think could be added is Dean mentioned it, but he didn't go into it, is adaptive management. And it's really important after an event that we review and see what we did right and what we did wrong and how we could be better prepared. Because with climate change, our point of reference is really not enough. Our experience is not enough. It's going to be changing constantly, and you know, in the northern latitudes, we're having Frankenstorms, where hurricanes and winter storms are getting married, and we don't know how to handle those, right? So in the Caribbean, we have 3 and 4 hurricanes back to back. You know, things are going to get really bad with climate change. And we have to implement learning systems and adaptive management where whatever system we think was great may not be so great in the coming time. So that's just my perspective on this.
Thank you for that. Aradhana would like to respond.
I couldn't agree more, also because I'm just talking climate-related natural disasters. It's actually costing the economy $300 billion a year. So one way of fixing it is to say, oh, let's just insure for more. But that's not the solution, right? And I think it's even more impactful for small island economies like the Caribbean here, where you have $153 billion of damage just because of natural disasters every year. And the overall size of the economy is a fraction of that. So imagine how many times you're being wiped out over and over. Yes, and it's not just one form of disaster that's striking us. So there's so many more different permutations and combinations which is coming up, posing challenges.
And one of the reasons that turning to insurance is not really an option is that insurance is a financial product which has a cost. And being a financial product, all of those who are operating the insurance systems are well aware. They invest a lot of money in research and development. They understand the cost of that cost. So the cost of insurance is, I guarantee, already going up in this region. We have friends from Africa, we have friends from India here today. You may be able to shed some light on how it's developing in your economy. Insurance was an option in a period when we had not seen such rapid change and such rapid, I guess, development of the data just changing the shape of itself every year. Insurance is a data-driven business that says we have trends. It says we have probabilities. As you said, the probabilities are going out the window. What was a century event is now a 25 or 50-year event. So insurance, you can be sure, is going to not only become more expensive, as it already has, it is going to limit the scope of its own exposure. So let's remember, an insurance company is a private sector, for-profit undertaking. Unless there is a rethinking of how to engage a mechanism like insurance by perhaps discussing different ways of triggering insurance, different ways of scoping insurance, so that it focuses on resilience, not just on putting back infrastructure that was wiped out, then unfortunately that's currently, from my point of view, not a magic wand. Okay. I see Kevin approaching, and I think he's going to wrap the day for us. So I'd like to just thank all of the panelists again, Dean, Aradna, Nigel, Ted. So much appreciated that you spent the time today, and so much appreciated to all of you as well.
Wow, I can't believe we're at the end of 2 days of learning. I don't know about your heads, but my head is really full. There's been a lot of great knowledge, great value coming out of this session. Whoever I have not had a pleasure of meeting yet, and I can't see everyone with this bright light, I'm going to be around all day tomorrow, but I will not be wearing shoes tomorrow, and I will not be in pants. I may or may not have a shirt on, and I'll try to limit my time indoors. So with that in mind, I look forward to seeing as many of you as possible tomorrow. Listening to this kind of diverse discussion we've had over the past couple of days, it's been a diverse panel from all kinds of different perspectives, companies, countries. I'm trying to find one thing that we didn't solve at this conference. And I think just to lead up to what we're going to do next time we meet, and I think the one thing that was not discussed sufficiently, in my opinion, was the energy consumption of artificial intelligence. If you look at a report that we had about a year ago that came out of the United Kingdom, it suggested that the energy consumption of the world's data centers was on par, almost exactly, with the global airline industry. Today, I haven't seen an updated report, but I'm sure that it's far exceeding the global airline industry. And yet we keep pushing the airline industry to do something about it. We keep trying to limit travel, but the biggest problem, it continues to grow. And I heard some remarks from someone suggesting that when we use ChatGPT for small, simple things like 2 + 2 = 4, that would be the equivalent of killing a mosquito with a nuclear bomb. The energy used, we're using these massive tools, is more than what we need. So next time, let's try to discuss that. And if I see you poolside tomorrow, let's discuss that then as well. I want to just take a few moments to draw attention to the sponsors of the day. I'm very thankful for the Caribbean Airlines for being partners today. Very thankful for Tech Access Canada traveling with us and sponsoring today. Thank you very much. I want to thank Mohawk College, our latest partner, our college partner in Canada. I'm very excited about what we're going to do with Mohawk College. They are excellent at trying to be nimble and quick. As the technology is changing fast and as our society is changing fast, universities and colleges will struggle to keep up. How do you make sure that you have programs that are going to adapt quickly enough? And I think some of the things we're trying to do with Mohawk College is to be able to quickly pivot based on exactly what you need to know to succeed in your jobs. I'm also very excited about the Maritime University of Caribbean Maritime University, our latest local partner, who we're accrediting. And I'm actually, by the way, those of you that listened to me this morning, I'm happy to report that my colleague from that university has returned to the island. It did take him 3 or 4 days to get here, but he has returned. I'm excited about working with that university because no other university that I've ever been to, and I've been to hundreds, have been that open in terms of wanting outside inputs from other academics and from other industry people. So I'm very excited about continuing working with that institution. I had a bit of a script here, but I'm not going to stick to it because I think we're all tired. We all want to go back and freshen up before the dinner tonight. But I'm very excited about collaborating with each and every one of you. Most of you now, having listened to me a couple of times, know that we are in the workforce development space, and we have capacity through our larger network to be involved in any environmental projects in this region and beyond, and we're excited to do that. And our differentiation, I think, is that we are committed to build the local workforce in that process. Many times, from what I've seen in a green skills audit that we did in the Caribbean, is that there are 2 great career paths in this area, and you have tremendous universities and colleges here, but there are 2 career paths for highly skilled people. One of them is government/NGO, the other one is migration. that should not be the case. We should have a strong private sector that can solve some of the environmental challenges without importing that from abroad. And that's kind of where our expertise come. How through procurement, whether that is from NGOs having projects or from the universities or from the government, how do you build a local workforce in the process? You can build it straight into your procurement specs. And that's kind of what we're excited about helping with. So thank you for being with us for these 2 days. I look forward to seeing you at the gala dinner, and I'll see you poolside tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.